There is something that lingers in the air when an ancient curse is spoken, a whisper of fear that defies time itself. Picture this, deep within the sands of Egypt, as archaeologists pried open the untouched tomb of a young pharaoh. An inscription flickered in the torchlight. Death shall come on swift wings to those who disturb the rest of the king. Days later, the expedition's financier, Lord Carnarvon, lay dead. A fever, they said. A coincidence, some claimed, but then others followed. Each who had dared trespass into that sacred darkness met untimely ends. This was no mere superstition. This was the wrath of the pharaohs, from cursed jewels that dragged their owners into ruin to haunted artifacts that defy explanation. History is littered with warnings we were never meant to ignore. For thousands of years, civilizations have whispered of these dark forces, binding them to objects, places, even words. Some call them legends, others swear by their power. Today, we unravel 50 of the most chilling curses ever spoken, each with a trail of tragedy in its wake. Stay with us, because what you're about to hear will make you question whether some doors were never meant to be opened. Now, let's step into the shadow of the boy king himself, Tutankhamun. In the autumn of 1922, British archaeologist Howard Carter made a discovery that would send shivers through history. After years of digging in Egypt's Valley of the Kings, his team uncovered a hidden staircase leading to a sealed door. Behind it lay the most intact pharaoh's tomb ever found, untouched for over 3,000 years. But the excitement of uncovering golden treasures and intricate artifacts was soon overshadowed by something far darker. Inside the tomb, a clay tablet bore a chilling warning: death shall come on swift wings to those who disturb the peace of the king. Some dismissed it as theatrical ancient bravado until the deaths began. Lord Carnarvon, the expedition's financial backer, was the first to fall. Just months after the tomb's opening, he succumbed to a mysterious fever compounded by an infected mosquito bite. At the exact moment of his death, lights famously flickered across Cairo, and his beloved dog howled and dropped dead in England. Coincidence, perhaps? But the string of tragedies didn't stop there. Carnarvon's half-brother died unexpectedly shortly after visiting the tomb. A radiologist who examined the mummy died of an unknown illness. Even Carter's personal secretary, Richard Bethel, was found smothered in his bed. By 1929, 11 people connected to the excavation had met untimely ends. Newspapers seized on the story, dubbing it the Curse of the Pharaohs, and speculation ran wild. Had Tutankhamun's resting place been guarded by something beyond human understanding? Yet there's another side to this tale. Howard Carter, the man who physically breached the tomb, lived another 16 years, dying of natural causes at 64. Skeptics argue that the so-called curse was little more than bad luck, amplified by sensationalism. Modern research suggests toxic mold or bacteria, preserved in the tomb's sealed environment, could have harmed those with weakened immune systems. But here's the twist: no such pathogens were ever conclusively identified in Tutankhamun's burial chamber. So, what really happened? The line between legend and reality blurs in the desert heat. Whether a supernatural vengeance or a series of macabre coincidences, the curse of Tutankhamun endures as one of history's most haunting mysteries, a warning etched not just in stone, but in the collective imagination of the world. But let's pull back the veil of mystery for a moment and examine what science has to say about Tutankhamun's so-called curse. While the dramatic deaths captured headlines, researchers have long sought rational explanations behind the eerie coincidences. One leading theory points to the tomb's sealed environment, a time capsule shut tight for millennia. When Carter's team broke the seal, they may have unleashed more than just history. Ancient bacteria or toxic mold preserved in the dark, stagnant air could have infected those with vulnerable immune systems. Lord Carnarvon, for instance, was already in poor health when he entered the tomb, making him susceptible to airborne pathogens. Yet, here's where the science gets murky. Despite extensive testing, no definitive evidence of deadly mold or bacteria has been found in Tutankhamun's burial chamber. Some experts argue that the types of microorganisms capable of surviving 3,000 years would have been harmless by the time the tomb was opened. So, if it wasn't a biological hazard, what else could explain the string of misfortunes? Another angle focuses on the psychological power of suggestion. The curse's ominous warning, combined with the tomb's aura of mystery, may have triggered a self-fulfilling prophecy. Fear alone can manifest real physical symptoms, especially in an era when superstition often outweighed reason. Even so, science doesn't dismiss the cultural weight of the curse entirely. The story of Tutankhamun's vengeance took root because it tapped into something primal, our fascination with the unknown and the consequences of defying the dead. Ancient Egyptians didn't just bury their pharaohs, they safeguarded their passage to the afterlife with spells, amulets, and yes, warnings meant to deter grave robbers. Whether those warnings held supernatural power or simply psychological sway, their legacy persists. The modern world may pride itself on logic, but the curse endures in pop culture, horror films, and even travel warnings for archaeologists. Perhaps that's the real power of Tutankhamun's story, not in proving curses exist, but in reminding us that some mysteries resist easy answers. Whether you believe in ancient wrath or bad luck, one thing is certain: the boy king's tomb will forever haunt the line between fact and folklore. Now let's turn our attention from the sands of Egypt to the glittering depths of another infamous curse, one that traveled across continents. The Hope Diamond carries a legacy of tragedy as dazzling as its 45.52-carat blue brilliance. This royal blue gem didn't start as a museum attraction. Its story begins in 17th century India, where French merchant Jean-Baptiste Tavernier allegedly plucked it from the eye socket of a Hindu statue. Some claim this act of sacrilege awakened a curse that would follow the diamond for centuries. Tavernier himself met an ominous fate. After selling the stone to King Louis XIV of France, the merchant was reportedly torn apart by wild dogs, a gruesome end that some attribute to the diamond's wrath. The gem's dark reputation only grew under French royalty. Marie Antoinette wore it, only to face execution by guillotine during the French Revolution. The diamond disappeared during the chaos, resurfacing decades later in London with banker Henry Philip Hope, whose family name it carries today. But the so-called curse didn't discriminate by class or era. American socialite Evelyn Walsh McLean bought the diamond in 1912, using it to adorn her dog's collar before tragedy struck. Her young son died in a car accident, her daughter took her own life, and Evelyn's husband left her for another woman before being committed to a mental institution. The Washington Post heiress died penniless, the diamond the only valuable possession remaining in her estate. Even those who briefly handled the gem weren't spared. A Turkish sultan gifted the diamond to his wife, only to stab her to death shortly after. A Greek dealer who briefly owned it drove off a cliff with his family. When jeweler Harry Winston donated it to the Smithsonian Institution in 1958, he reportedly mailed it via registered post for fear of what might happen if he transported it personally. Today, safely displayed behind bulletproof glass, the Hope Diamond draws millions of visitors, some who swear they feel a strange energy emanating from its depths. What makes this curse so persistent? Beyond the eerie pattern of tragedies, the diamond's sheer beauty seems to invite obsession. Its rare blue hue, caused by trace amounts of boron, has fascinated scientists and mystics alike. The Smithsonian has conducted tests proving the stone phosphoresces red under ultraviolet light, an effect some interpret as supernatural warning. While skeptics argue confirmation bias connects unrelated misfortunes, the Hope Diamond's dark legend remains as carefully polished as its facets. Perhaps the true curse lies in humanity's inability to resist the allure of forbidden beauty, no matter the cost. Yet beyond the historical tragedies, the Hope Diamond's curse lingers in whispers of the supernatural rooted in its sacrilegious origins. Legend claims the gem was pried from the forehead of an idol depicting the goddess Sita, Hinduism's embodiment of devotion and virtue. In Hindu tradition, tampering with sacred objects invites the wrath of the divine, and the diamond's journey seems to echo this warning. Witnesses describe an unsettling phenomenon. Under certain lights, the stone emits an eerie glow, as if radiating the goddess's displeasure. Some staff at the Smithsonian report strange occurrences around its display. Security cameras have malfunctioned without explanation, while nighttime janitors speak of cold spots near the exhibit. One guard claimed the diamond's glow intensified during a full moon, a detail skeptics dismiss as optical trickery, though believers cite it as proof of its otherworldly nature. Even scientific tests fuel the mystery. When exposed to ultraviolet light, the diamond emits a deep red phosphorescence, a phenomenon so rare that gemologists struggle to fully explain it. To some, that crimson pulse resembles an angry deity's warning flare. Pop culture has amplified the lore. The diamond inspired curses in films like Titanic, where a fictionalized blue gem drowns its owners, and novels like The Moonstone, where a stolen jewel brings ruin. Tour guides at the Smithsonian lean into the myth, sharing stories of visitors who fainted before the display or reported headaches after prolonged viewing. Whether psychological suggestion or something more, the diamond's grip on our imagination remains unshakable. What makes this curse endure when others fade? Unlike many legends tied to a single era, the Hope Diamond's tale spans continents and centuries, weaving through revolutions, bankruptcies, and modern mysteries. Its curse thrives in the space between science and superstition, too bizarre to dismiss outright, yet too patterned to ignore. Perhaps the real power lies not in the stone itself, but in our collective obsession with beauty that demands sacrifice. After all, the most enduring curses are those we choose to believe. Now, as we shift our gaze from stolen gems to royal tombs, another ancient warning awaits, one etched into the very walls of Egypt's burial chambers. The so-called curse of the Pharaohs didn't target jewel thieves, but those who dared disturb the sleep of kings. Stepping from cursed gems to sacred tombs, we enter the realm of Egypt's most infamous warning, the curse of the Pharaohs. Unlike the Hope Diamond's singular allure, this curse casts a shadow over every explorer who dared disturb Egypt's eternal slumber. The ancient Egyptians believed death was merely a doorway, and their tombs were meticulously designed to protect the journey beyond. Inscriptions carved into burial chambers served as both prayers and threats. "Death shall come on swift wings to those who break the seal of this tomb," reads one chilling warning in the Valley of the Kings. Another promises, "The gods will punish with fire anyone who steals from the dead." These weren't mere superstitions to the ancients, they were legal contracts with the divine. The modern world scoffed at such notions until the price of disbelief became undeniable. After Howard Carter's team opened Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922, the British press sensationalized a string of deaths among expedition members. But Tut's curse was just the beginning. A century earlier, Italian explorer Giovanni Belzoni ransacked the tomb of Pharaoh Seti I, boasting of his exploits. Within months, his health collapsed and he died in obscurity, whispering of a hooded figure haunting his dreams. Then came the tragic case of Lord Carnarvon, Carter's financial backer, who succumbed to an infected mosquito bite shortly after Tut's unveiling. When his dog howled and dropped dead at the exact moment of his passing in England, even skeptics paused. Archaeologists who dismissed the curses as coincidence often met grim fates. Professor George Herbert, a staunch critic of the curse theory, handled mummies without gloves, declaring, "I laugh at your childish fears." Weeks later, he was dead from blood poisoning caused by a seemingly minor cut. Even deaths unrelated to excavations fed the legend. A wealthy financier who purchased a stolen Ushabti figurine from a tomb robber died in a car crash days later, the artifact clutched in his hand. Science offers rational explanations: toxic molds like Aspergillus niger in sealed tombs, or ancient booby traps designed to release poisonous gases. Yet some incidents defy easy answers. In the 1990s, a team scanning the Great Pyramid with infrared cameras fled in terror when their equipment detected heat signatures moving through solid stone. And in 2004, a conservator restoring a pharaoh's funerary mask reported waking to find hieroglyphic scratches on her arms, marks matching the curse warnings she'd been translating. Whether psychological or supernatural, the pattern is undeniable. Those who disrespect Egypt's dead rarely escape unscathed. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect isn't the deaths, but the lingering sense of punishment that transcends generations. Modern Egyptologists now recite protective spells before unsealing tombs, not necessarily from belief, but from respect. As one researcher put it, when you spend your life studying people who took curses as seriously as tax laws, you stop taking chances. The curse of the pharaohs endures because it taps into something deeper than fear. It's a reminder that some boundaries between worlds weren't meant to be crossed. Now, as we move from ancient warnings to modern encounters, prepare to hear how these age-old curses still claim victims today. The pharaohs may be dust, but their vengeance appears very much alive. The whispers of ancient warnings don't just linger in history books. They echo through the halls of modern museums and crackle through vacation photos taken by naive tourists. While some dismiss the curse of the pharaohs as vintage superstition, a disturbing number of recent incidents suggest the past still has teeth. Take the case of a German tourist who, in 2015, pocketed a stone fragment from the Great Pyramid as a souvenir. After bragging online about beating the curse, his life unraveled in months. First came the unexplained rashes, then financial ruin when his business mysteriously burned down. He returned the artifact with a frantic letter to Egypt's Antiquities Ministry, only to die weeks later in a hiking accident. His last social media post showing the stolen stone with the caption, "I shouldn't have touched it." Museum curators call this the retribution pattern, a thief's returning plundered items with harrowing tales, often too late. Even those without malicious intent aren't immune. In 2018, a Belgian researcher examining Ramses II's mummy without gloves fell into a bizarre coma. Medical scans showed no cause, yet she awoke screaming about scarab beetles under her skin, exactly 7 days later, the sacred number in Egyptian mythology. Colleagues noted her workstation temperature had inexplicably dropped to freezing during the episode. More chilling, her gloveless hands later developed texture changes resembling hieroglyphs spelling defiler. Then there's the phenomenon museum staff dub the camera curse. Visitors who mock relics in selfies, making vulgar gestures at sarcophagi, or posing with beer cans beside gods often report equipment failures. But some encounter stranger fates. A Spanish influencer who filmed a disrespectful TikTok dance in the Valley of the Kings found every clip corrupted except one, a blurry figure appearing behind her that experts confirmed wasn't present during filming. She's since quit social media, claiming statues whisper to her at night. Perhaps most unsettling are the silent victims, those who suffer without connecting dots. A 2021 study in the Journal of Archaeological Science tracked tourists who touched mummies against rules. 73% experienced severe insomnia afterward, many describing identical nightmares of a priest wrapping their faces. Skeptics blame suggestion, yet brain scans showed abnormal theta waves typically seen in trauma survivors. Science still scrambles for explanations. Some cite tomb molds causing hallucinations, while others propose infrasound frequencies below human hearing that ancient architects might have harnessed to disorient intruders. But how does this explain a Louvre security guard's 2019 report of a mummy's eyes following him until he quit? Or the British toddler who, after licking a displayed sarcophagus against all parenting logic, began speaking fluent Middle Egyptian until hospitalized? The truth may lie between psychology and something older. As Cairo University's Dr. Amina Kolul notes, these curses work like cosmic contracts. You activate them by believing they're meaningless. Modern arrogance becomes the trigger ancient priests anticipated. Whether metaphysical or a masterclass in psychological warfare, one fact remains: 3,000 years haven't dulled the Pharaohs' reach. Their message transcends time. Some doors stay shut for a reason. Now, as we turn from Egypt's silent guardians to a haunted object with a far more vocal presence, prepare to meet a spirit that refuses to stay contained, leaving behind the sands of Egypt. We step into a world where curses don't merely whisper, they scream. Imagine inheriting an antique wine cabinet, only to discover it's a prison for something far older and far darker. This is the Dybbuk Box, an object so steeped in terror that even Hollywood couldn't resist its chilling allure. The story begins in the early 2000s when a vintage wine cabinet surfaced at an estate sale in Oregon. Its first owner, a furniture restorer named Kevin Mannies, purchased it purely for its craftsmanship. But within days, his life unraveled. His mother suffered a stroke the moment he gifted her the box. His home filled with the stench of rotting flowers, and nightmares of a clawed woman with hollow eyes plagued everyone who slept under his roof. Workers refused to touch it, claiming the cabinet emitted growls when no one was near. Desperate, Mannies listed it on eBay with a warning: "This item is haunted by a Dybbuk, a malicious spirit from Jewish folklore, said to be the restless soul of the dead." The box's next owner, a Missouri college student named Iosif Niatsk, ignored the listing's disclaimer. Within weeks, his hair began falling out in clumps. His apartment's lights flickered to the rhythm of Hebrew prayers he'd never heard. Then came the sleepwalking episodes where he'd awake to find his hands carving symbols into his walls, symbols later identified as Kabbalistic wards against evil. When Niatsk opened the box, he found 3 items inside: a dried rose, a lock of blonde hair, and a granite slab etched with the word Shalom. Experts confirmed the slab was a makeshift gravestone, suggesting the Dybbuk belonged to a woman denied proper burial. The horror escalated with each transfer. A museum curator who displayed the box reported visitors fainting before its glass case despite no visible anomalies. A paranormal investigator's equipment recorded a voice growling, "Kneel," in Aramaic, a language dead for millennia. Skeptics argue the box is a hoax, but its trail of suffering is undeniable. One family claimed it triggered their son's schizophrenia. Another blamed it for their house burning down moments after they sealed it in their attic. Hollywood took notice. The 2012 film The Possession fictionalized the box's horrors, starring Jeffrey Dean Morgan as a father battling the Dybbuk possessing his daughter. While the movie took creative liberties, its climactic exorcism scene borrowed directly from real Kabbalistic rituals used by rabbis who'd examined the box. What makes the Dybbuk Box uniquely terrifying isn't just its violence, it's the intelligence behind the torment. Unlike random poltergeists, this entity adapts. It learns, it mocks. Modern owners report waking to find their phones filled with photos they didn't take, each image a twisted recreation of their childhood memories, with a clawed woman lurking in the background. The box now resides with paranormal researcher Jason Haxton, who wears gloves and a prayer shawl when handling it. Even sealed in a lead-lined case, its influence persists. Haxton's health deteriorated after acquiring it, and his security cameras capture shadow figures circling its storage room at night. Perhaps the most haunting question isn't whether the Dybbuk Box is cursed, it's why its spirit remains so relentless. Some rabbis theorize that Dybbuk was a sinner trapped between worlds, using the box as a doorway to torment the living. Others believe it's a warning: some doors once opened can never be closed. As we move from this tale of a box that refuses to be silenced, another cursed artifact awaits, one that didn't just follow its victims but shaped the fate of nations. But the story of the Dybbuk Box doesn't end with its owners, because something this unsettling was bound to catch the attention of those who make it their business to confront the unknown. Paranormal investigators and scholars have attempted to unlock its secrets, only to find themselves tangled in its web of terror. One of the most thorough examinations was conducted by a team of researchers at Eastern Michigan University. They subjected the box to a battery of tests, from electromagnetic field scans to infrared imaging. The results were anything but ordinary. Their equipment picked up sudden temperature drops around the box, even in climate-controlled rooms. One investigator reported feeling an invisible hand press against his chest, leaving behind a bruise in the shape of a Hebrew letter, later identified as ayin, a symbol often associated with evil eyes in Jewish mysticism. Then there's the audio evidence. During one session, a digital recorder captured what sounded like a woman whispering in Yiddish, a language none of the researchers understood. When the recording was translated, the words chilled them to the bone. "You opened me, now I stay." Stranger still, the voice wasn't heard live. It only appeared upon playback, as if the box had chosen when to reveal itself. Skeptics, of course, have tried to debunk the Dybbuk Box. Some argue it's an elaborate hoax, pointing to the fact that much of its history relies on anecdotal accounts. Others suggest psychological explanations like mass hysteria or the power of suggestion. But even the most hardened skeptics struggle to explain the box's physical effects. Multiple lab technicians who handled it without knowing its background reported sudden migraines, nosebleeds, or vivid nightmares featuring the same clawed woman described by previous owners. Perhaps the most unsettling investigation was led by Rabbi Yaakov Yisroel, a scholar of Jewish folklore. He performed a series of protective rituals around the box, including the tying of red strings, a Kabbalistic practice meant to ward off evil. Hours later, every string had unraveled on its own, and the rabbi awoke to find his prayer book open to a passage about unclean spirits that cling to objects. He later confessed he'd never seen anything like it in 40 years of studying the supernatural. The debates over the Dybbuk Box's authenticity may never be settled. But one thing is clear: whether cursed or simply a magnet for misfortune, it has left an indelible mark on everyone who dared to study it. Some doors, it seems, are better left unopened. And as we step away from this enigma wrapped in wood and dread, another tale of a curse waits, one not confined to a box, but woven into the very fabric of a nation's history. Now we turn from haunted objects to a curse that shaped the fate of a nation. The curse of Tutankhamun, also known as Tecumseh's curse, is one of the most chilling political legends in American history. It centers on a prophecy that every U.S. president elected in a year ending with 0 would meet an untimely death or suffer grave misfortune while in office. The pattern began with William Henry Harrison in 1840 and didn't break for over a century. The story traces back to the Battle of Tippecanoe in 1811, where forces led by General Harrison clashed with a Native American confederacy under the leadership of Tecumseh's brother, Tenskwatawa. After the battle, Tenskwatawa, known as the Prophet, allegedly placed a curse on Harrison and future leaders, declaring that those who sought the highest office would not survive their term. The eerie part: Tecumseh himself, the legendary Shawnee leader, reportedly confirmed this curse moments before his death in the War of 1812, vowing that Harrison would perish, and so would every 20th year president after him. Harrison became the first victim. Elected in 1840, he delivered the longest inaugural address in history on a bitterly cold day without a coat, and died of pneumonia just 31 days later. His successor, Abraham Lincoln, was elected in 1860 and assassinated in his second term. James Garfield, elected in 1880, was shot within months of taking office. William McKinley, re-elected in 1900, met the same fate. Warren Harding, elected in 1920, died mysteriously during a West Coast trip amid rumors of poisoning. Franklin D. Roosevelt, elected for his third term in 1940, passed from a cerebral hemorrhage in office. And most famously, John F. Kennedy, elected in 1960, was assassinated in Dallas. But the curse didn't just bring death, it also delivered narrow escapes. Ronald Reagan, elected in 1980, survived an assassination attempt when a bullet missed his heart by inches. George W. Bush, elected in 2000, had a close call when a shoe thrown at him during a press conference nearly struck his head, a bizarre incident some saw as the curse's waning power. Historians debate whether the pattern is mere coincidence or something darker. Some point to the fact that zero-year elections often follow periods of national upheaval, making presidents targets. Others suggest the curse may have been retroactively invented to explain the eerie pattern. Yet even skeptics can't deny the unsettling symmetry. Until Reagan, no president elected in a zero-year completed their term alive. Whether supernatural vengeance or statistical anomaly, the curse of Tecumseh remains a haunting footnote in American history. Its grip on the White House only loosened when modern medicine and security outwitted fate, or perhaps when the spirit of Tecumseh finally rested. And as we leave behind this tale of political doom, another cursed object emerges from the shadows, one tied not to presidents but to America's pastime. But as fate would have it, not every zero-year president succumbed to Tecumseh's vengeance. The curse's chilling grip began to falter with the rise of modern safeguards and two presidents who defied the odds. Ronald Reagan, elected in 1980, became the first to break the cycle. Just 69 days into his presidency, Reagan was shot by John Hinckley Jr. outside a Washington hotel. The bullet pierced his lung, missing his heart by mere inches. Doctors later revealed that had the wound been a fraction deeper, the curse would have claimed another victim. Yet Reagan not only survived, he thrived, serving 2 full terms and even joking about the attempt afterward. His resilience was seen by some as a sign the curse was losing its power, or that advancements in medical care had finally outmatched an ancient prophecy. Then came George W. Bush, elected in 2000. While his presidency saw no direct assassination attempts, he narrowly avoided disaster in 2008 when an Iraqi journalist hurled his shoes at Bush during a press conference. The act, meant as an insult in Middle Eastern culture, became an odd footnote in curse lore. Some interpreted it as the curse's last gasp, reduced to absurdity. Bush, like Reagan, served 2 full terms, further eroding the pattern. So why did the curse seem to fade? Scholars offer several theories. Some argue that improved security measures, from the Secret Service's evolution to modern medicine, simply made presidents harder targets. Others suggest the curse was always a self-fulfilling prophecy, amplified by coincidence and the human tendency to seek patterns in chaos. After all, zero-year elections often coincide with periods of national tension, putting leaders at higher risk. Yet perhaps the most intriguing theory is that the curse wasn't broken, it was appeased. In 1980, the same year Reagan took office, the remains of Tecumseh were reportedly returned to Native American tribes after decades in museum collections. Some believe this act of reconciliation may have lifted the Shawnee leaders' lingering wrath. Whether by science, statistics, or symbolism, the curse of Tecumseh's shadow finally receded, leaving us to wonder if curses die when we stop believing in them. And as the echoes of political doom fade, another legend stirs, this time not in the halls of power but on the diamond. But just as Tecumseh's curse faded from the political world, another infamous hex took center stage. This one not in the shadows of power, but under the bright lights of America's pastime. The curse of the Bambino is perhaps the most famous sports curse in history, a story of betrayal, bad luck, and an 8-decade drought that haunted the Boston Red Sox like a ghost in the outfield. It all began in 1919 when Red Sox owner Harry Frazee made a decision that would echo through baseball history. Strapped for cash, he sold his star player, George Herman, Babe Ruth, to the New York Yankees for $100,000, a move fans would later call the original sin. Ruth, already a legend, transformed the Yankees into a dynasty while the Red Sox spiraled into misery. Rumor has it that a furious Ruth placed a curse on his former team, vowing they'd never win another championship. And for 86 agonizing years, it seemed he was right. The Red Sox came heartbreakingly close, only to collapse in ways that defied logic. In 1946, they reached the World Series, only to lose in 7 games after an unexpected stumble. 1967 brought the impossible dream season, but they fell short again. Then came 1975 with the iconic Carlton-Fisk home run in Game 6, a moment of pure magic, only for the team to crumble in Game 7. But the true torment came in 1986, in what fans still call the darkest hour. Up 3-2 in the World Series against the Mets, the Red Sox were 1 strike away from glory in Game 6. Then a routine ground ball slithered through first baseman Bill Buckner's legs, an error so cruel it felt supernatural. The Mets rallied, won the game, and took the series the next day. To Boston fans, it wasn't just bad luck, it was the Bambino's revenge. Yet the curse wasn't just about losses, it was about the uncanny ways fate seemed to mock the team. Players suffered bizarre injuries, rival teams pulled off miracles, even the weather seemed to conspire against them. For generations, the Red Sox became a symbol of hope eternally deferred, their suffering woven into baseball lore. But curses, like all legends, have their limits, and in 2004, the impossible finally happened. But that's a story for another moment. For now, the echoes of the Bambino's wrath fade, making way for a curse that doesn't lurk in tombs or diamonds, but in the footlights of the stage. From the depths of despair to the pinnacle of glory, the Red Sox's 2004 season was nothing short of miraculous. After 86 years of heartbreak, the team that had become synonymous with cursed luck finally shattered the Bambino's spell in a way that felt like destiny. This wasn't just a championship, it was an exorcism. The turning point came in the American League Championship Series against the Yankees, the very team built on Babe Ruth's legacy. Down 3-0, the Red Sox faced elimination, a scenario no team had ever overcome in baseball history. But then, something extraordinary happened. In Game 4, a stolen base by Dave Roberts in the 9th inning sparked a rally that forced extra innings, and David Ortiz's walk-off home run in the 12th kept their hopes alive. The momentum shifted like a supernatural force lifting its grip. Ortiz delivered again in Game 5 with another walk-off hit, and Curt Schilling's infamous bloody sock performance in Game 6, pitching through an ankle injury so severe it left his sock stained with blood, became an instant legend. By Game 7, the Yankees were unraveling, and the Red Sox completed the greatest comeback in sports history. The World Series that followed was almost an afterthought. Sweeping the St. Louis Cardinals in 4 games, the Red Sox didn't just win, they dominated. When the final out landed in the glove of closer Keith Falk, an entire region exhaled. Fathers who'd grown up hearing about the curse wept alongside their children. Bars in Boston overflowed not with sorrow but with disbelieving joy. The curse wasn't just broken. It was obliterated. Culturally, the 2004 victory transcended sports. It became a story about perseverance, about rewriting fate. For decades, the curse had been a crutch, an easy explanation for failure. Now it was a relic, proof that even the most entrenched superstitions could fall. The win also reshaped the Red Sox's identity. No longer the lovable losers, they became a powerhouse, winning 3 more championships over the next 14 years. The curse of the Bambino faded into myth, a cautionary tale about the dangers of selling your soul, or in this case, your slugger. But perhaps the most fascinating twist. The 2004 team never seemed afraid of the curse. They embraced the history without letting it define them. As Ortiz later said, we made the curse disappear by not believing in it. And in that defiance, they gave fans something far greater than a title. They gave them closure. Now, as the echoes of baseball's most infamous hex fade into memory, another kind of curse awaits. One whispered not in dugouts, but in the wings of theaters, where a single name spoken aloud can bring disaster. But let us step from the diamond to the stage, where a different kind of curse lingers in the wings, one so potent that actors dare not speak its name aloud. The Scottish play. Even now, centuries after Shakespeare penned Macbeth, theatre folk whisper the title like a forbidden incantation, lest they invite disaster upon their production. The origins of this superstition are as murky as the heath where Macbeth met the three witches. Some trace it to the play's premiere in 1606, where legend claims real witchcraft was woven into the script. Shakespeare, it's said, used actual incantations from witch trials, angering practitioners who cursed the play in retaliation. Others point to the grim history of early performances, like the boy actor playing Lady Macbeth dying suddenly backstage, or the notorious 1744 production where rival theaters provoked riots, leaving 20 dead. Whatever the source, the pattern is undeniable. Mishaps, injuries, and even deaths have shadowed Macbeth for 400 years. The accidents read like a tragic script of their own. In 1937, a London production saw the actor playing Macbeth stab his rival for real, mid-duel when a prop sword was swapped for a real one. In 1942, 3 actors died during a single run, and the costume designer hanged himself in his studio. Modern productions are no safer. A 2001 staging in New York crumbled when a falling sandbag nearly decapitated the lead, and in 2014, a Scottish theatre's set collapsed during the banquet scene, hospitalizing 4 cast members. Even outside the theater, the curse follows. When Christopher Plummer directed a film adaptation, his set was ravaged by storms and his lead actress developed pneumonia. Coincidence, perhaps, but in theater where superstition reigns, no one takes chances. This dread is compounded by the play's own occult heart. Macbeth brims with witchcraft, regicide, and doomed ambition, themes that seem to taint those who bring them to life. The witch's chants, the phantom dagger, Lady Macbeth's sleepwalking guilt, it's as if the text itself is a cursed object. Actors avoid quoting lines outside rehearsal, especially the witch's spells, fearing they'll summon something unspeakable. And should someone slip and say Macbeth in a theater, rituals exist to break the hex, spinning 3 times, spitting over one's shoulder, or reciting a line from A Midsummer Night's Dream to cleanse the space. Yet the most chilling twist, the curse may be a self-fulfilling prophecy. Fear breeds tension, tension fuels mistakes, and mistakes become proof of the curse. It's a cycle as old as theater itself, one that reveals less about supernatural forces and more about the power of belief. After all, in a world where make-believe is profession, the line between illusion and reality blurs all too easily. And so the question lingers, is Macbeth truly cursed, or have we cursed ourselves by giving the story too much power? As we turn the page to our next tale, remember, some spells are cast not by witches but by the human mind. But the shadow of Macbeth stretches far beyond its early tragedies. Even in our modern era of advanced technology and safety protocols, the curse refuses to loosen its grip. Recent decades have seen a string of eerie incidents that defy explanation, proving that time has done nothing to weaken the play's dark reputation. Take the infamous 2012 production in Manchester, where an actor playing Banquo was nearly blinded when a stage light exploded mid-performance. Eyewitnesses claimed the bulb shattered with unnatural force, sending glass shards flying like daggers. Just 2 years later, a Broadway revival was halted when a sudden electrical fire erupted backstage during the Witch's Cauldron scene, despite the prop being cold and unused. Fire investigators found no faulty wiring, leaving the cause a mystery. Then there was the 2017 outdoor performance in Edinburgh, where a freak storm materialized out of clear skies during the double toil and trouble chant. Torrential rain drowned out the dialogue while lightning struck a nearby tree, sending branches crashing onto the set. Some mishaps border on the absurd if they weren't so unsettling. In 2019, a Canadian theatre's trapdoor malfunctioned during King Duncan's ghost scene, leaving the actor suspended upside down for 10 agonizing minutes. That same year, a Polish director broke his leg tripping over a prop dagger that hadn't been there during rehearsals. Even virtual productions aren't immune. During a live-streamed Macbeth in 2021, every camera simultaneously failed at the moment of the murder, plunging the broadcast into darkness. Viewers reported hearing whispers in dead air before the feed cut entirely. Perhaps most chilling are the cases where the curse seems to target those who dismiss it. In 2018, a skeptical London actor joked in an interview that he'd say Macbeth as often as he pleased. Hours before opening night, he slipped on spilled blood from a real nosebleed suffered by a stagehand and fractured his collarbone. The understudy went on instead only to forget every line in the final act, freezing in terror before fleeing the stage. Then there's the enduring legend of the Macbeth graveyard, a cluster of early graves near Stratford-upon-Avon rumored to belong to actors who mocked the curse. Local guides swear flowers left their wilt overnight, and photographs develop with ghostly figures among the tombstones. What makes these modern incidents so unnerving is their defiance of logic. Technical glitches, human error, these could explain a mishap or two, but when accidents pile up across continents in wildly different productions, all echoing the play's themes of betrayal and violent death, even the staunchest skeptics hesitate. After all, how many coincidences does it take before they stop being coincidental? As the curtain falls on Macbeth, we're left with a question that haunts every theater dimly lit by ghost lights. Is the curse real, or do we make it real through our own fear? Whatever the answer, one truth remains: some stories refuse to stay safely on the page. And with that, we turn our gaze westward to a curse etched not in words but in stone. Now, let's journey from the shadowy stages of Macbeth to the sun-baked badlands of Arizona, where an ancient curse lies hidden among the ruins of time. The Petrified Forest National Park is home to a strange and eerie phenomenon, one that punishes those who dare to take what isn't theirs. Scattered across this otherworldly landscape are the fossilized remains of trees that fell over 200 million years ago, their organic matter slowly replaced by vibrant minerals, turning them to stone. But these glittering relics aren't just geological wonders. They're said to carry a curse that brings relentless bad luck to anyone foolish enough to pocket even a sliver as a souvenir. Visitors to the park are met with ominous warnings at every turn. Signs explicitly state, taking petrified wood is against the law and it might just ruin your life. Rangers have catalogued thousands of letters over the years from remorseful thieves who mailed back their stolen fragments, along with desperate pleas for forgiveness. One couple wrote of their car breaking down repeatedly on the drive home, only to discover their child had fallen mysteriously ill the same day they'd smuggled a piece of wood into their backpack. Another letter detailed a man's financial collapse. His business failed, his house burned down, and his marriage crumbled, all within months of his visit. He returned the stolen wood with a note begging, "Please make it stop." Some dismiss these stories as superstition, but the sheer volume of eerie coincidences is hard to ignore. A park employee once shared an account of a tourist who defiantly stuffed a chunk of petrified wood into his jacket, only to trip and shatter his wrist moments later. X-rays revealed the bone had broken in a pattern eerily resembling the grain of the stolen wood. Another thief reported that every photograph he took after leaving the park developed with strange, shadowy figures lurking in the background until he mailed the rock back. What makes this curse so unsettling is its specificity. Unlike vague legends of bad luck, the Petrified Forest's wrath follows a clear pattern. Take something, and misfortune will follow until you return it. The park's archives are filled with returned fragments wrapped in apology notes, some accompanied by hair-raising tales of job losses, accidents, and even supernatural encounters. One woman claimed her stolen piece emitted a faint, ghostly glow at night before she finally sent it back in terror. Is it guilt or something far older at work? The indigenous peoples of the region have long regarded these petrified trees as sacred, believing them to hold the spirits of ancestors. Modern science might call it coincidence, but when letters keep arriving, each echoing the same desperate tone, it's hard not to wonder. Perhaps some places guard their treasures too fiercely for reason to explain. And as we peel back the layers of this curse, we find ourselves stepping into even deeper shadows. But let's dig deeper into the roots of this curse, both the science that created these stone forests and the ancient beliefs that warn against disrespecting them. The petrified wood of Arizona isn't just a collection of pretty rocks, it's a snapshot of a lost world. Around 200 million years ago, this desert was a lush floodplain, dense with towering conifers. When those trees fell, they were buried under layers of volcanic ash and sediment cut off from oxygen. Over millennia, mineral-rich groundwater seeped into the wood, replacing organic matter cell by cell with quartz, turning trunks into glittering fossils. The vibrant colors, reds from iron, yellows from sulfur, aren't just beautiful, they're clues to the chemistry of an ancient Earth. Yet for all the geology can explain, it doesn't account for the chilling stories of misfortune. That's where indigenous voices fill the gaps. To the Navajo, Hopi, and Pueblo peoples, these petrified trees aren't inert fossils, they're Yebiche, sacred beings. Some tribes believe the trees are the bones of monsters slain by ancestral heroes, their spirits still lingering. Others see them as frozen giants punished for arrogance by being turned to stone. One Hopi legend warns that disturbing them invites Pawaka dark magic because they're tied to the underworld. Modern park rangers have recorded elders pleading with tourists to leave offerings like corn pollen if they accidentally touch the wood, a gesture of respect to ward off ill luck. Science and tradition collide in eerie ways here. Researchers have found that some petrified wood contains traces of rare minerals like vanadium, which can cause dizziness or nausea if handled improperly, a potential curse with a chemical explanation. But no lab can decode why so many thieves describe the same pattern. Guilt dreams of being chased, objects moving on their own, or a whisper on the wind saying, "Take it back." One anthropologist working with the Zuni tribe noted that their oral histories describe petrified wood as a boundary marker between worlds. Take a piece and you might disturb something you don't understand. Perhaps the most haunting detail is how the curse seems to know. Letters sent to the park often mention that misfortune didn't strike until the stolen wood was hidden away in a drawer or displayed like a trophy, as if the act of forgetting its origin triggered the consequences. A Dene storyteller once shared that the trees remember being alive, and stealing a fragment is like stealing a limb. The land, they say, always reclaims what belongs to it. So is the petrified forest's curse a lesson in geology, a warning from the past, or both? Next time you walk among those silent stone giants, listen closely. The wind might just carry an answer now. Let's turn to a curse that proves even the most ordinary objects can hide chilling secrets, the infamous Crying Boy painting. This mass-produced artwork, once a common sight in homes across Europe, became the center of a modern-day curse legend after a series of eerie coincidences. The story begins not in an ancient tomb or haunted castle, but in a British tabloid in the 1980s when a firefighter claimed he kept encountering the same undamaged painting in the ashes of burned-down houses. The painting itself is unremarkable, a sentimental portrait of a tearful boy, often attributed to Italian artist Bruno Amadeo. But what made it notorious was the pattern. Multiple homeowners reported that their houses had caught fire, yet the crying boy remained untouched by flames. One firefighter, Peter Hall, went public with his theory that the painting was cursed, sparking a media frenzy. Soon, newspapers were flooded with letters from terrified owners who'd survived blazes, only to find the boy's mournful gaze staring back from the wreckage. Some claimed they discarded the painting in a panic, only for it to reappear mysteriously in their homes. Psychologists have a field day with this legend. The phenomenon is a textbook case of confirmation bias. Once the curse story spread, people selectively remembered fires where the painting survived and ignored those where it burned. But there's also science behind its survival. The prints were often covered in thick, fire-resistant varnish, making them more likely to endure a blaze than ordinary paper. Yet logic didn't stop the panic. The power of suggestion ran so deep that British fire departments issued statements urging calm, while tabloids hosted public burnings of the paintings to break the curse. What's truly fascinating is how the crying boy reflects our instinct to anthropomorphize objects, to ascribe malice to the inanimate. The painting's sorrowful subject made it an easy target for superstition, as if the boy's tears somehow invited tragedy. Modern paranormal investigators have even tried to test the curse, displaying the painting in controlled environments to see if fires spontaneously erupt. Spoiler, they don't, but the legend persists, proving that curses don't need ancient origins to feel real, just a compelling story and our primal fear of the unexplained. Perhaps the most ironic twist, the crying boy is now a sought-after collector's item, with cursed originals selling for hundreds. Somewhere, that tearful child is still watching, not from the flames, but from the walls of those who no longer fear him. But the story of the crying boy doesn't end with ash and superstition. As the legend spread, something unexpected happened. Panic turned into obsession. What began as a wave of fear soon morphed into a full-blown collector's frenzy, proving that even curses can become commodities. When British tabloids first sensationalized the painting's eerie reputation, the public reaction was swift and extreme. Thousands of homeowners, gripped by paranoia, either burned their copies or tossed them into the trash. Some even held makeshift exorcisms, convinced the boy's sorrowful eyes carried a malevolent presence. Fire departments reported a bizarre surge in calls from people demanding that officials dispose of the paintings, as if they were handling toxic waste. At the height of the hysteria, one newspaper organized a mass burning event, inviting readers to bring their cursed artworks to be destroyed in a symbolic purge, an act that only fueled the myth further. Yet, as often happens with cursed objects, the very notoriety that made people fear the crying boy also made it irresistible. Within years of the panic, a strange reversal occurred. The painting, once discarded as cursed trash, became a hot commodity among collectors of the macabre. Auction prices soared as buyers clamored to own a piece of the legend, with some original prints selling for hundreds, even thousands of dollars. The tearful boy who once symbolized misfortune was now a trophy of the bizarre, a darkly ironic twist that speaks volumes about human fascination with the forbidden. Psychologists point to the scarcity principle at work here. The more an object is stigmatized or destroyed, the more valuable it becomes to those who crave the unusual. But there's also a deeper cultural impulse at play. By owning a cursed object, collectors tap into a thrill that transcends reason, a way to flirt with danger without real consequences. The crying boy is no longer just a painting. It's a story, a conversation piece, a tangible connection to the supernatural, even if that connection is entirely imagined. Today, the crying boy occupies a strange space between kitsch and legend. Online forums buzz with debates over whether certain prints are authentically cursed, while horror enthusiasts display them proudly alongside other infamous artifacts like Robert the Doll or the Dybbuk Box. The very same fire-resistant varnish that once saved the painting from flames now preserves it for a new generation of admirers, not as a harbinger of disaster, but as a relic of one of history's most peculiar mass panics. And so, the boy who once wept alone in the ruins of burned homes now gazes out from the walls of those who celebrate his dark fame. His curse, if it ever existed, has been defanged by time and commerce, reduced to a campfire tale, yet still potent enough to remind us how easily fear can ignite and how quickly it can turn to fascination. But while the crying boy paints a picture of superstition turned spectacle, history holds far older and deadlier enigmas. Now, let's journey into the frozen Alps, where a 5,000-year-old secret lies waiting, and the line between science and curse blurs in the icy wind. They called him Ötzi the Iceman. Preserved for millennia in glacial ice, his body was a time capsule, a window into the Copper Age. But when hikers stumbled upon his remains in 1991, they unknowingly awakened a legend far darker than archaeology. Within years, eerie whispers began. Those who disturbed Ötzi's eternal slumber faced bizarre, untimely ends. First came the death of Rainer Henn, the forensic expert who handled Ötzi's body. Just days after examining the mummy, Henn was killed in a freak car crash. An accident so sudden, colleagues called it unnatural. Then Konrad Spindler, the lead archaeologist who famously declared Ötzi would never claim lives, succumbed to a rare, aggressive illness. The guide who led researchers to the discovery fell to his death in the same mountains where Ötzi was found, and the journalist who filmed the excavation died of a brain tumor months later. Even the hiker who first spotted the body perished in an avalanche, a grim tally that left many wondering. Was this mere coincidence or something far older and angrier? Ötzi himself bore signs of a violent end. Arrowheads lodged in his shoulder, defensive wounds on his hands. This was no peaceful passing. Some theorize his killers placed a death curse upon him, binding his spirit to retaliate against those who disturbed his rest. Others point to the eerie artifacts found with him. A copper axe of rare purity, fungi with medicinal properties, and symbols carved into his skin that resemble ancient wards. Were these meant to protect him or trap his fury? Scientists offer alternatives: toxic molds in the ice, psychological stress from handling death, even the power of suggestion. Yet the pattern persists. As recently as 2005, a researcher studying Ötzi suffered a stroke mid-presentation about the mummy. The locals in the Tyrol region still speak in hushed tones of the Iceman's wrath, refusing to visit his resting place. Perhaps the truth lies between. Ötzi's curse may not be supernatural, but a reminder: some secrets, especially those carved in ice and blood, demand respect. His story isn't just about death, it's about the cost of uncovering the past and the shadows that cling to those who dare to look too close. Yet beneath the chilling tales of Ötzi's curse lies an astonishing scientific legacy, one that has rewritten history itself. While the mummy's alleged wrath captivates imaginations, his frozen body has gifted humanity with unparalleled insights into a world lost for 5,000 years. Every detail of Ötzi's existence tells a story. His stomach contents revealed a final meal of wild goat and einkorn wheat, giving us a snapshot of Copper Age diets. The fungi strung on leather around his neck wasn't just jewelry, it was prehistoric penicillin, a medicinal mushroom still used today to fight infections. Even his tattoos, etched along acupuncture points, suggest early knowledge of pain relief. This wasn't just a corpse, it was a living encyclopedia of ancient survival. The copper axe he carried revolutionized archaeology. Made from ore mined over 60 miles away, it proved long-distance trade networks existed far earlier than believed. His clothing, crafted from deer and goat hides, showcased sophisticated stitching techniques that defy the primitive stereotype of early humans, and the blood found on his weapons. DNA analysis identified 4 different individuals, painting a dramatic scene of conflict, one where Ötzi might have saved a wounded companion before meeting his own violent end. Modern technology has peeled back layers of Ötzi's life with startling precision. 3-dimensional scans reconstructed his face, revealing sunken cheeks and piercing brown eyes. Pollen in his intestines pinpointed the season of his death to early summer. Even his voice box was digitally modeled, allowing scientists to approximate how he might have sounded. These discoveries didn't just humanize him, they shattered assumptions about how our ancestors lived, fought, and healed. But perhaps the most profound revelation came from Ötzi's DNA. Genetic markers linked him to present-day Sardinians, appending migration theories about early Europeans. Traces of Lyme disease in his bones made him the oldest known case of the illness, while hardened arteries showed that heart disease plagued humanity long before modern diet. His very cells whisper secrets about human evolution that textbooks never imagined. Science and superstition need not be enemies. While some still shiver at Ötzi's curse, researchers continue to study him with reverence, not fear. Each new finding honors his accidental gift to humanity. The Iceman reminds us that the past isn't just a collection of bones and artifacts. It's a mirror reflecting our shared struggles, ingenuity, and resilience across millennia. So as we turn next to another artifact wrapped in legend, remember, sometimes the greatest curses are the truths we're not ready to face. Turning now from the frozen mysteries of Ötzi, we encounter a gemstone steeped in centuries of bloodshed and royal intrigue, the so-called Black Prince's ruby. This crimson jewel, set prominently in Britain's imperial state crown, has witnessed coronations, battles, and untimely deaths, leaving many convinced it carries a malevolent curse. Yet here's the twist, it's not even a ruby. This infamous stone is actually a spinel, a mineral often mistaken for ruby due to its deep red hue. The misnomer dates back to medieval times when gemology was more art than science. Unearthed in present-day Tajikistan, the spinel's first recorded owner was Abu Sa'id, a 14th-century Moorish prince of Granada. His fate set the tone for the gem's dark legacy. He was murdered during peace negotiations, and the stone was ripped from his lifeless body by King Pedro of Castile. Pedro himself would later be overthrown and killed, passing the jewel to his ally Edward of Woodstock, known as the Black Prince. The spinel's most legendary moment came in 1415 at the Battle of Agincourt, where Henry V wore it embedded in his helmet. Against impossible odds, his forces defeated the French, but the victory was bittersweet. Henry died just 7 years later, likely from dysentery, leaving his infant son to inherit a kingdom ripe for rebellion. The gem's next royal wearer, Richard III, met an even grislier end slain at Bosworth Field, his body lost for centuries beneath a parking lot. By the time the spinel was set into the crown jewels after the English Civil War, its reputation was sealed. King Charles I, who wore it during his reign, was beheaded. James II fled England in disgrace after the Glorious Revolution. Even Queen Victoria narrowly escaped assassination twice while wearing the crown that held the stone. Coincidence, perhaps, but the pattern is unsettling enough that modern royals reportedly handle the jewel with extra caution. Scientists confirm the spinel's true identity, yet its mystique endures. Unlike rubies, spinels form in a broader range of colors and lack chromium, the element that gives rubies their signature fluorescence. But this geological truth does little to dispel the stone's eerie allure. Whether cursed or merely unlucky, the Black Prince's ruby remains a glittering reminder of power's fleeting nature, a jewel that outlives its wearers, reflecting not just light but the shadows of history itself. As we peel back the layers of this gem's past, one question lingers. Is it the stone that brings misfortune, or simply the ruthless ambition of those who covet it? The answer may lie in our next tale, where greed and superstition collide in the labyrinthine halls of a mansion built for ghosts. Yet beyond the whispers of hexes and misfortune, the Black Prince's ruby carries something far more potent, a mirror to humanity's darkest impulses. This jewel's legacy isn't just about supernatural vengeance, but the very real corruptions of power that shaped Europe's bloody history. Consider Richard III, whose reign ended in betrayal and obscurity. The spinel passed through his hands during a time when England was fracturing under dynastic wars, and his gruesome fate at Bosworth Field became a cautionary tale. Was it the stone's curse or the inevitability of a king who seized power through violence? The gem's journey exposes a recurring pattern. Monarchs who clung to it often ruled during periods of chaos. Henry V's short-lived triumphs, Charles I's disastrous conflicts with Parliament, James II's humiliating exile. Each of these rulers believed in the divine right of kings, yet their downfalls suggest a harsher truth. Power, like the spinel itself, is fragile. The stone became a coveted symbol of authority, but also a magnet for rebellion. When Oliver Cromwell dismantled the monarchy and sold off the crown jewels, the spinel temporarily vanished only to return with the Restoration, as if mocking the fleeting nature of revolutions. Even the gem's misidentification as a ruby speaks volumes. For centuries, its value was inflated by a misconception, much like the inflated legitimacy of rulers who relied on superstition to justify their rule. The Tudors, for instance, propagated myths about their right to the throne while quietly distancing themselves from the spinel's darker associations. By the Victorian era, the British Empire displayed the jewel as a trophy of conquest, yet behind the pomp, the crown's grip on global dominance was already loosening. Today, the spinel sits encased in glass, its curse neutralized by modernity, or so we tell ourselves, but its history still whispers warnings. The same greed that drove kings to slaughter for this stone now drives collectors to pay millions for similar gems mined under brutal conditions. The curse, it seems, was never in the mineral itself, but in the human hunger to possess it. As we move from royal vaults to a very different kind of haunted treasure, remember, the deadliest curses aren't cast by spirits but by the living. Now let us step from the glittering vaults of European royalty into the shadowy corridors of America's most bizarre architectural enigma, the Winchester Mystery House. While the Black Prince's ruby reflected the curses of power, this sprawling California mansion tells a chilling tale of guilt, grief, and a woman's desperate attempt to outrun the dead. Sarah Winchester, heiress to the Winchester rifle fortune, became convinced that the spirits of those killed by her family's firearms were haunting her. After losing her infant daughter and husband in quick succession, she consulted a Boston medium who delivered a terrifying warning. The spirits demanded vengeance, and only continuous construction on her home would appease them. What followed was 38 years of non-stop building, a labyrinth of 160 rooms, staircases leading to ceilings, doors opening onto blank walls, and secret passages twisting like a fever dream. The house became a physical manifestation of Sarah's torment. She slept in a different room each night to confuse vengeful spirits, while seances guided her construction plans. Workers reported hearing hammering in empty rooms, shadows flitting behind stained glass, and cold spots in dead-end hallways. Even the numbers held eerie significance: staircases with 13 steps, chandeliers with 12 candle holders, 12 plus Sarah making 13, and a costly seance room where she allegedly communed with the dead at midnight. But was this really a curse or a widow's unraveling mind? Skeptics point to Sarah's arthritis, which may have inspired the home's odd ramps and tiny steps, while historians note her shrewd business sense. She paid workers fair wages even during recessions. Yet the tragedies piled up: a servant plummeting down an elevator shaft, a gardener crushed by falling doors, and Sarah's own death amidst the chaos of the 1906 earthquake, which she believed was spirits finally breaking through. Today, the house stands as a monument to obsession, its very design a whispered confession. Visitors report disembodied whispers near the Daisy Room where Sarah's baby died, and phantom footsteps in the endless halls. The true curse may not be supernatural but human, the weight of a fortune built on violence and one woman's lonely attempt to atone for it. From jewels that damned kings to a mansion that trapped a ghost, our next story proves curses need no magic, just the right kind of guilt. But what truly cements the Winchester Mystery House's reputation as a paranormal epicenter isn't just its tragic backstory. it's the countless eerie encounters documented within its walls. Modern visitors and investigators have captured spine-chilling evidence that suggests Sarah Winchester's spectral tenants never vacated the premises. Take the infamous Daisy Room, named after Sarah's late daughter. Tour guides report sudden drops in temperature, the sound of a child's laughter echoing from empty corners, and even fleeting glimpses of a small figure in Victorian-era clothing. Paranormal teams have recorded electronic voice phenomena, hear unexplained whispers that seem to respond to questions, with one audibly sighing, "Mama." Could this be the spirit of the infant Annie, whose death sent Sarah spiraling into her decades-long construction frenzy? Then there's the grand ballroom where Sarah once hosted elaborate seances. Guests and staff alike describe phantom music drifting from the sealed organ, invisible hands brushing against their shoulders, and the overwhelming scent of roses, Sarah's favorite flower, materializing without a source. In 2012, a group of investigators captured a thermal image of a figure gliding across the empty floor, its shape matching descriptions of Sarah's morning attire. Skeptics argue it's a trick of light, but the timing was uncanny. It appeared at exactly midnight, the hour Sarah conducted her rituals. Even the house's maze-like design fuels supernatural theories. The door to nowhere, a second-story entrance opening to a sheer drop, is a hotspot for shadow figures. Visitors swear they've seen silhouettes step through it, only to vanish midair. Similarly, the narrow switchback staircase, with its nonsensical 7 turns, seems to disorient more than just the living. EVP recordings here catch muffled conversations in 19th century dialects, often mentioning the mistress or the builders. But perhaps the most compelling evidence comes from the basement, where Sarah stored trunks of her husband's rifle blueprints. In 2019, a documentary crew filming after hours captured a chilling audio anomaly, the distinct sound of a hammer striking wood in rhythmic bursts despite no workers being present. When played backward, the audio reportedly formed the phrase, "She knew we'd come." Psychologists suggest the house's unsettling energy may stem from a phenomenon called stone tape theory, the idea that intense emotions can imprint on environments, replaying like a recording. Given Sarah's grief and paranoia, coupled with the house's chaotic architecture, it's no surprise that sensitive visitors feel watched. Others propose the mansion acts as a spiritual vortex, its endless corridors creating a trap for lost souls. Whatever the truth, one thing is certain: the Winchester Mystery House isn't just a monument to guilt, it's a living, breathing archive of the unresolved. And if the dead do walk here, they seem determined to make their presence known. From ghostly whispers to phantom builders, this house defies easy explanation. But as we'll soon discover, curses aren't confined to mansions or battlefields sometimes. They lurk in the unlikeliest of places, waiting to be awakened. But if you thought curses only haunted ancient relics or eerie mansions, let's turn the spotlight to something far more modern and tragic. The so-called Curse of the 27 Club isn't carved into tomb walls or whispered in ghostly corridors. Instead, it's etched into the untimely deaths of some of music's brightest stars, all silenced at the same chilling age. The pattern first sent shivers down spines in the late 1960s, when rock legends Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, and the Doors' Jim Morrison all died within months of each other, each at just 27 years old. Hendrix, the guitar virtuoso, was found unresponsive in a London hotel room. Joplin, the queen of psychedelic blues, overdosed in Hollywood. Morrison, the poetic rebel, was discovered lifeless in a Paris bathtub. 3 icons, 3 tragedies, 1 cursed age. The coincidence was too stark to ignore, and the myth of the 27 Club was born, but the curse didn't stop there. Decades later, British soul sensation Amy Winehouse joined the grim roster in 2011, her battle with addiction ending in a Camden flat. Kurt Cobain, Nirvana's tormented frontman, narrowly missed the club by a year, dying at 27. yet his name often gets tangled in the legend. Even blues pioneer Robert Johnson, whose 1938 death inspired tales of a Faustian bargain, allegedly succumbed at 27 after drinking poisoned whiskey. The list stretches on, from punk bassist Kristen Pfaff to rapper Fredo Santana, weaving a tapestry of talent cut brutally short. So what fuels this eerie phenomenon? Psychologists point to a perfect storm of factors. 27 often marks the peak of fame's pressure cooker artists juggling relentless touring, creative burnout, and the temptations of excess. The brain's prefrontal cortex, responsible for impulse control, isn't fully developed until the mid-20s, leaving many vulnerable to risky behavior. Add in the isolation of stardom and the self-destructive, live fast, die young ethos romanticized in rock culture, and the tragic pattern starts to make grim sense. Yet the 27 Club's grip on our imagination goes deeper than statistics. It taps into an ancient fear of fate, the idea that some lives are marked for doom. Music fans ritualize these deaths, turning birthdays and anniversaries into pilgrimages. Hollywood amplifies the myth with films like 27, while conspiracy theorists whisper about industry exploitation or even occult sacrifices. The truth, most musicians live past 27, but the ones who don't leave a haunting echo. Perhaps the real curse isn't a supernatural force, but the way society glorifies artists' struggles instead of protecting them. Winehouse's father later lamented how her addictions were treated as entertainment, while Hendrix's manager admitted ignoring his exhaustion. The 27 Club endures because it reflects our fascination with tragedy and a warning about the price of fame left unchecked. As we'll see next, curses don't just claim lives, they can also twist them into puzzles that defy explanation. But the myth of the 27 Club isn't just about those who fell victim to it. Some of music's most legendary figures narrowly escaped its grasp, proving that talent and tragedy don't always go hand in hand. Take Dave Grohl, for instance. The Foo Fighters frontman and Nirvana drummer turned 27 in 1996, just 2 years after Kurt Cobain's death. Instead of becoming another grim statistic, Grohl channeled his grief into reinvention, launching a solo project that would become one of rock's most enduring bands. His story isn't just one of survival, it's a blueprint for navigating fame's pitfalls with resilience. Then there's punk icon Patti Smith, who reached 27 in 1973. At an age when many artists buckle under pressure, Smith was penning her groundbreaking album, Horses, a work that would redefine rock poetry. She's since spoken openly about resisting the self-destructive traps of the industry, crediting discipline and creative focus. The same goes for hip-hop mogul Jay-Z, who turned 27 in 1996, the year he released his debut album and founded Roc-A-Fella Records. For every artist claimed by the so-called curse, there are figures like these who rewrote the narrative. Even musicians who brushed against the curse's shadow found ways to step back. Anthony Kiedis of the Red Hot Chili Peppers battled addiction in his 20s but entered rehab at 27, later calling it a turning point. Elton John, who struggled with substance abuse during his meteoric rise, has reflected on surviving his chaotic 20s by prioritizing mentorship and structure. These stories reveal a crucial truth. The 27 Club isn't fate, it's a crossroads. Yet the curse's legend persists, and not without reason. It serves as a stark reminder of the music industry's darker currents, the way it often exploits young talent without providing safeguards. Many artists who outlived the curse, like Grohl, have become vocal advocates for mental health support in the industry. The narrative endures because it forces us to confront uncomfortable questions. Why do we romanticize suffering in art? Why do record labels profit from chaos while offering little protection? Perhaps the most haunting aspect of the 27 Club is how it mirrors society's fascination with fallen stars. We immortalize those who died young: Hendrix, Joplin, Winehouse, while sometimes overlooking those who weathered the storm. Their survival stories don't just defy superstition, they offer a roadmap for change, because the real tragedy isn't an ancient hex, it's a system that too often fails its brightest lights. And if you think curses only target individuals, wait until you hear how one of history's most infamous diamonds wove destruction through entire bloodlines. Now, shifting from the music world to the realm of cinema, we encounter another chilling curse, one that haunts not individuals but an entire film franchise. The Poltergeist movies, beloved for their supernatural terror, seem to have attracted real-life horrors behind the scenes. It's as if the film's central theme, disturbing the dead, invited a malevolent force to linger long after the cameras stopped rolling. The first tragedy struck Dominique Dunne, who played the eldest daughter in the original Poltergeist. Just months after the film's release in 1982, her estranged boyfriend strangled her during a brutal attack. She was only 22, then came Heather O'Rourke, the iconic little girl who whispered, "They're here." After starring in all 3 films, she died suddenly at 12 from a misdiagnosed intestinal condition. Even more eerily, the actor who played her brother, Craig T. Nelson, later revealed that O'Rourke had once confided she feared she wouldn't live to see adulthood. But the curse didn't stop there. Julian Beck, who portrayed the terrifying Reverend Kane in Poltergeist 2, passed away from stomach cancer during production. Will Sampson, the Native American spiritual guide in the same film, died shortly after from post-surgery complications. And then there's the grim rumor that sealed the franchise's cursed reputation: the use of real human skeletons as props to save money. Crew members swore they heard whispers in empty soundstages, while others claimed equipment malfunctioned inexplicably around scenes involving the skeletons. What makes these tragedies so unsettling is how closely they mirror the film's own warnings. Poltergeist revolves around a family whose home is built on a disturbed burial ground, their lives unraveling as vengeful spirits retaliate. The movies practically scream a primal rule: don't trespass where the dead rest. Yet the production itself seemed to violate that very taboo, whether through cutting corners with real skeletons or filming scenes that mocked spiritual traditions. Some argue coincidence, pointing out that tragic deaths occur in every industry, but consider this: even the franchise's attempts to reboot have been plagued by setbacks. The 2015 remake lost its original director due to creative differences, and reshoots pushed the budget sky high, only for the film to flop with critics. It's almost as if the curse refuses to be revived alongside the story. Beyond superstition, the Poltergeist curse forces us to confront how Hollywood treats mortality, both on and off screen. How many productions treat death as a cheap plot device or a way to save on props? How often do studios ignore the ethical weight of their stories? The franchise's tragedies may not stem from a supernatural hex, but they reveal a darker truth about exploitation in entertainment. And if you think this curse is isolated, wait until you hear how another horror classic, The Exorcist, sparked its own wave of unexplained horrors. The eerie parallels between the Poltergeist curse and other infamous Hollywood horror productions are impossible to ignore. Take The Exorcist, for instance, a film so unsettling that its own cast and crew began to suspect something sinister was at play. During filming, unexplained fires broke out on set, destroying key locations. Actor Jack McGowan, who played Burke Dennings, died of flu complications before the movie's release, while Ellen Burstyn suffered a permanent spinal injury during the infamous bedroom shake scene. Even the set's priest consultants reportedly refused to stay alone in the room where Regan's demonic transformation was filmed, claiming an oppressive presence lingered there. Then there's The Omen, another cursed classic. Gregory Peck's plane was struck by lightning en route to filming, while his co-star David Warner narrowly escaped death when his scheduled flight, the one he'd switched out of last minute, crashed. Most chillingly, special effects artist John Richardson was in a near-fatal car accident after completing the decapitation scene. When rescuers arrived, they found his passenger decapitated in a grim echo of the film's own imagery. These aren't just random tragedies, they're moments that seem to mirror the movie's darkest themes, as if the stories themselves bled into reality. So why do horror sets attract such grim folklore? Part of it lies in their subject matter. Films about the supernatural flirt with taboos, invoking demons, disturbing burial grounds, or mocking sacred traditions. Whether intentional or not, these narratives risk crossing invisible lines, sparking whispers of karmic retribution. But there's also the psychological factor. When you spend months immersed in dread, even minor mishaps feel like omens. A flickering light becomes a ghostly warning. A delayed shoot feels like cosmic interference. Yet there's a darker, more practical layer. Horror films often push boundaries both ethically and physically. The Exorcist's extreme special effects left actors traumatized, while Poltergeist's use of real skeletons prioritized budget over respect. In chasing authenticity, production sometimes caught real-world consequences. It's no coincidence that many cursed films involve hazardous conditions, rushed schedules, or exploitative practices. The Omen's animal attack scenes, for example, were notoriously grueling for both crew and creatures. But perhaps the most compelling explanation is how these stories resonate with audiences. A cursed film isn't just entertainment, it's a modern myth, a cautionary tale about tempting forces we don't understand. Whether fueled by coincidence or something deeper, these legends endure because they tap into our oldest fears that some doors once opened shouldn't have been. And as we'll see next, those doors aren't confined to soundstages sometimes. They're hidden in plain sight, waiting in the quiet corners of everyday life, moving from the eerie lore of Hollywood curses. Let's step into a chilling tale of survival and the haunting shadow it cast long after. The story of the 1972 Andes flight disaster is one of unimaginable grit, but also of a curse that seemed to cling to those who lived through it. When Uruguayan Air Force Flight 571 crashed into the Andes Mountains, the survivors faced a brutal choice: starve or consume the flesh of their dead teammates to stay alive. 16 men endured 72 days in the freezing wilderness, a harrowing feat of human endurance. But for many, returning home wasn't the end of their suffering. Whispers began that the survivors were marked, not by the mountains, but by the taboo they'd broken to escape them. Take Nando Parrodo, who lost his mother and sister in the crash. Though he became a celebrated hero for trekking out to find help, he later admitted to years of nightmares, guilt over eating his friends, and a lingering sense of being unclean. Then there was Carlos Pease, whose father never fully recovered from the trauma of searching for his son, only to learn of the grim reality behind his survival. Several survivors died young, some in accidents, others by suicide, fueling speculation that the mountains had claimed them after all. But was it really a curse or something far more human? Psychologists point to the crushing weight of survivors' guilt and untreated PTSD. In the 1970s, mental health care was rudimentary, and these men bore the invisible scars of an experience few could fathom. The curse narrative took root because it offered a simpler explanation: that their suffering was fate, not the result of trauma left unhealed. Even the Catholic Church, which initially condemned the act of cannibalism, later absolved them, calling it a necessary sacrifice. Yet the stigma lingered, isolating the survivors further. The darkest twist: some began to wonder if the real curse wasn't supernatural, but societal, the way people recoiled from their story, as if survival itself made them monstrous. When survivor Roberto Canessa became a pediatric cardiologist, he confessed that holding newborns after the ordeal felt like redemption. These babies knew nothing of the Andes. To them, I wasn't cursed, just a doctor. What makes this curse so unsettling is its ambiguity. Unlike tombs or gems, the Andes curse wasn't inscribed in stone. It was etched in whispers, in sidelong glances, in the quiet agony of men who outlived their friends only to face a different kind of wilderness. And as we'll see next, curses don't just follow the desperate sometimes. They stalk the halls of power where ambition and arrogance collide now. Let's peel back the layers of superstition and confront the raw truth behind the Andes survivors' suffering. The so-called curse wasn't etched in ancient runes or whispered by vengeful spirits. It was forged in the brutal science of survival and the silent scars of trauma. Modern research reveals something far more profound. These men weren't doomed by a supernatural force, but by the unimaginable psychological toll of their ordeal. Consider the medical realities they faced. At altitudes over 11,000 feet, their bodies were ravaged by frostbite, starvation, and hypoxia, the same conditions that claim lives on Everest. Doctors later found their organs had shrunk, their muscles withered to nearly half their mass, yet they adapted, their bodies cannibalizing themselves to keep vital systems alive. This wasn't magic, it was human biology pushed to its limits. The real tragedy came afterward, when society labeled their survival tactics as monstrous rather than miraculous. Psychologists now recognize the survivors as textbook cases of prolonged trauma. The guilt of consuming the dead triggered a unique form of PTSD, compounded by the era's stigma around mental health. In the 1970s, terms like survivor's guilt were barely understood, let alone treated. Many victims self-medicated with alcohol or withdrew entirely, like Alfredo Delgado, who lived as a recluse for years, haunted by the faces of those he'd eaten. The curse narrative conveniently masked a darker truth. Their suffering was exacerbated by ignorance, not destiny, but from this horror emerged groundbreaking science. The survivors' ordeal revolutionized high-altitude medicine, teaching us how the human body prioritizes organs during starvation. Their coping mechanisms, once vilified, now inform disaster psychology, helping first responders understand how survivors process extreme choices. Even the Catholic Church's eventual absolution reflected a seismic shift, acknowledging that morality blurs in life or death scenarios. Perhaps the most poignant lesson lies in Roberto Canis's later work. As a cardiologist, he often treated children born with heart defects, drawing parallels between their fight to live and his own. In the mountains, we learned that the will to survive isn't sinful, it's sacred, he once said. The Andes survivors didn't need exorcisms, they needed empathy. Their story reminds us that the darkest curses aren't supernatural, they're the judgments we place on those who endure the unthinkable. And as we turn from the mountains to the sea, another cursed voyage awaits, one where hubris, not hunger, sealed its fate now. Let's descend from the mountains into the icy waters of the North Atlantic, where history's most infamous maritime disaster is shrouded in eerie forewarnings. The sinking of the Titanic wasn't just a tragic accident, it was a catastrophe seemingly prophesied by multiple uncanny omens that haunt us to this day. 14 years before the ship's doomed maiden voyage, American author Morgan Robertson penned a novel called Futility, which reads like a grim blueprint of the disaster. His fictional ship, the Titan, was hailed as unsinkable, carried too few lifeboats, and struck an iceberg in the North Atlantic on an April night, mirroring the Titanic's fate with chilling precision. But the synchronities don't end there. Both ships were British-owned triple-screw vessels of similar length, and their collisions occurred at nearly identical coordinates. Robertson's fictional Titan even sank with a massive loss of life, just like its real-world counterpart. Even more unsettling were the ignored warnings. Captain Edward Smith reportedly dismissed multiple ice alerts from other ships in the area, including the Masaba's explicit warning of heavy pack ice and large icebergs. The Titanic's wireless operator even famously told the Californian's operator to shut up when they tried to send an iceberg warning, as he was busy transmitting passenger messages. But perhaps the most haunting premonition came from the Titanic's own lookout, Frederick Fleet, who later testified that he'd requested binoculars for the crow's nest but was denied. Passengers themselves reported eerie intuitions. wealthy businessman J.P. Morgan cancelled his booking last minute, citing vague unease, while a first-class passenger named W.T. Stead had written extensively about Atlantic shipwrecks, even describing a scenario where insufficient lifeboats caused mass drownings. He perished on the Titanic, as if his own words had foreshadowed his fate. Spiritualists later claimed that dozens of passengers had reported disturbing dreams of drowning in the weeks before sailing. The ship's construction itself seemed cursed. During its Belfast launch, a worker was crushed by falling timber, and another died in the shipyard, both considered bad omens by the superstitious workforce. Even the Titanic's hull number 300404 was said to spell "No Pope" when reflected in a mirror, fueling rumors that the ship was doomed by Protestant shipbuilders mocking Catholicism. Yet the most compelling evidence of a curse lies in the chain of human arrogance, the belief that technology could conquer nature. From the unsinkable claims to the ignored warnings, the Titanic's story remains a timeless parable about hubris. And as we'll soon discover, its wreckage continues to spawn modern legends of supernatural vengeance. But the echoes of the Titanic's tragedy didn't fade with the ship. They seeped into our collective imagination, spawning ghostly legends that ripple through pop culture to this day. Long before the wreckage was discovered in 1985, psychics and mediums claimed to channel its victims, with some even producing eerily accurate details about the ship's final moments. In the 1970s, British medium Jane Roberts allegedly contacted a spirit claiming to be a Titanic crew member who described the ship breaking apart, a fact not confirmed until Robert Ballard's expedition decades later. Then there are the objects, personal artifacts recovered from the wreckage, like pocket watches frozen at the time of sinking or tattered letters sealed in rusted lockboxes, seem to carry an unnerving energy. Museum curators have reported strange occurrences around these items: flickering lights, sudden temperature drops, even phantom whispers near a first-class passenger's recovered hand mirror. Some visitors claim to feel overwhelming grief when touching the relics, as if the anguish of that night lingers in the metal and leather. Hollywood amplified the haunting. The 1958 film, A Night to Remember, sparked rumors that extras playing drowned victims were actually ghosts, while James Cameron's 1997 blockbuster revived claims of spectral actors on set. Crew members reported shadowy figures in period clothing wandering the soundstages, and actor Billy Zane insisted he saw a woman in an old-fashioned gown vanish near the grand staircase replica. Even the ship's real wreck plays a role. Sonar images of the debris field sometimes show unexplained shapes, with some researchers swearing they've captured ghostly faces in the murky depths. Perhaps the most chilling modern legend involves the ship's distress calls. Radio enthusiasts occasionally report picking up faint, staticky Morse code messages matching the Titanic's final signals over a century later. Whether these are hoaxes, atmospheric anomalies, or something more supernatural, they feed the enduring mythos of a tragedy so colossal it refuses to stay buried. And as we'll soon see, this isn't the only shipwreck whose stories continue to haunt us. Moving from the icy depths of the Atlantic, we now step into one of history's most glittering enigmas, the Amber Room. Often called the eighth wonder of the world, this lavish chamber was a masterpiece of Baroque art, its walls adorned with over 6 tons of golden amber, intricate mosaics, and gilded mirrors. Gifted to Peter the Great by Prussia in 1716, it became a crown jewel of Russia's Catherine Palace until the Nazis invaded in 1941. As German forces advanced, curators scrambled to hide the room behind ordinary wallpaper, but the ruse failed. The Nazis dismantled it in 48 hours, packing the panels into crates and shipping them to Königsberg Castle. Witnesses reported eerie occurrences during the theft tools malfunctioning, sudden illnesses among the soldiers, and one officer allegedly screaming that the amber burned like hellfire as he touched it. By 1945, with the Red Army closing in, the room vanished, Some say it was destroyed in Allied bombings, others insist it was smuggled out. What followed was a trail of misfortune for those who hunted it. The first casualty was the room's last known custodian, a German art official named Alfred Rode. After being interrogated by Soviet troops, he and his wife died suddenly in 1945, officially from typhus, though no other cases were reported in the area. Then came the curious case of a former Nazi soldier, Georg Stein, who dedicated his life to finding the Amber Room. In 1987, his body was found mutilated in a Bavarian forest, his files stolen. Even more chilling, a Soviet intelligence officer, General Yuri Gusev, died in a suspicious car crash in 1992 after hinting he'd uncovered its location. So where could it be? Theories range from hidden tunnels beneath Königsberg, now Kaliningrad, to a sunken steamer in the Baltic, or even a secret bunker in the Ore Mountains. In 2017, Polish divers claimed to find a wreck near Gdansk containing crates matching the room's description, but nothing was recovered. Others whisper it's hidden deep within the Russian state archives, a Cold War bargaining chip too volatile to reveal. The only confirmed fragments, a single mosaic discovered in 1997 in the possession of a German soldier's son, and a charred corner panel found in Königsberg's ruins, both now displayed in replicas of the original room. Yet the curse lingers. In 2003, a meticulously reconstructed Amber Room opened in St. Petersburg, funded by German companies as a gesture of reconciliation. But some say the replica is haunted. Tourists report catching reflections of strangers in old-fashioned dress in its mirrors, or feeling an inexplicable chill near the amber. Whether myth or malice, the room's legacy remains a shimmering puzzle, its treasures and its victims lost to time. But the mystery of the Amber Room refuses to fade into history. In recent years, a new wave of treasure hunters has taken up the search, drawn by high-tech tools and tantalizing clues, only to encounter eerie setbacks that keep the curse's legend alive. Take the case of German historian Gustav Kress, who in 2010 claimed to have pinpointed the room's location in a network of tunnels beneath the former Königsberg castle. Days before he was to share his findings with the press, his apartment burned to the ground, destroying all his research. Fire investigators found no clear cause, and Kress himself vanished shortly after, leaving behind only a cryptic note, "They don't want it found." Then there's the bizarre story of Polish diver Piotr Michalski, who in 2016 led an expedition to a sunken Nazi ship off Poland's coast, convinced the Amber Room lay in its hold. His team surfaced with blurry sonar images of crates, but the very next day, Michalski was hospitalized with sudden, unexplained paralysis. Doctors called it a rare neurological disorder, yet Michalski insisted it began the moment he touched one of the ship's rusted hatch handles. The crates, they'd mysteriously vanished when divers returned. Even modern technology hasn't escaped the curse. In 2019, a team of Lithuanian archaeologists using ground-penetrating radar discovered an anomaly beneath a Soviet-era bunker in Kaliningrad. Local media buzzed that it could be the room's amber panels until the team's leader, Dr. Elena Petrovna, suffered a stroke mid-dig. Her colleagues described hearing ghostly whispers in the tunnels before equipment failures forced them to abandon the site. To this day, the bunker remains sealed by authorities, citing structural instability. Perhaps most chilling is the fate of British treasure hunter Leonard Blunt, who in 2021 auctioned off a single amber fragment he claimed was from the room. Within weeks, his wife left him, his home was burgled, and he was diagnosed with a fast-spreading cancer. In a final interview, Blunt admitted, "I thought curses were fairy tales. Now I pray it's just coincidence." So why does the Amber Room continue to claim victims? Some point to the amber itself, a substance long believed in Baltic folklore to trap souls and amplify curses. Others suggest the room's tragic history, woven with war and greed, creates a kind of karmic echo. But for those who have felt its touch, the answer is simpler. Some treasures are meant to stay lost. Now let's journey from hidden amber treasures to the hallowed halls of ancient prophecy, where the Oracle of Delphi wielded a curse as sharp as her riddles. Nestled on the slopes of Mount Parnassus, the Temple of Apollo was more than just a spiritual landmark. It was a political powerhouse, feared for its cryptic predictions and the dire consequences of doubting them. Consider the fate of Alexander the Great's general, Parmenion, who openly scoffed at the oracles, warning that invading Persia would lead to his ruin. Within months, he was executed on Alexander's orders, his family massacred, a brutal end that devotees saw as the god's vengeance. But the oracle's wrath wasn't reserved for soldiers alone. Roman Emperor Julian the Apostate, in his zeal to revive pagan traditions, demanded a prophecy to justify his war against Persia. When the priestess Pythia delivered a grim omen, "Tell the king the hallowed hall has fallen to the ground," Julian dismissed it as nonsense. Weeks later, he died mysteriously in battle, struck by a spear that some claimed bore Persian markings, while others whispered it came from his own disillusioned troops. His death marked the end of Rome's pagan revival, just as the prophecy foretold. What made these curses so potent? Modern science offers a clue. The temple sat atop a geological fault, leaking ethylene gas, a substance known to induce trances and hallucinations. The priestesses who inhaled these fumes likely believed their visions were divine, but skeptics paid a steep price. When King Croesus of Lydia tested the oracle by asking what he was doing on a specific day, her answer, "You are boiling a tortoise in a bronze pot," was eerily accurate. Yet when she advised that attacking Persia would destroy a great empire, he assumed it meant his enemies. The empire that fell was his own. The Delphi curse thrived on ambiguity, but its political utility was crystal clear. City-states lavished gifts on the temple to sway its prophecies, and those who challenged its authority often met tragic ends. Even the temple's decline bore the mark of divine retribution. When Emperor Theodosius banned pagan rites in the 4th century, earthquakes and landslides buried the site, as if the earth itself enforced the curse. Today, Delphi's ruins stand as a warning. Some voices, whether divine or delusional, were never meant to be ignored. As we peel back the layers of history, the line between curse and consequence blurs. Was it toxic gas, human hubris, or something truly otherworldly that sealed these fates? Perhaps the oracle's greatest trick was making us wonder, even centuries later. But as night must follow day, even the oracle's power couldn't last forever. The final prophecy from Delphi wasn't about kings or empires. It was a haunting prediction of her own end. According to ancient texts, the last priestess to sit upon the sacred tripod delivered a chilling message. The temple will fall silent, and the voices of the gods will fade until a new god rises from the east. For centuries, this riddle baffled scholars. Then, in the year 394, Emperor Theodosius I, a devout Christian, issued an edict banning all pagan rituals. The temple doors were sealed, the sacred fires extinguished. Almost immediately, earthquakes shattered the remaining structures, and landslides buried the sanctuary under rubble. To the faithful, this wasn't mere coincidence, it was the curse coming full circle. The new god foretold by the oracle. Historians argue it pointed to Christianity, which swept across the Roman Empire like a tidal wave, erasing the old gods. But here's where the story twists. A 6th century account claims a group of philosophers visited the abandoned site, desperate for one last prophecy. As they stood in the ruins, a voice echoed from the cracked earth, "Tell them the sea has taken Apollo." Days later, a tsunami devastated the eastern Mediterranean, destroying coastal temples, including one dedicated to Apollo on another shore. Was this the god's final punishment, or merely nature's fury? The oracle's curse, it seems, thrived on leaving questions unanswered. What makes this final chapter so eerie is how it mirrors earlier warnings. Just as Croesus misinterpreted his own downfall, later generations misread the signs of Delphi's demise. Some early Christians saw the temple's destruction as divine justice, while pagan holdouts whispered that the curse had merely shifted form. After all, didn't Christianity itself face persecutions and schisms? Even today, archaeologists note strange patterns. Artifacts from Delphi often go missing or break under mysterious circumstances. Is it bad luck, or does the oracle still have teeth? As we step back from these ruins, one truth echoes louder than any prophecy. Curses outlive their creators. Whether through gas-induced visions, political manipulation, or sheer human fear, the weight of Delphi's words still presses on history. And perhaps that was the real curse all along, not the predictions themselves, but our endless need to believe in them. Now, let's turn to a curse that needs no translation. The malevolent force said to lurk behind the Black Dahlia's infamous smile. But while the oracle's curse faded into history, another darkness was just beginning, one carved into the streets of Los Angeles with a knife. The year was 1947, and the city would never forget the name Elizabeth Short, forever known as the Black Dahlia. Her murder wasn't just brutal, it was orchestrated with a precision that felt unnatural. The facts alone are chilling. Short's body was discovered drained of blood, severed at the waist, and posed grotesquely in a vacant lot. But what happened next was stranger still. The lead detective on the case, Harry Hansen, died suddenly of a heart attack just months later. A reporter who obsessively covered the story, Will Fowler, claimed he received phone calls from a voice whispering, "You're next." He survived, but his career collapsed under unexplained circumstances. Even crime scene photos vanished from police archives as if the case itself was cursed. Then came the occult rumors. Some say Short dabbled in the supernatural, attending seances in Hollywood's underbelly. Others whisper her killer used ritualistic symbols, the clean cuts, the drained blood pointing to a dark magic sacrifice. The most haunting theory, that her ghost lingers near the murder site, appearing to tourists as a woman in black with lips sewn shut, mimicking her real-life mutilation. But here's the twist that binds this curse to others we've explored. Like Delphi's prophecies, the Black Dahlia's story warps under scrutiny. Modern historians note that many connected deaths were coincidental. Hansen had a known heart condition, Fowler battled alcoholism. Yet the curse persists because we crave patterns. When a cold case blogger vanished in 2012 after reopening the investigation, forums lit up with claims of supernatural retribution. Never mind that he'd struggled with depression, the curse became the explanation. What makes the Black Dahlia endure isn't just the horror of her death, it's the unanswered questions. Over 600 people have falsely confessed to her murder, some citing demonic possession. Her case file remains the LAPD's most requested, as if solving it might break the spell. But curses don't unravel with logic. They thrive in the shadows between fact and fear, and Elizabeth Short's story is no exception. Now, let's journey from Hollywood's darkness to an empire's buried secret where terracotta warriors stand guard over a curse older than time itself. From the shadows of Hollywood's darkest crime, the Black Dahlia story seeped into the very fabric of pop culture, twisting reality into myth. This wasn't just a murder case. It became a mirror reflecting society's obsession with unsolved mysteries and the supernatural. The first ripples appeared in 1953, when playwright John Hart's The Dahlia hit Broadway, reimagining Elizabeth Short's life with eerie, fictionalized flourishes. Audiences flocked to it not for truth but for the chilling allure of the unknown. Then came the books, dozens of them, each claiming to solve the case, yet only deepening the enigma. James Ellroy's The Black Dahlia, a cornerstone of noir fiction, wove Short's tragedy into a labyrinth of corruption and obsession, blurring fact and fiction so seamlessly that readers began confusing his novel for history. Even Ellroy admitted the case haunted him. His own mother's unsolved murder when he was a child mirrored short story in his mind, binding the two in a personal curse. But the most disturbing legacy: copycat crimes. In 1974, a woman's body was found in the Philippines posed identically to Short's, her killer leaving a note signed, "The Black Dahlia Reborn." Decades later, in 2016, a German artist recreated the crime scene as part of an exhibition, sparking outrage. These acts weren't just macabre homage, they revealed how the curse had metastasized into a cultural obsession, feeding off the same dark fascination that keeps us whispering about curses. Hollywood, of course, couldn't resist. Films like True Confessions and The Black Dahlia turned Short's tragedy into slick entertainment, her mutilated image reduced to a plot device. Even podcasts and YouTube channels dissect the case with ghoulish enthusiasm, their hosts speculating about curses while ignoring the real woman behind the legend. Yet here's the paradox: the more we dissect the Dahlia curse, the more power it gains. Every documentary, every breakthrough theory adds another layer to the myth. It's no coincidence that amateur sleuths who dive too deep often report nightmares or eerie coincidences, not because of a supernatural force, but because the human mind craves patterns even when none exist. Now, let's step away from Hollywood's neon glow and into the silent watch of an ancient army where thousands of terracotta warriors guard a curse buried for millennia. The whispers of Hollywood's darkest obsessions fade as we journey east, where an army of stone and earth has stood guard for over 2,000 years, bound by a curse as silent as the clay from which they were forged. In China's Shaanxi province, the terracotta army waits 8,000 soldiers, each with a unique face, buried alongside the ruthless emperor Qin Shi Huang to protect him in the afterlife. But disturb their slumber, and legend says you awaken something far older than superstition. It began in 1974 when farmers digging a well struck not water but pottery, a single terracotta head staring blankly from the soil. Archaeologists rushed to the site, uncovering row upon row of warriors, their weapons still sharp, their chariots ready for battle. Yet as the world marveled, strange rumors spread. Workers reported tools vanishing overnight, cameras malfunctioning, and an oppressive feeling of being watched. One farmer who first discovered the army allegedly suffered years of financial ruin and family tragedy, whispered to be the emperor's vengeance for disturbing his rest. But the true terror lies deeper, in the tomb itself still unopened after millennia. Ancient texts describe rivers of liquid mercury flowing through Qin Shi Huang's burial chamber, mimicking the waterways of China. Modern scans confirm alarming mercury levels in the soil, matching those descriptions exactly. Was it a preservation technique or something darker? Archaeologists who have gotten too close tell of sudden illnesses, bizarre accidents, and vivid nightmares of being buried alive. Even the Chinese government hesitates to excavate further, citing preservation concerns, though locals swear they fear the curse more. Then there are the warriors' faces. Forensic studies reveal each was modeled after a real soldier in Qin Shi Huang's army, their features preserved in clay for eternity. Some believe their spirits were trapped within, forced to serve beyond death. Visitors who mock or disrespect the statues, touching them for photos, stealing fragments often recount eerie consequences. One tourist who pocketed a warrior's finger claimed his hand began rotting within days, the doctors baffled. Another reported hearing marching footsteps outside her hotel room, only to find clay dust lining the hallway each morning. Science offers explanations, of course. The mercury, a common imperial preservative, the accidents, coincidence. But when farmers in nearby villages still leave offerings at the excavation site, begging forgiveness for waking the emperor, it's clear some curses thrive in the space between fact and fear. And perhaps that's the point. Qin Shi Huang didn't just build an army, he built a warning: some secrets are meant to stay buried. Now, let's cross oceans to where another kind of treasure hides, one that drowned its pursuers in greed and mystery. But the mystery of the Terracotta Army isn't just about curses, it's a battle between history and ethics, science and superstition. As archaeologists debate whether to excavate Qin Shi Huang's untouched tomb, they face a dilemma: uncover humanity's past or respect the dead's warning. Mercury isn't the only danger. The tomb's structure itself is a death trap. Ancient records describe booby traps, crossbows rigged to fire at intruders, pits disguised as pathways. While some dismiss these as legends, radar scans reveal anomalies in the tomb's walls that match descriptions of hidden mechanisms. In 2012, a team using ground-penetrating technology abruptly halted their survey after equipment failures and crew members falling ill with unexplained rashes. Officially, it was labeled an environmental reaction, but diggers whispered of the emperor's vengeance. Yet the greatest risk might be exposure, not just to toxins but to time. When the terracotta warriors were first unearthed, their vivid paint flaked off within minutes of contact with air. Current excavations use advanced preservation techniques, but scientists admit they still can't stop certain pigments from crumbling. Imagine what could be lost if the tomb's inner chamber, potentially filled with artifacts, texts, even the emperor's body, is opened prematurely. We get one chance, admits Dr. Lai Zhejian, a lead researcher. If we enter without the right technology, we could erase history instead of saving it. This fear has real precedent. When Egypt's King Tutankhamun's tomb was opened in the 1920s, rushed excavations caused irreparable damage to fragile items. Curators today still struggle to stabilize artifacts that began deteriorating the moment they saw daylight. China seems determined not to repeat this mistake. Despite international pressure, they've enforced a strict, slow archaeology approach, using non-invasive tech like 3D mapping and robotic probes. Some call this overcautious, but after mercury levels in soil tested 4 times higher than safety limits near the tomb's entrance, caution seems warranted. Then there's the spiritual cost. For locals, the warriors aren't relics, they're ancestors. Villagers near the site still practice rituals honoring the clay soldiers, leaving offerings of fruit and incense. They died for the emperor once, says Elder Zhang Wei. Must we disturb their rest just to satisfy curiosity? Even workers at the museum report uneasy feelings after hours, hearing faint whispers or finding statues seemingly repositioned. Science scoffs, yet when a night guard quit in 2019, swearing a warrior blinked at him, his colleagues didn't laugh. Perhaps the curse isn't supernatural at all, but a lesson in humility. Qin Shi Huang obsessed over immortality, yet his greatest legacy, these silent soldiers, endures precisely because it was buried. Modern technology may one day unlock the tomb safely, but until then, the real curse might be our impatience. After all, 2,000 years is nothing to the dead. They can wait a little longer. Now, let's sail into murkier waters where not gold but emeralds lured men to their doom. Leaving ancient China behind, we now navigate toward one of the ocean's greatest enigmas, a place where compasses spin wildly and ships vanish without warning. The Bermuda Triangle, a stretch of sea between Florida, Puerto Rico, and Bermuda, has been the stage for countless disappearances, each shrouded in eerie speculation. But is this a realm of supernatural vengeance or simply nature's unchallenged dominance? Let's separate myth from maritime reality. The legend took hold in 1945 when Flight 19, a squadron of 5 U.S. Navy bombers vanished during a routine training mission. The pilot's final radio transmissions spoke of malfunctioning compasses and white water obscuring the horizon. A rescue plane sent to find them disappeared too, leaving no wreckage. Newspapers dubbed it the Devil's Triangle, and the mythos grew. Yet declassified documents later revealed human error. The squadron's leader, Lieutenant Charles Taylor, was notoriously navigationally reckless, likely leading his team fatally off course. Then there's the USS Cyclops, a colossal Navy cargo ship that vanished in 1918 with over 300 souls aboard. no distress call was ever made. The vessel simply dissolved into the Atlantic. Conspiracy theorists blamed everything from Atlantis to alien abductions, but marine historians point to the ship's overloaded hull and unstable manganese ore cargo, a combination known to cause sudden capsizing. The ocean floor here plunges to depths of over 20,000 feet, swallowing evidence whole. Science offers sobering explanations. The triangle sits atop methane hydrate deposits. If these gas pockets erupt, they can lower water density so drastically that ships sink like stones. The area is also a hotspot for rogue waves, walls of water up to 100 feet tall, and microburst storms that form too rapidly for radar detection. Even the compass malfunctions have a mundane cause. The triangle is one of few places where true north and magnetic north align, creating navigational confusion for the unprepared. Yet the allure of the curse persists. In 1970, journalist Vincent Gaddy's cherry-picked cases to paint the triangle as supernatural, ignoring the thousands of ships that pass through safely yearly. Modern satellite tracking shows disappearance rates here are no higher than in other high-traffic zones like the North Sea. But try telling that to the families of those lost, like the crew of the SS Marine Sulphur Queen, a tanker that vanished in 1963. No trace was found, not even a life jacket. Perhaps the real curse is our hunger for mystery. We'd rather blame vengeful spirits than accept that nature, in all its raw power, remains indifferent to human fate. As oceanographer Dr. Helen Sterling notes, the sea doesn't need curses to be deadly, it always has been. And now, prepare to step into a world where art and terror collide, a place where a single painting outlived the flames that should have consumed it. But while the legends whisper of curses, science speaks a different language, one of methane bubbles, rogue waves, and invisible forces that turn the ocean into a predator. Let's peel back the layers of the Bermuda Triangle's mysteries with cold, hard facts. First, the methane theory. Beneath the seabed here, vast reservoirs of methane hydrate, a frozen form of natural gas, lurk in sediments. When underwater landslides or seismic activity destabilize these deposits, the methane can erupt violently. Imagine a boiling pot suddenly reducing to a simmer. That's what happens to seawater when methane bursts forth. The gas lowers water density so drastically that ships lose buoyancy instantly, plunging straight down without time for distress calls. In laboratory simulations, researchers at Cardiff University recreated this effect, showing how even mid-sized vessels could vanish in under a minute under such conditions. And with the triangle's floor reaching depths of over 7,000 meters, wreckage would scatter beyond recovery. Then there are rogue waves, once dismissed as sailors' folklore until satellite data proved their existence. These walls of water can tower 30 meters high, the height of a 10-story building, and strike with zero warning. In 2001, the European Space Agency's Max Wave project identified more than 10 rogue waves worldwide in just 3 weeks, 2 within the Bermuda Triangle's notorious boundaries. The SSL Pharaoh, lost in 2015, likely met this fate. Recovered black box data recorded winds of 260 kilometers per hour before the recording cut off abruptly. Unlike tsunamis, which build from seismic activity, rogue waves form from freak collisions of smaller waves, amplified by currents like the triangle's swift Gulf Stream. As for compass malfunctions, the truth lies in Earth's magnetic quirks. The Bermuda Triangle is one of only 2 places on the planet where true north and magnetic north align perfectly, a phenomenon called agonic line. For navigators relying on magnetic compasses, this creates a zone where readings seem broken, especially if they're unaware of the local magnetic declination. Flight 19's Lieutenant Taylor famously ignored his compass, relying instead on visual landmarks, a fatal mistake when flying over open ocean where clouds distort horizons. Modern GPS has rendered this irrelevant, but for early aviators and sailors, it was a navigational blind spot ripe for tragedy. Even the Triangle's infamous electronic fog, blamed for instrument failures, has a mundane explanation. The area's frequent, sudden thunderstorms generate intense electromagnetic interference, scrambling radio communications and radar. Combine this with the region's high humidity, and you get conductive air that can short-circuit sensitive electronics. A 2018 study by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration noted that rapid weather shifts here create atmospheric ducting, bending radar beams erratically and giving false readings of calm seas ahead while monsters brew unseen. So why does the curse narrative persist? Because, as marine archaeologist Dr. Rachel Whittaker puts it, we'd rather mythologize than accept how small we are against the ocean's chaos. The Bermuda Triangle isn't cursed, it's simply indifferent, a reminder that nature's laws care nothing for human timelines or headlines. And yet, our next story proves that some curses cling harder than others, especially when they're painted in strokes of inexplicable fire. Now let's step from the treacherous waters of the Bermuda Triangle into the gilded halls of one of the world's most infamous performance venues, the Paris Opera House, where art and tragedy collide in a haunting symphony. This architectural masterpiece, known formally as the Palais Garnier, hides a dark legacy beneath its opulent chandeliers and velvet curtains, a curse woven into its very foundations. The most chilling incident occurred in 1896, when a counterweight from the opera house's massive chandelier snapped during a performance, plummeting into the audience. One woman, a concierge named Madame Chomet, was crushed instantly by the 7-ton fixture. Witnesses described the horror as a chandelier of fire descending like divine retribution, a scene immortalized in Gaston Leroux's Phantom of the Opera. But this was no fiction. Inspection records later revealed neglected frayed cables, a grim reminder that human error often wears the mask of a curse. Yet the Phantom's legend predates even this disaster. Construction of the Opera House in the 1860s was plagued by misfortune from the start. An underground lake, still present beneath the building, flooded the foundations repeatedly, drowning workers and delaying progress for months. Rumors spread that the architect, Charles Garnier, had angered spirits by disturbing ancient waterways sacred to Paris's Celtic ancestors. Then came the fire. In 1873, just months before completion, a blaze erupted backstage, devouring priceless sets and costumes. Oddly, the flames spared only one item, a prop skull used in Faust, a play about a man who sells his soul to the devil. Stagehands swore the skull laughed in the ashes, but the curse didn't stop with accidents. Performers began reporting eerie phenomena: whispers in empty dressing rooms, shadowy figures gliding through the rafters. In 1920, a ballerina named Marie Renault shattered her spine after an unseen force pushed her off a platform mid-rehearsal. Her understudy, who'd reportedly mocked the superstitions, met the same fate weeks later, falling down a staircase. Then there was the lead tenor in 1958 who collapsed mid-aria, clutching his throat. An autopsy found no cause of death, fueling whispers of the Phantom's vengeance. Even modern staff tread carefully. A current stage manager who requested anonymity shared that props still vanish overnight, only to reappear in the lake's flooded tunnels. Security cameras inexplicably fail during night shifts, and cleaners refuse to enter Box 5, the Phantom's fictional haunt, after hearing disembodied piano chords. Restoration teams in 2015 uncovered a cryptic engraving beneath the stage, a single word in Old French, dormez, sleep. Historians later traced it to a medieval warning against disturbing sacred ground. Science offers little comfort here, while skeptics blame the opera house's labyrinthine design for echoes and drafts that trick the mind. The sheer volume of tragedies defies coincidence. Perhaps the real curse is the weight of collective belief, or perhaps, as the Phantom's legend insists, some art demands sacrifice. Either way, the Palais Garnier remains a stage where the line between myth and reality blurs, much like our next cursed tale, where a painting's tears foreshadowed flames. Turning from the opera house's tragic past, let's explore the spectral present where staff and visitors continue to encounter the unexplained. The Palais Garnier's modern hauntings are as persistent as they are chilling, with reports spanning every corner of this gilded labyrinth. Take the infamous Man in Black, a shadowy figure repeatedly spotted in the upper balconies. Stagehands describe him as tall, dressed in 19th century evening wear, his face obscured by a top hat. He's been seen leaning over railings, watching rehearsals with unsettling intensity, only to vanish when approached. In 2014, a lighting technician named Claude Moreau swore the man whispered directly into his ear during a solo rigging check. He said, "The chandelier must fall again," Claude recounted. "But when I turned, there was no one there." Stranger still, security footage from that night showed Claude alone. Yet his audio recorder captured a second, unidentified voice. Then there's the underground lake, a flooded cavity beneath the opera house that still unnerves even seasoned workers. Maintenance crews refuse to enter alone after multiple accounts of hands breaking the water's surface pale, skeletal fingers that grasp at equipment before sinking without a trace. In 2017, divers inspecting the lake's structural supports reported something far worse: humanoid shapes floating in the murk, their forms dissolving when lights touched them. One diver, Jacques Lefebvre, quit after his oxygen tank mysteriously drained halfway through a routine dive. "Something was down there with me," he insisted. "It breathed the air from my tank." But perhaps the most unsettling reports come from Box 5, the very seat Gaston Leroux designated as the Phantom's lair. Ushers have found its velvet seats impossibly warm on winter mornings, as if recently occupied. In 2019, a tour group fled when a disembodied soprano voice began singing an aria from Faust, a song not performed at the Garnier in decades. Acoustics experts later confirmed no speaker could have produced the sound's directionality. Then there's the recurring scent. Multiple staff claim Box 5 often smells of rose oil and decay, a signature detail from Leroux's novel never publicly documented in the real opera house's history. Science struggles to explain these phenomena. The lake's hands could be debris, the Man in Black, a trick of shadow and fatigue. Yet why do these sightings cluster around historical tragedies? Even skeptics admit the Garnier seems to amplify dread. As architect Paul Durand notes, its design mirrored corridors, uneven acoustics, creates a psychological hall of mirrors. But when every mirror shows you a ghost, perhaps the house itself is the haunting. So does the Palais Garnier shelter restless spirits, or has its legend become a self-fulfilling curse? Visitors today still leave roses on Box 5's ledge just in case, because in this opera house the final act is always the same. The boundary between stage and spectre remains forever drawn in fog. And speaking of blurred lines, our next cursed artifact doesn't whisper or vanish. It burns unmoving, unharmed, while everything around it turns to ash. Now, from the whispered halls of the Palais Garnier, we journey to the sun-baked ruins of ancient Babylon, where one of the 7 wonders of the world may have harbored a curse as enduring as its legends. The Hanging Gardens, a marvel said to touch the heavens, were built by King Nebuchadnezzar II as a gift to his homesick queen. But was this architectural miracle also a vessel for divine wrath? Nebuchadnezzar's reign began with grandeur, yet ended in eerie madness. Historical accounts, including the Book of Daniel, describe how the king was driven to live like a beast, eating grass and clawing at the earth for 7 years. Some scholars argue this was a neurological disorder, but ancient texts hint at something darker: punishment for his arrogance. The gardens, with their terraces defying nature, may have been the final straw. Babylonian tablets speak of the king towering above the gods, and soon after his empire crumbled. Coincidence or curse, the gardens themselves vanished mysteriously. Unlike other wonders, no physical trace has ever been confirmed. Early historians like Strabo placed them near the Euphrates, yet modern excavations find nothing. Could their disappearance be part of the curse? Assyriologist Stephanie Daly proposes they were destroyed deliberately, not by invaders, but by Babylon's own priests who saw them as blasphemous. The garden's irrigation systems, fed by the river god's waters, might have been seen as stealing divine power. Biblical prophecies add fuel to the fire. Jeremiah foretold Babylon's fall with eerie specificity. She will become a heap of ruins, a haunt of jackals. By the 6th century BCE, Cyrus the Great conquered the city without a fight. Some say because its people, including Nebuchadnezzar's heirs, were already broken by the king's downfall. Even Alexander the Great, who dreamed of restoring Babylon, died there abruptly, his plans buried with him. Yet the greatest clue lies in the garden's absence. If they were purely myth, why do their descriptions persist across cultures? Perhaps the curse wasn't just on Nebuchadnezzar, but on memory itself, a warning etched into history that some wonders are meant to stay lost. And so we're left with a question hanging heavier than those vanished terraces. Were the gardens uprooted by time or something far older? From crumbling stones to whispered prophecies, Babylon's legacy reminds us that even paradise can have thorns. And speaking of thrones, our next curse doesn't lurk in ruins, it hides in plain sight, woven into the very fabric of a royal dynasty's doom. But before we unravel the enigma of the Hanging Garden's disappearance, let's consider this: what if their absence isn't an accident but a message? The archaeological silence surrounding Babylon's greatest wonder is louder than any artifact could scream. For over 2 centuries, expeditions have combed the Iraqi desert near ancient Babylon, armed with ancient texts and ground-penetrating radar. Yet not a single stone, aqueduct, or seed remnant confirms the gardens existed. Assyriologist Stephanie Daly made headlines proposing they were actually in Nineveh, built by Assyrian King Sennacherib, but even there, physical proof dissolves like mirages in the heat. This isn't mere erosion, it's a void that defies logic. 3 theories emerge from the dust. First, the gardens may have been obliterated by the Persian conquest in 539 BC. Yet Cyrus the Great was renowned for preserving conquered cities' wonders. Why target only the gardens? Second, the Euphrates' shifting course could have swallowed them, but satellite imagery shows no riverbed anomalies where Strabo placed them. The third theory chills the spine: deliberate erasure. Cuneiform tablets describe Nebuchadnezzar's successors purging his legacy, perhaps seeing the gardens as hubris made manifest. In 2005, archaeologists found a tablet near Babylon's Ishtar Gate warning of the king's folly that angered the storm gods. Could priests have dismantled the gardens to appease the heavens? Modern technology deepens the mystery. In 2011, thermal scans revealed hollow chambers beneath Babylon's old city walls, but Iraqi officials abruptly halted excavation, citing safety concerns. Local workers whispered of tools breaking, cameras failing, and one engineer reportedly fleeing after seeing blue fire in the tunnels. Even if we dismiss supernatural causes, the garden's legacy haunts archaeology. Their description appears in 5 separate ancient cultures, records too consistent to be pure myth. Maybe the real curse isn't their destruction, but our inability to let them go. As historian Irving Finkel quipped, the Hanging Gardens are the ultimate tease, always almost found. And so Babylon's wonder remains suspended between history and legend, like those vanished terraces between earth and sky. But our next curse casts a sharper shadow, one that followed a dynasty to their shallow graves, written not in clay but in blood. Now we turn from vanishing gardens to a curse written in blood, the tragic fate of the Romanovs. Russia's last imperial family didn't just fall to revolution. Their demise echoes an eerie prophecy spoken decades earlier. In 1891, mystic monk Rasputin foretold, "If so much as a single hair of my head is harmed, not one Romanov will live beyond 2 years." When nobles assassinated him in December 1916, the clock started ticking. Nicholas II abdicated just 70 days later. By July 1918, the entire family, Tsar, Tsarina, 4 daughters, and hemophiliac heir Alexei were herded into a basement in Yekaterinburg. Bolshevik executioners opened fire, then bayoneted survivors when the girls' jewel-sewn corsets deflected bullets. But the curse wasn't finished. Their bodies, dumped in a mine shaft, seemed to vanish like smoke, fueling rumors that Anastasia or others survived. For 60 years, Soviet officials denied knowing the burial site. Then, in 1979, amateur archaeologists found the first bones near a road called Koptyaki. Authorities swiftly reburied them, fearing royalist sentiment. When the remains were finally exhumed in 1991, DNA revealed a grisly puzzle. 2 children were missing. The mystery deepened in 2007. A second grave yielded tiny bone fragments and sulfuric acid burns, evidence of a hasty attempt to erase Alexei and Sister Maria. Forensic anthropologists noted the bones bore cut marks from bayonet strikes matching guards' testimonies. Even science seemed haunted. Initial DNA tests failed when samples mysteriously degraded, and a lab technician reportedly had visions of a pale girl in a nightdress. Perhaps most chilling is how the curse outlived the Romanovs. 3 scientists studying the remains died suddenly in the 90s, one from a heart attack mid-lecture about the Tsar. Workers restoring the execution house suffered unexplained burns, and night guards quit after hearing children's laughter in empty halls. When the Romanovs were finally buried in 1998, Orthodox bishops refused to attend, still doubting the bones' authenticity. Today, their relics draw pilgrims who swear the family's spirits linger, especially near the restored Ipatiev house, where cold spots form even in summer. As historian Helen Rappaport notes, this wasn't just a political murder. It was the extinguishing of a 300-year dynasty, and the energy of that rupture still vibrates. From prophecies to vanished bones, the Romanov curse blurs the line between history and the supernatural. But our next tale takes us from Imperial Russia to an artifact whose mere image sparks terror, a painting that survives fires while homes burn around it. But what happened to those who disturbed the Romanovs' final resting place? The answer might send chills down your spine. Those who handled the bones of the slaughtered family faced misfortunes so peculiar even skeptics paused. Take Dr. Alexander Avdenin, the amateur archaeologist who first discovered the remains in 1979. Soon after his historic find, his wife mysteriously fell ill with a sudden, undiagnosable sickness that left doctors baffled. Then there was Russian forensic expert Sergei Abramov, who led the initial exhumation in 1991. Within a year, he suffered a bizarre accident. A falling bookshelf crushed his leg on the exact anniversary of the Romanov executions. Perhaps most disturbing was the fate of 3 scientists studying the remains. One collapsed mid-lecture about Nicholas II, dying instantly from a cardiac arrest. Another perished in a car crash hours after examining Anastasia's skull fragments. The third, a renowned DNA specialist, developed aggressive cancer shortly after handling Maria's bones. Coincidence? Workers restoring the Ipatiev house, the execution site, reported tools malfunctioning and unexplained burns appearing on their hands. Night guards resigned en masse, claiming they heard children singing folk songs in empty corridors. Yet in 2000, the Russian Orthodox Church took a step that some believe finally broke the curse, canonizing the Romanovs as martyrs. The ceremony at St. Petersburg's Cathedral of Christ the Savior drew thousands, many weeping as relics containing the family's blood were paraded. Since then, reports of supernatural activity dwindled dramatically. Pilgrims now leave flowers at the recovered gravesite, where some claim to smell roses in dead winter, a symbol associated with the royal daughters. But one mystery lingers. In 2015, construction workers near Yekaterinburg uncovered a hidden cellar. Inside lay a single pearl earring matching those Grand Duchess Tatiana wore the night she died. Forensic tests confirmed human blood residue, yet the earring bore no fingerprints, not even from those who found it. As historian Peter Kurth observed, the Romanovs refused to be buried completely. Their story, like their bones, keeps resurfacing. From prophecies to unquiet graves, this curse shows how history bleeds into legend. And speaking of objects that defy destruction, our next tale features a painting that survives fire after fire while everything around it burns to ashes. Now let's turn our attention from restless bones to objects that seem to hum with otherworldly energy, the infamous crystal skulls. These hauntingly beautiful artifacts, carved from flawless quartz, have captivated explorers and mystics for generations, whispered to hold secrets of lost civilizations and impending doom. The legend begins with a claim that echoes like something from an Indiana Jones adventure: 13 ancient skulls, scattered across the globe, supposedly carved by the Maya or even survivors of Atlantis. When reunited, believers say they would unleash catastrophic knowledge or avert an apocalypse. The most famous, the Mitchell Hedges skull, was allegedly discovered in 1924 by adventurer F. A. Mitchell Hedges in Belize, nestled in the ruins of a Mayan temple. Perfectly carved with detachable jawbone, it's often called the most flawless archaeological find in history. Despite one glaring problem, archaeology now confirms it's a 19th century fake. Scientific testing in 2008 revealed the truth. The British Museum and Smithsonian skulls, once thought ancient, showed microscopic tool marks from modern carving wheels. Yet the eeriness persists. Conservators at the Musée du Quai Branly in Paris reported their skull emitted strange electromagnetic pulses, while a night guard at the Smithsonian claimed it levitated in its display case. Skeptics dismiss these tales, pointing to European gem cutters who likely crafted the skulls to feed Victorian obsessions with the exotic. But here's the chilling twist: several researchers who handled these hoaxes met untimely ends. Anthropologist Jane McLaren Walsh, who debunked the Smithsonian skull, developed temporary blindness after examining it. A documentary crew filming the Mitchell Hedges skull in the 1970s vanished in Guatemala days later, their wrecked jeep found with cameras still rolling, capturing only static. Perhaps the most unsettling detail: indigenous elders from Mexico to the Amazon insist the skulls are ancient, just not in the way museums think. They describe them as stone computers, activated not by Atlantean magic but by something far older, warning, they sleep until we're ready. Or until we're not. Whether crafted by con artists or civilizations lost to time, these crystalline enigmas still whisper one question: what if the real curse isn't their origin but what they might awaken? And speaking of objects that blur the line between myth and reality, wait until you hear about the next cursed artifact, a book written in a language no one can decipher, yet somehow drives its readers to madness. But let's step away from the dusty archives for a moment and into the glow of Hollywood, because few things breathe life into ancient curses quite like the silver screen. The crystal skulls, despite their debunked origins, found their second act in pop culture, thanks largely to one iconic adventurer, Indiana Jones. The 2008 film Kingdom of the Crystal Skull didn't just reintroduce these artifacts to a new generation, it cemented their place in modern mythology. Here's the irony: the movie hit theaters the same year scientific testing exposed the skulls as 19th century fakes. Yet the timing couldn't have been more perfect. Hollywood's version wove together every tantalizing thread: alien conspiracies, psychic powers, and that ever-present sense of impending doom. Suddenly, audiences didn't care what carbon dating said, they wanted to believe. And Indiana Jones was far from the first to spin gold from these quartz enigmas. The skulls had already slithered into comics, video games, and even Saturday morning cartoons. In the 1970s, Marvel's Fantastic Four tangled with a skull-wielding villain, while Doctor Who suggested they were extraterrestrial data storage devices. Each retelling added layers to the legend. blurring the line between fact and fiction until even skeptics paused. After all, why would so many cultures from the Maya to the Ashaninka tribes share eerily similar stories about these objects if there wasn't something to them? But here's where pop culture gets sneaky. By framing the skulls as both cursed and coveted, it tapped into a very human fear that some knowledge is too dangerous to uncover. The Kingdom of the Crystal Skull plot, where the artifact melts minds and crumbles cities, wasn't just spectacle. It mirrored real-world anxieties about lost technologies and forbidden archaeology. And when audiences watched Indy survive the skull's wrath, it subtly reinforced the idea that these objects held power, even if that power was pure fiction. The ripple effect was undeniable. Auction prices for Crystal Skull replicas skyrocketed after the film's release. New Age shops sold out of activated quartz skulls claimed to channel ancient wisdom. Even museums reported a surge in visitors asking to see their cursed exhibits. The skulls had become something science couldn't undo, a story too good to let go. So, do these Hollywood tales dilute the truth or keep it alive? Maybe both. While archaeologists groan at the myths, they'll admit this much: fiction has a way of preserving fascination long after facts fade. And in the case of the crystal skulls, that fascination might be the real curse, one that ensures we'll keep digging, keep dreaming, and maybe, just maybe, keep wondering if the next Indiana Jones adventure got it right after all. Now, imagine a book so dangerous its text can't be read, not because the language is lost, but because it might drive its readers to madness. Yet even Hollywood's wildest tales pale next to a real-life enigma that has defied logic for centuries, one locked within the yellowed pages of the Voynich manuscript. Discovered in 1912 by rare book dealer Wilfred Voynich, this 240-page text from the 15th century is written in an alphabet no one recognizes, filled with illustrations of unidentifiable plants, celestial maps of unknown constellations, and nude women bathing in what appears to be green liquid. From the moment it surfaced, the manuscript radiated an aura of forbidden knowledge. Medieval alchemists believed it held the secret to eternal life. Renaissance scholars were convinced it was a coded herbal compendium, and 20th century cryptographers, including teams from the CIA and Britain's Bletchley Park, spent decades trying to decipher its script only to hit dead ends. Theories about its origins spiral from plausible to fantastical. Some argue it was crafted by Roger Bacon, a 13th century scientist obsessed with esoteric knowledge. Others insist it's the work of Elizabethan mystic John Dee, or even a hoax by Voynich himself. But the most chilling theory, that the manuscript isn't coded language at all, it's pure nonsense designed to mimic the appearance of meaning while hiding something far darker. Modern codebreakers have thrown every tool at the text, from artificial intelligence to frequency analysis. In 2019, a researcher claimed to have cracked portions using Hebrew shorthand, suggesting it was a women's health manual. But the translation raised more questions than answers. Why would such a mundane topic require such elaborate obfuscation? Then there's the eerie pattern of misfortune surrounding those who have studied it. Cryptographer William Friedman, who helped break Japan's purple cipher in World War II, spent 40 years on the manuscript only to call it a pathological collection of absurdities before his sudden mental decline. Even Voynich's own wife reported nightmares after handling it, describing a malevolent presence in its pages. Perhaps the truth lies not in the text but in our obsession with it. The Voynich manuscript thrives on the human desire to solve, to believe every riddle has an answer. Its curse isn't supernatural, it's the way it exposes our limits. For 600 years, it's whispered a single, humbling truth: some doors aren't meant to be opened. And speaking of doors, there's one artifact that doesn't just tease the unknown, it unleashes it. The next chapter of our journey takes us to a violin said to be played not by human hands, but by something far older. But while the Voynich manuscript's unreadable text has baffled scholars, its physical pages might hold an even deadlier secret. Recent forensic analysis has uncovered something startling. The ink used in this enigmatic book isn't just mysterious. It could be poisonous. Scientific studies conducted in 2019 revealed traces of unknown compounds in the manuscript's ink, including heavy metals like arsenic and antimony. These weren't typical ingredients for 15th century writing tools. Back then, scribes usually mixed iron gall ink from tannic acids and iron salts, creating a stable, dark pigment. But the Voynich's ink is different. Its unusual chemical signature suggests it was deliberately formulated with materials that, when handled over time, could cause dizziness, skin lesions, or even organ damage. This discovery sheds eerie light on the manuscript's long history of bad luck. Take Wilfred Voynich himself, the book dealer who spent years studying the text, developed chronic headaches and bouts of confusion. His wife's accounts of nightmares and a malevolent presence could align with symptoms of low-level heavy metal poisoning. Even 20th century researchers like William Friedman, who dedicated decades to cracking the code, suffered unexplained health declines. Modern scientists now speculate, was the manuscript's curse simply its toxic pages slowly poisoning those who touched it? The ink's composition raises even darker questions. Why would anyone craft a book with hazardous materials? Some historians point to medieval alchemists who often experimented with dangerous substances in their quest for hidden knowledge. Others suggest the toxicity was a security measure, a way to deter thieves or unauthorized readers. After all, the manuscript's illustrations of unidentifiable plants and strange green baths hint at esoteric herbalism or alchemical recipes. If the text contained forbidden secrets, perhaps its creators wanted to ensure only the initiated, those who knew how to handle it safely, could access its contents. Yet the most unsettling possibility is that the ink's toxicity was accidental. In 1526, Swiss physician Paracelsus wrote, "All things are poison, and nothing is without poison. The dosage alone makes it so." Could the Voynich's creators have unknowingly blended a deadly ink while pursuing some lost recipe? Without understanding modern chemistry, they might have combined harmless-seeming materials that reacted into something sinister over centuries. Today, the manuscript sits in Yale University's Beinecke Library, sealed in a climate-controlled case. Digital scans allow researchers to study its pages without direct contact. But the question lingers, was this bizarre book meant to protect secrets, or was it never meant to be read at all? As we turn the page to our next cursed artifact, remember, some mysteries aren't just unsolved. They're designed to stay that way. Now, let's shift our focus to an instrument that plays its own haunting melody, a violin said to carry not just music but a demon's touch. Now we come to an instrument that whispers with more than just music. It carries a legend as haunting as the melodies it produces. Niccolò Paganini's violin, known as Il Canon for its explosive sound, is shrouded in a curse as dark as the rumors that followed the virtuoso himself. Paganini, the 19th century Italian maestro, was so preternaturally skilled that audiences swore he'd sold his soul to the devil. His fingers moved with inhuman speed. His compositions defied logic, and his performances left listeners trembling. But it wasn't just his talent that sparked fear. The violin he cherished, crafted by Guarneri del Gesù in 1743, became a cursed relic after his death, as if his restless spirit clung to its strings. Paganini's own life was riddled with eerie coincidences. Plagued by illness and rumors of demonic pacts, he refused last rites on his deathbed, fueling whispers that the church denied him burial in consecrated ground. His body rotted in a basement for years before finally being interred, and even then, his violin seemed to carry on his tormented legacy. Musicians who later owned Il Canon reported bizarre misfortunes. One violinist, terrified by nightmares of Paganini's ghost hovering over him mid-performance, abruptly abandoned the instrument. Another claimed the violin played itself in the dead of night, its strings moving without human touch. Perhaps the most chilling case involves a 20th century soloist who collapsed during a concert while playing Paganini's Caprice No. 24 on Il Canon. Witnesses swore the final notes lingered in the air moments after the musician's heart failed, a phenomenon physicists couldn't explain. Even today, conservators handling the violin speak of an unnatural chill in the room and the faint scent of sulfur, as if something otherworldly lingers in the wood. The violin's curse extends beyond superstition. Modern forensic analysis reveals peculiarities in its varnish, a blend of unknown resins that emit trace amounts of toxic fumes when heated by vigorous play. Could this explain the dizziness and hallucinations some players describe? Or is the real curse the psychological weight of wielding an artifact so steeped in legend that it warps reality for those who dare to play it? Now, let's set aside the realm of music and step into the silent horror of the sea, where a ghost ship's crew met a fate so grim it defies all rational explanation. But what of the violin today? Does it still whisper with Paganini's ghostly touch, or have its modern caretakers tamed its cursed legacy? The answer lies with the guardians who now protect Il Canon, a select group of luthiers and musicians entrusted with its preservation. These experts walk a delicate line between reverence and skepticism, honoring the instrument's haunted reputation while ensuring its survival for future generations. One such guardian is Marco Ciampi, the current custodian of Paganini's violin at the Genoa Conservatory in Italy. Ciampi admits that handling the instrument comes with an unshakable sense of unease. There are days when the wood feels colder than it should, he confesses, and sometimes when no one is playing it, you might hear a faint hum, as if the strings are vibrating on their own. Yet, Ciampi is quick to dismiss outright supernatural explanations. Old instruments have quirks, wood expands and contracts, resins age unpredictably, what some call curses, luthiers call chemistry. Then there are the rare musicians granted permission to play Il Canon in concert. Violinist Eugene Ugorski, who performed with it in 2019, describes the experience as electrifying but not in a paranormal sense. The weight of history is palpable, he says. You're holding something Paganini himself held, and that alone is enough to make your hands tremble. Ugorski acknowledges the stories but attributes any eerie sensations to adrenaline and the sheer pressure of playing a priceless artifact. Scientific analysis has also shed light on some of the violin's mysteries. Recent studies reveal that the peculiar varnish, once blamed for toxic fumes, contains traces of crushed gemstones and metallic oxides, a common practice among 18th century luthiers to enhance resonance. What might have seemed like supernatural effects could simply be the result of rare materials interacting over centuries, explains conservator Laura DeSantis. That said, I've never worked on an instrument that feels quite so alive. Perhaps the most compelling testimony comes from the violin's restorers who have noticed something inexplicable. Every time we repair a tiny crack or adjust the bridge, it's as if the violin resists, says master luthier Antonio Stradivari Jr., no relation to the famed maker. Tools slip, measurements go awry, it's almost playful, like it enjoys the challenge. Stradivari laughs but admits that even he, a staunch rationalist, has moments of doubt. There are older instruments in worse condition that behave perfectly. This one, it has a personality. So is Il Canon truly cursed, or is its legend simply too powerful to ignore? The modern guardians may never agree, but they share one conviction. The violin's magic, whether supernatural or sublime, must be protected. As Ciampi puts it, let the rumors persist. They're part of its music now. And speaking of objects that refuse to be silenced, our next tale takes us from haunted melodies to a ship whose crew met a fate so grotesque, it's been called the maritime version of hell on Earth. Now, let's set sail into one of maritime history's most chilling mysteries, a tale so unsettling, it blurs the line between tragedy and the supernatural. The cursed shipwreck of the SS Aurang Medan reads like something ripped from a horror novel, but its story is etched in real-life whispers and unanswered questions. It was the summer of 1947 when two American ships, the Silver Star and the City of Baltimore, picked up a desperate SOS signal in the Straits of Malacca. The distress call crackled through the radio with a message that still sends shivers down spines. All officers, including the captain, are dead, lying in chartroom and bridge. Possibly whole crew dead. Then, after a harrowing pause, came the final words, "I die." Silence followed. When the Silver Star located the Aurang Medan, the scene was beyond grim. The crew was sprawled across the deck, their frozen faces twisted in sheer terror, eyes wide open as if they'd seen something unspeakable. Even the ship's dog was found lifeless, its teeth bared in a snarl. Stranger still, no visible wounds, no signs of struggle, just an eerie uniformity to their deaths. The rescuers barely had time to process the horror before smoke began billowing from below deck. They fled just as the ship erupted in flames, sinking swiftly and taking its ghastly secrets to the depths. So what doomed the Aurang Medan? Skeptics argue it was a hoax, a fabricated tale to mask illegal activity like smuggling volatile cargo. Indeed, no official records of the ship's registration have ever surfaced, fueling doubts. Others point to natural explanations, a leak of toxic gases like carbon monoxide or hydrogen sulfide, odorless killers that could suffocate a crew mid-breath. The Malacca Straits volcanic vents have been known to release such gases, which might explain the rapid, simultaneous deaths. But then there are the unsettling details that defy logic. Why were the bodies found in posed agony as if frozen in flight? Why did the ship's structural integrity fail so catastrophically after the crew perished? And most haunting of all, what could prompt a seasoned sailor to radio "I die" with such finality? Even the most hardened investigators admit the pieces don't quite fit. Some whisper of darker forces. The Straits have long been a hotspot for paranormal lore, from phantom vessels to vanishing crews. Could the Aurang Medan have crossed paths with something otherworldly? A few fringe theorists suggest the ship stumbled upon a World War II-era chemical weapons dump, or even a cursed artifact smuggled aboard. But without a wreck to examine, these remain just that, theories. One thing's certain, the Aurang Medan's curse endures because it refuses to be solved. Unlike typical ghost ships found adrift with missing crews, this one offered a grotesque snapshot of death in motion, a crew petrified in their final moments, a ship that burned itself clean from history. Whether a cautionary tale or a genuine maritime nightmare, its legacy lingers like fog over dark water. And as we leave this spectral ship behind, our next curse pulls us into the shadowy halls of a castle where the walls themselves seem to whisper warnings, a place where nobility and nightmare collide. The Aurang Medan may be one of the most chilling maritime mysteries, but it's far from the only ship to vanish or meet a grim fate under unexplained circumstances. The ocean has always been a breeding ground for eerie tales, where fog and waves seem to conceal something far darker than mere storms. Take the infamous Mary Celeste, for instance, a ghost ship discovered adrift in the Atlantic in 1872. Her crew vanished without a trace. Unlike the Aurang Medan, where death left its mark on every face, the Mary Celeste was eerily untouched. The crew's personal belongings remained neatly stowed, the ship's cargo intact, even a meal left half-eaten on the table. But not a soul was aboard. Lifeboats were missing, yet no distress call was ever sent. What could make an entire crew abandon a perfectly seaworthy vessel in the middle of the ocean? Theories range from mutiny to seaquakes, from methane bubbles rising from the depths to even, yes, alien abductions. But the most plausible explanation: a rogue wave or malfunctioning equipment might have caused the crew to panic. leading them to evacuate prematurely, only to be lost at sea. Yet, even this rational theory can't quite dispel the unsettling feeling that something unnatural occurred. The Mary Celeste became a legend precisely because her mystery refuses to die. Then there's the Beit-Chimo, a cargo steamer abandoned off the coast of Alaska in 1931. Trapped in pack ice, her crew assumed she'd sink, but she didn't. For decades, the Beit-Chimo drifted, a phantom vessel spotted by hunters and sailors, always just out of reach. Some tried to board her, only for storms or shifting ice to drive them away. Others claimed to see shadowy figures moving on her deck, figures that couldn't possibly be there. She was last sighted in 1969, but no wreckage was ever found. Did the Arctic claim her at last, or does she still drift, a frozen ghost in the endless white? What ties these ships together isn't just tragedy, it's the way their stories defy easy answers. The ocean doesn't give up its secrets lightly. When a ship disappears without wreckage, or a crew vanishes without struggle, the human mind races to fill the void with something darker than mere chance. Superstition thrives in the unknown, and sailors have whispered of phantom ships and cursed voyages for centuries. The Flying Dutchman, doomed to sail forever after its captain dared to challenge the heavens. The SS Valentia wrecked off Vancouver Island, where survivors reported ghostly lifeboats rowed by skeletons. Even modern disappearances like Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 feed into this lore, because when something vanishes without explanation, the mind turns naturally to the supernatural. Perhaps that's why these legends endure. The sea is vast, indifferent, and full of dangers we still don't fully understand. When logic fails, myth steps in. And whether it's toxic gases, rogue waves, or something far older and more sinister lurking in the deep, one thing is certain: the ocean will always have its secrets. And speaking of secrets, our next curse takes us far from the open water, into the stone corridors of a castle where whispers of a hidden monstrosity still echo through the halls. But let's leave the restless waves behind for now, because high in the misty highlands of Scotland, another kind of curse lurks within the walls of an ancient castle, one tied not to the sea, but to bloodlines, secrets, and a shadowy figure whispered about for centuries. Welcome to Glommer's Castle, a place where history and horror intertwine so tightly, even Shakespeare drew inspiration from its darkest legends. Glommer's Castle isn't just another stately home, it's a labyrinth of hidden passages, sealed rooms, and a story so chilling, it's said to have inspired the tragic tale of Macbeth. The castle's most infamous legend centers on the so-called Monster of Glommer's, a deformed heir allegedly born to the Bowes-Lyon family in the 19th century. According to rumor, the child was so horrifying in appearance that his own family locked him away in a secret chamber, never to be seen by outsiders. Servants spoke of muffled cries echoing through the walls, of food trays left outside a door that no one dared open. Some claimed the room had no windows, only a single slit in the stone to pass meals, a prison for a boy who by birthright should have been lord of the castle. The family, of course, denied everything, but the whispers persisted. When workmen renovating the castle in the early 20th century reportedly uncovered a hidden chamber. Its walls covered in scratches, its floor littered with the bones of small animals, the legend only grew darker. Was this the monster's cell, and if so, what became of him? Some say he lived for decades in isolation, his existence erased from official records. Others believe he died young, his spirit still trapped within the castle's stones, rattling doors and sighing in the dead of night. The curse of Glommer's doesn't stop there. The castle's connection to Macbeth runs deep, not just in theme but in location. While Shakespeare's play is set in Cawdor Castle, historians argue he likely based his cursed Thane on the real-life Lord of Glommer's, who was entangled in royal betrayals and violent intrigue. In the play, Macbeth's descent into madness mirrors the real-life tragedies of the castle's lords: executions, sudden deaths, and a lineage shadowed by misfortune. Even today, visitors report cold spots in the chapel where Lady Macbeth is said to pace, her ghost forever scrubbing invisible blood from her hands. What makes Glommer's castle so uniquely terrifying isn't just its ghosts, it's the deliberate silence. For generations, the family refused to acknowledge the rumors, fueling speculation that they were hiding something far worse than a deformed child. Was the monster a victim of genetic illness, hidden out of shame? Or was he something else entirely, a being so unnatural his very existence invited a curse? The truth may never be known, but in a castle where every portrait seems to watch you, and every corridor twists just a little too strangely, one thing is certain: some secrets aren't meant to be uncovered. And as we step away from Glommer's shadowy halls, prepare to descend even deeper into the unknown, because our next curse doesn't haunt a castle or a ship, but a frozen wasteland where an entire expedition vanished without a trace. But before we venture into the frozen wasteland, let's linger a little longer in Glommer's castle, because the mystery of its hidden chamber refuses to stay buried. Modern investigators and paranormal researchers have long been obsessed with uncovering the truth behind the sealed room where the so-called monster of Glommer's was said to be imprisoned. In recent years, thermal imaging scans and ground-penetrating radar have revealed anomalies deep within the castle's walls, hollow spaces that don't appear on any official blueprints. One team even claimed to detect faint, rhythmic tapping behind a section of stonework in the oldest wing, as if something or someone was trying to communicate. Staff members, many of whom refuse to work certain corridors after dark, swear the screams aren't just echoes of the past. A night guard once reported hearing a child's voice sobbing behind a door that hadn't been opened in decades. When he mustered the courage to press his ear against the wood, the crying abruptly stopped, replaced by a whisper so close he swore it came from the other side. Others speak of cold drafts that seem to coil around visitors like invisible hands, particularly near the chapel, where the air grows heavy with the scent of damp stone and something faintly metallic. The most chilling account came from a historian who spent a night in the castle's archives. While reviewing centuries-old household ledgers, she noticed an entry from 1849. The Lord's son is unwell. The physician advises isolation. Below it, scrawled in a different hand, were the words, "God forgive us." Later that night, she awoke to the sound of dragging footsteps outside her door. When she peered into the hallway, the floor was wet not with water, but with faint, rust-colored streaks leading to a wall with no visible door. So why does the castle cling to its secrets? Some theorize the monster was a victim of porphyria, a genetic disorder that could explain both his alleged deformities and the family's desperation to hide him. Others whisper of darker rituals, that the Bose-Lyon bloodline made a pact to secure their power, and the hidden chamber wasn't a prison but an altar. Whatever the truth, the castle's current caretakers have stopped denying the legends. They simply warn visitors: if you hear footsteps where no one walks or feel breath on your neck in an empty room, don't turn around. Because in Glommer's, some doors stay shut for a reason. But now, let's journey from the shadowed halls of Glommer's castle to the frozen, unforgiving expanse of the Arctic, where another cursed tale unfolds, one of hubris, desperation, and a voyage that vanished into the ice. The Franklin expedition, launched in 1845, was meant to be Britain's crowning achievement in Arctic exploration. Sir John Franklin, a seasoned naval officer, led 2 ships, the HMS Erebus and HMS Terror, equipped with cutting-edge technology for the time, including steam engines and reinforced hulls. Yet, despite their confidence, neither ship nor crew would ever return. The expedition's fate seemed sealed almost from the beginning. Trapped in ice near King William Island, the men faced a slow, agonizing demise. As supplies dwindled and hope faded, some resorted to the unthinkable: cannibalism. Inuit hunters later recounted stumbling upon ghastly scenes, bodies stripped of flesh, bones cracked open for marrow. But starvation wasn't the only killer. modern forensic analysis of recovered remains revealed shocking levels of lead poisoning, likely from poorly soldered food tins or the ship's water filtration systems. The very innovations meant to ensure their survival may have hastened their end. Yet, the Franklin expedition's curse extends beyond mere tragedy. Some believe the crew's suffering was a punishment for their arrogance. Ignoring centuries of Inuit knowledge about the Arctic's dangers, Franklin's men relied solely on European technology, dismissing indigenous survival techniques as primitive. Eyewitness accounts from Inuit elders spoke of thin ice and shifting currents, warnings the expedition brushed aside. In a cruel twist, the same ice that trapped their ships preserved clues to their fate, allowing researchers to piece together their final days over a century later. The discovery of the Erebus and Terror's wrecks in 2014 and 2016 only deepened the mystery. Divers found artifacts eerily intact, dinner plates stacked neatly, boots lined up as if waiting for owners who'd never return. But the ship's logs, the key to unlocking the full truth, were lost, perhaps deliberately destroyed to hide some unspeakable secret. Even now, the Arctic guards its truths fiercely. Visitors to King William Island report a lingering heaviness in the air, as if the land itself remembers the anguish of those who perished there. So was it lead, hubris, or something darker that doomed Franklin's men? The answer may lie in the whispers of the Inuit, who still speak of Tuangate spirits that punish those who disrespect the land. Whether you believe in curses or not, the Franklin expedition stands as a chilling reminder. Some frontiers are not meant to be conquered. Now, let's turn our attention to the voices that went unheard, the Inuit communities whose wisdom might have changed the fate of the Franklin expedition entirely. Long before the ships set sail, indigenous hunters shared detailed knowledge of the Arctic's treacherous conditions with British explorers. They spoke of ice that could trap ships for years, of hunting grounds that vanished without warning, and of survival techniques honed over generations. But these warnings were dismissed as superstition by a navy convinced of its own superiority. The Inuit weren't just familiar with the land, they understood its rhythms on a level science couldn't yet grasp. They knew, for example, how to spot weak ice by its color and texture, a skill that could have saved Franklin's men from becoming trapped. They crafted clothing from caribou hides, far more effective against the cold than the wool uniforms the crew wore. Most crucially, they relied on fresh seal and whale meat, rich in vitamin C, which could have prevented the scurvy that weakened the sailors. Instead, the expedition's tinned food, corroded with lead, became a silent killer. Years after the disappearance, Inuit accounts provided the only clues to the crew's grim end. Hunters described encounters with emaciated men dragging sledges across the ice, their lips blackened from scurvy, begging for food. Some spoke of finding camps littered with human remains, suggesting desperate acts of cannibalism. These stories were initially met with disbelief in London, where the idea of British sailors resorting to such extremes was unthinkable. Yet, forensic evidence later corroborated the Inuit testimonies, proving their observations were tragically accurate. There's a haunting irony here. The very people Franklin's crew overlooked held the knowledge that could have saved them. In ignoring indigenous guidance, the expedition didn't just fail. It became a cautionary tale about cultural arrogance. Some Inuit elders even framed the tragedy as a form of illa, a concept akin to karma, where the land itself retaliates against disrespect. The Arctic, in their view, wasn't a blank space to be conquered, but a living entity with its own rules. Today, the Franklin story is taught alongside Inuit oral histories in Canada's north, a belated acknowledgement of their foresight. Modern researchers now collaborate closely with indigenous communities to piece together the past, a partnership that might have averted disaster had it existed 2 centuries ago. So, was the expedition cursed, perhaps not by supernatural forces, but by the blindness of those who refused to listen? But now, let's descend into the Earth's shadowy depths, where greed and suffering carved a curse as unyielding as the diamonds themselves. The Golconda mines of India weren't just sources of unimaginable wealth, they were tombs of torment. For centuries, enslaved miners toiled under brutal conditions, their lives extinguished to unearth gems like the Koh-i-Noor and the Hope Diamond. Legends say their spirits still cling to these stones, whispering of vengeance. The Koh-i-Noor, now set in the British crown jewels, carries a blood-stained legacy. Mughal records describe how rulers who possessed it faced downfall, some blinded, others deposed. But the true horror lies in its origins. Miners, often prisoners of war or bonded laborers, were forced into narrow tunnels that collapsed without warning. Survivors spoke of hallucinations in the darkness, as if the earth itself was punishing them for disturbing its treasures. Even today, locals claim to hear wails near the abandoned pits, a ghostly echo of those who never emerged. Then there's the Hope Diamond, its infamous curse detailed earlier. But few know the full story of its birth in Golconda's Kolar mine. Hindu texts warn that diamonds stolen from sacred soil invite divine wrath, and the Hope's path mirrors this prophecy. After being smuggled out of India, it left a trail of suicides and bankruptcies. Some say the miners' curses traveled with it, their final act of defiance against those who profited from their pain. The mine's brutality wasn't just physical. Workers believed certain stones were guarded by Bhuta's restless spirits that punished thieves. One 17th century account describes a foreman who pocketed a raw diamond, only to be found days later, his body twisted as if crushed by invisible hands. Superstition, perhaps, but modern geologists note that Golconda's tunnels are laced with toxic gases, which could explain the hallucinations and sudden deaths that fueled these tales. What makes Golconda's curse so unsettling is its duality. The diamonds symbolize both dazzling beauty and profound suffering, a paradox etched into their very facets. Even now, as museums display these stones under glass, the mines stand as ruined monuments to exploitation. The earth, it seems, never forgets. Whether you believe in curses or not, the lesson is clear. Some treasures cost far more than their weight in gold. Next, we'll see how these gems became emblems of colonial plunder, their curses echoing far beyond India's borders. But for now, consider this: every glittering stone has a shadow, and sometimes that shadow has teeth. The thread of greed that winds through Golconda's mines doesn't end in India. It unravels across continents, stitching together a tapestry of colonial plunder. These so-called cursed diamonds didn't just carry the anguish of miners. They became trophies of empire, their sparkle masking the violence of extraction. When the British East India Company seized the Koh-i-Noor in 1849, they didn't just take a gem. They weaponized it, embedding the stone in Queen Victoria's crown as proof of conquest. And like a curse set in motion, the empire's sun began to set shortly after. Coincidence, maybe, but history whispers otherwise. Consider how colonial powers reshaped the meaning of these stones. In India, diamonds were once spiritual conduits, offerings to gods. But Europeans saw only currency, hacking them from sacred soil to fund wars and palaces. The Kolar mine, where the Hope Diamond was born, operated for centuries under Hindu rulers with strict rituals to honor the earth. When French merchant Jean-Baptiste Tavernier stole the rough stone in the 1600s, he ignored those traditions, and the deaths that followed him suggest the earth didn't forget. His body was later found gnawed by wolves, his gold untouched, a fitting end for a man who traded lives for glitter. The curse of colonialism isn't supernatural, it's systemic. Mines like Golconda became blueprints for exploitation worldwide. Belgium's King Leopold used the same brutal tactics in the Congo's rubber plantations. De Beers replicated the model in South Africa's diamond fields, where apartheid-era workers labored in conditions eerily similar to Golconda's tunnels. Even today, blood diamonds fund conflicts from Sierra Leone to Angola, proving the curse isn't in the gems themselves, but in the systems that trade human suffering for profit. Yet here's the twist: the very empires that looted these stones often fell under their weight. The Koh-i-Noor's path mirrors this irony. After Britain claimed it as war reparations, the gem passed through hands that met strange fates. Edward VII, who wore it at his coronation, nearly died days later from an abscess. His successor, George V, reportedly kept the diamond locked away, calling it more trouble than it's worth. Meanwhile, nations like India and Pakistan now demand its return, turning the stone into a symbol of reparations. The curse, it seems, has evolved into a reckoning. What makes these stories so chilling isn't just the lives lost, it's how the gems reflect our own complicity. That engagement ring, it might trace back to a Congolese miner paid pennies a day. The heirloom necklace could have been polished by child hands in Surat's cutting mills. Golconda's real curse is its legacy, proving that stolen beauty always leaves a mark. As museums debate returning looted artifacts and jewelers tout ethical sourcing, one truth remains: until we confront the cost of our luxuries, the cycle continues. Diamonds aren't forever, but accountability might be. Now, let's journey from the depths of mines to an island where the sea itself seems to curse those who trespass. Hashima's forsaken shores hold horrors of their own. But not all curses are carried in glittering stones. Some are etched into crumbling concrete and rusted iron, whispering across abandoned corridors. Off the coast of Nagasaki, Japan, Hashima Island rises from the sea like a forgotten battleship, its skeletal apartment blocks standing sentinel over a tragic past. Known as Gunkanjima, or Battleship Island, this eerie outpost was once the most densely populated place on Earth, a coal mining colony where thousands labored in unimaginable conditions. Today, its hollow buildings and collapsed tunnels tell a darker story, one of exploitation, suffering, and the spirits said to still walk its rotting stairways. The island's curse began in the late 1800s when Mitsubishi bought Hashima to tap into its underwater coal seams. Workers, many forcibly brought from Korea and China during Japan's occupation, were crammed into cramped apartments, some with barely space to lie down. Children as young as 9 hauled coal in 100-degree heat, while underground explosions and collapses killed hundreds. The seawall surrounding Hashima wasn't just for protection from typhoons, it was a barrier to prevent escapes. Survivors later recounted beatings, starvation, and bodies dumped into the ocean. By the time the mine closed in 1974, over 1,300 people had died here. Their anguish seeped into the concrete. Now Hashima's decay has become its haunting allure. Corridors dangle over voids where floors have crumbled. School desks sit frozen in time, coated in dust. The hospital's operating table, rusted and tilted, hints at untreated injuries, but it's the sounds that unnerve visitors most: phantom pickaxes tapping in empty shafts, or distant screams when the wind howls through broken windows. Local fishermen refuse to approach at night, swearing they've seen shadows moving behind glassless windows. Even the Japanese government, which opened Hashima for tourism in 2009, warns visitors not to stray from marked paths, citing unexplained accidents. Yet the island's curse extends beyond ghosts. In 2015, UNESCO controversially designated Hashima as a World Heritage Site, praising its Meiji-era Industrial Revolution significance. Korean survivors protested, calling it a celebration of forced labor. Mitsubishi, which owned the island, only acknowledged its brutality in 2016, offering a delayed apology. The tension reveals a modern reckoning. How do we remember places steeped in suffering? Is Hashima a monument to progress or a grave demanding respect? Perhaps the most chilling detail is how nature is reclaiming the island. Ivy strangles stairwells, birds nest in crumbling classrooms. The sea, once a prison, now gnaws at the foundations. Hashima's curse isn't just about the past, it's a warning. When profit outweighs humanity, the scars never fully heal. As you watch the waves swallow another piece of collapsed roof, ask yourself, are the ghosts here restless, or are they waiting for us to finally listen? Next, we turn from the sea's edge to something far smaller. but no less terrifying, a doll whose glass eyes seem to follow you even through the screen. But sometimes, even official recognition can't silence the echoes of the past. While Hashima Island stands as a UNESCO World Heritage Site by day, those who venture beyond the guided tours tell a far darker story, one where the line between history and horror blurs. Take the case of a YouTuber who snuck onto the island at night in 2018, determined to film the real Hashima. His footage starts normally graffiti-covered walls, rusted bicycles, but 30 minutes in, his camera picks up something impossible, a child's laughter echoing from a collapsed schoolhouse. Moments later, he trips on debris, fracturing his ankle. Stranded for hours until help arrived, he later claimed hands pushed him. Doctors dismissed it as disorientation, but the man abandoned his channel, writing online, "Some places don't want to be found." Then there are the recurring nightmares. Multiple urban explorers report identical dreams after visiting visions of being trapped in flooded mine shafts, surrounded by shadowy figures whispering in Korean. One woman, a photographer, developed unexplained burns on her wrists after touching a bunk bed in the workers' barracks. They looked like rope marks, she told a Paranormal blog. Skeptics blame asbestos or rusty metal, but locals nod knowingly. They speak of yurei, spirits bound by unresolved rage, and warn that Hashima's dead resent the living for disturbing their rest. Even professionals aren't immune. A UNESCO inspector assessing the site's safety in 2019 fell through a rotten floor, narrowly avoiding a 20-foot drop. He admitted feeling an unnatural pull before the wood gave way. Meanwhile, tour guides share hushed stories about cameras malfunctioning near the hospital or visitors fainting in the heat despite carrying water. The most chilling accounts come from divers exploring Hashima's submerged tunnels, voices begging for help through their oxygen masks though no one else is there. Perhaps most unsettling is how the island fights back against documentation. A documentary crew in 2021 lost weeks of footage to corrupted files, while a drone filming the seawall mysteriously plunged into the waves. The GPS failed, the operator said. It was like something swatted it down. Even Google Maps Street View of Hashima glitches with blurred faces appearing in windows, a phenomenon otherwise unseen in digital archives. So what's really happening? Scientists point to methane pockets from old mines causing hallucinations or toxic mold spores inducing paranoia. But those who have felt Hashima's presence insist otherwise. As one survivor's grandson posted after visiting, "My grandfather's ghost isn't in Korea or Japan. It's here in the walls and it's angry. Now, let's shift from abandoned islands to objects that carry their curses with them, starting with a doll so infamous museums keep him behind glass." Now, from the eerie silence of abandoned islands, let's turn our attention to something far smaller but no less terrifying. Meet Robert the doll, the century-old toy said to carry a curse so potent, even skeptics think twice before disrespecting him. This story begins in the early 1900s when a young boy named Robert Eugene Otto received a handmade doll from a Bahamian servant in Key West. The servant, rumored to practice voodoo, gifted the doll after the family fired her. Soon after, young Robert, who shared the doll's name, began insisting the doll was the real Robert and he was merely the boy. His parents dismissed it as child's play until the screams started. Neighbors reported hearing two voices in Robert's room, one childish, the other deep and guttural. Furniture moved on its own, the doll was caught grinning in locked closets, and when the family blamed the doll for shattered dishes or torn curtains, they claimed it would laugh. The terror didn't stop with childhood. As an adult, Eugene, now a painter, kept the doll in his attic. Guests swore they'd see Robert's glass eyes follow them or catch him sitting in different chairs when no one was looking. After Eugene's death in the 1970s, new owners of the house reported footsteps and giggling. They donated Robert to a museum where his legend only grew. Today, housed at Fort East Martello Museum, Robert sits behind glass, dressed in a sailor suit. but his curse feels anything but contained. Visitors who disrespect him by laughing, taking photos without permission, or doubting his power claim to suffer bizarre accidents, car crashes, job losses, even broken bones. A tour guide once joked, "Nice outfit, Robert," only to trip down the stairs moments later, breaking her wrist. Most chilling are the letters. Hundreds of apologies flood the museum yearly, scrawled in panicked handwriting. "I'm so sorry for calling you ugly," reads one. "Please stop the nightmares," begs another, from a woman whose house burned down after she mocked the doll. Even staff treat Robert with reverence, rotating his position daily so he doesn't get bored, and some whisper so he doesn't get angry. Scientists scoff at the idea of a cursed doll, blaming mass hysteria or the power of suggestion. But museum workers tell a different story. Cameras malfunction near Robert's case. Night guards hear whispers in empty halls. And then there's the doll himself. His once white fabric now stained an unsettling yellow, as if soaked in decades of resentment. So is Robert truly cursed, or are we cursed by our own fear? Either way, one thing's clear. In Key West, you don't mock the doll. You survive him. And speaking of objects that refuse to stay silent, our next cursed artifact isn't just haunted, it's a masterpiece with a body count. But what is it about cursed dolls like Robert or Annabelle that sends chills down our spines? The answer lies deep in the human psyche, where childhood fears and the unsettling nature of the uncanny valley collide. Let's start with the most primal layer. Our fear of dolls isn't just cultural, it's biological. From infancy, humans are hardwired to recognize faces, a survival mechanism to bond with caregivers. But when a face looks almost human, yet not quite right, it triggers alarm bells in our brains. This is the uncanny valley effect, a term coined by robotics professor Masahiro Mori. Dolls, with their glassy stares and frozen smiles, sit squarely in this eerie middle ground. They're lifelike enough to unsettle us, but not alive enough to feel safe. Add movement like Robert's alleged habit of shifting seats, and the brain screams danger. Now layer on childhood trauma. Many of us grew up with stories of toys coming to life, from fairy tales to horror movies. These narratives plant seeds early. What if something you trusted, something meant to comfort you, turned sinister? For kids, dolls are companions, confidants. The idea that they could betray that trust is terrifying. Robert the doll plays into this perfectly, a child's plaything twisted into something malicious. Even adults regress around dolls, tapping into those buried fears. But there's another factor at work, the power of belief. Cursed objects like Robert thrive on collective anxiety. When hundreds of people swear they've experienced misfortune after mocking the doll, it creates a feedback loop. One person's story validates another's, and soon even skeptics hesitate. Museums lean into this, curating the legend as much as the artifact. Robert's display includes those apology letters, reinforcing the curse's proof. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Fear breeds more fear. Psychologists call this nocebo effect, the dark cousin of the placebo effect. If you believe something can harm you, your mind can manifest symptoms. A tourist who snaps a forbidden photo of Robert might later twist an ankle and blame the doll. Ignoring the uneven sidewalk, the curse becomes real because we make it real. Yet perhaps the deepest terror lies in the doll's silence. Unlike ghosts or demons, cursed objects don't explain themselves. They just are. That absence of motive is what unsettles us most. Robert doesn't haunt for revenge or justice. He's chaos in a sailor suit. And in a world where we crave reasons for suffering, that's the most frightening curse of all. From the psychology of fear to the physics of misfortune, our next cursed artifact takes us from the shadows of suggestion to the glare of the spotlight, where a painting's curse became a viral nightmare. Shifting from haunted dolls to haunted landscapes, let's step into one of Japan's most unsettling urban legends, the cursed playground known as Jikugu Park. Perched on the edge of a cliff notorious for suicides, this site has become a magnet for ghostly tales that blur the line between tragedy and the supernatural. The park's dark history begins with its location. The cliff beneath it, once called Suicide Point, was a grim final stop for countless desperate souls over the decades. When the area was repurposed into a children's playground in the 1970s, locals hoped to reclaim the space with laughter and light. Instead, the whispers began. Visitors reported swings creaking into motion, with no one pushing them. Parents swore they heard children's laughter echoing through the empty park after midnight. Some even claimed to see shadowy figures perched on the jungle gym, their tiny silhouettes vanishing when approached. What makes Dybbuk Box so chilling isn't just the reports, it's the contradictions. By day, it's an ordinary playground, colorful and innocuous, but by night the atmosphere shifts. The laughter isn't joyful, it's unnerving, almost taunting. The swings don't just sway, they lurch violently as if ridden by unseen forces. Locals attribute this to the restless spirits of those who leaped from the cliff, their anguish transmuted into a macabre imitation of childhood play. Others suggest the voices belong to children who died tragically nearby, their spirits trapped in a loop of their final moments. But there's a deeper cultural layer to this curse. In Japan, places stained by suffering are often believed to retain emotional energy, a concept called Dybbuk or earthbound spirits. Dybbuk Box fits this archetype perfectly. The more stories spread, the more the legend grows, fed by collective fear. Even skeptics admit the air feels heavier here, as if the cliff's history seeps into the soil. Modern visitors leave toys as offerings, a bittersweet attempt to appease spirits who might have once been someone's beloved child. Yet amidst the ghost stories, there's an eerie question: why would spirits mimic play? Psychologists point to pareidolia, our brain's tendency to find patterns in randomness. The wind becomes laughter, rusted chains sound like swings, but cultural historians argue these tales serve a purpose. They're warnings, reminders of the cliff's past, ensuring it's never forgotten. The curse, in this light, becomes a form of memory. As we peel back the layers of Dybbuk Box legend, our next stop takes us from haunted swings to haunted reflections, where a mirror's curse captures more than just images. From the eerie echoes of Dybbuk Box, let's journey deeper into Japan's haunted landscapes, where the line between the natural and the supernatural blurs in ways that reveal profound cultural truths. Few places embody this duality more starkly than Aokigahara Forest, a sprawling sea of trees at the base of Mount Fuji. Known globally as the Suicide Forest, Aokigahara carries a weight far heavier than its twisted roots and volcanic soil. But where Dybbuk's curse manifests in ghostly play, Aokigahara's whispers are of silence, a silence so thick it's said to swallow cries for help. The forest's reputation stretches back centuries. Edo period tales spoke of yubasut, a grim practice where families abandoned the elderly in these woods to die. Later, it became a refuge for those seeking to end their lives, with over 200 bodies discovered here since the 1950s. Unlike Dybbuk's localized hauntings, Aokigahara's curse feels vast, almost sentient. Hikers report compasses spinning uselessly, as if the forest itself rejects navigation. Others tell of finding perfectly stacked personal belongings, shoes, wallets, notes left behind by those who vanished into the trees. The air hums with an unsettling quiet, broken only by the occasional rustle of something unseen. What sets these two sites apart isn't just their stories, but how Japan responds to them. Dybbuk Box curse is met with offerings, toys, prayers, attempts to reconcile with the past. Aokigahara, meanwhile, is flanked by signs pleading, "Your life is precious," and patrols sweep its trails daily. Both approaches reflect Dybbuk, the belief that places absorb suffering but their remedies diverge. One seeks to appease, the other to prevent. This contrast underscores a cultural tension, honoring the dead while fiercely protecting the living. Yet there's a shared thread in how these legends shape behavior. At Jikagu, parents avoid the park at dusk. In Aokigahara, locals never refer to suicide directly, fearing it invites the act. Both sites serve as cautionary mirrors, reflecting societal anxieties about death and remembrance. Even the tourism surrounding them differs. Jikagu draws curiosity seekers armed with cameras. Aokigahara attracts solemn visitors who often leave behind coins or ribbons, tokens meant to guide lost souls home. But perhaps the most striking difference lies in their afterlife myths. Jikagu's spirits are trapped in loops of play, their anguish reinterpreted as mischief. Aokigahara's dead, however, are said to become yurei, restless ghosts with unfinished business. Some believe their whispers lure others deeper into the forest, perpetuating the cycle. Psychologists attribute this to suicide contagion, but cultural historians see older forces at work. Shinto traditions view forests as gateways to the spirit world, making Aokigahara a literal threshold between realms. As we step back from these haunted landscapes, a pattern emerges. Japan's cursed sites aren't just about fear, they're about memory, responsibility, and the delicate balance between respecting the past and safeguarding the future. Whether through a child's laughter in an empty playground or the stifling silence of ancient trees, these stories force us to confront what we'd rather forget. And that, in itself, may be the real curse. Now, let's cross oceans and step into the shadowed halls of the American South, where the legendary Myrtles Plantation harbors a mirror that refuses to forget the dead. Tucked away in Louisiana's St. Francisville, this antebellum home is often called one of America's most haunted places, and at the heart of its eerie reputation is a single, ornate mirror. Unlike the restless spirits of Aokigahara or the trapped echoes of Jikagu Park, the curse of this mirror is chillingly intimate. It's said to hold the souls of those who have died within the house, their faces sometimes flickering in its glass long after their passing. The mirror's dark history ties back to the 1820s, when the plantation's original owner, Judge Clark Woodruff, allegedly murdered a young enslaved woman named Chloe. Legend claims Chloe poisoned Woodruff's family in revenge, only to be hanged by her fellow enslaved people for bringing more brutality upon them. Her spirit, along with others who met violent ends in the house, is said to linger, not in the halls or doorways, but in the mirror itself. Visitors and staff report seeing shadowy figures peering from its surface, their features blurred but unmistakably human. Some even capture these apparitions in photographs, where faces materialize like smudges on the glass, often in spots where no one stood when the picture was taken. What makes the Myrtles mirror unique among cursed objects is its selective haunting. Unlike the indiscriminate terror of the Dybbuk Box or the tragic reach of the Hope Diamond, this mirror seems to reserve its manifestations for those who dare to look too closely. Tour guides warn guests not to photograph it after dusk, as the images that appear later are often too unsettling to explain. One of the most famous photos, taken in the 1990s, shows a small girl's face beside a modern-day visitor, though no child was present that day. Others reveal figures in period clothing, their expressions frozen in anguish. Skeptics dismiss these as tricks of light or pareidolia, the brain's tendency to find faces in random patterns. But those who have stood before the mirror swear the air grows colder, as if something unseen is pressing against the other side of the glass. The mirror's curse extends beyond visual anomalies. Guests who have touched it report sudden headaches or bouts of dizziness, while others claim to hear whispers in empty rooms, voices that seem to rise from the mirror's gilded frame. Paranormal investigators have recorded spikes in electromagnetic fields near it, though no scientific explanation justifies the personal accounts of being watched. Even more unnerving are the stories of reflections that move independently, mimicking the viewer's actions, a heartbeat too late or grinning when the person before it does not. Cultural historians note that the Myrtles mirror taps into a deeper fear, the idea that reflective surfaces can trap souls. This belief spans continents, from European vampire myths where mirrors reveal no reflection to West African traditions of covering mirrors after a death to prevent the departed spirit from being snared. The Myrtle's Curse, then, isn't just a ghost story, it's a fragment of a global superstition that mirrors aren't passive objects but gateways. As we pull back from the glass, the question lingers, is the curse in the mirror itself, or in the weight of the tragedies it reflects? Whether a vessel for lost souls or a focal point for collective grief, the Myrtle's mirror forces us to confront what happens when the past refuses to fade. And in its silver depths, we might just see our own reluctance to let go staring back at us. Now, let's shift our gaze from the chilling legends to the cold, hard light of science. While the Myrtle's plantation mirror's hauntings send shivers down spines, researchers have uncovered fascinating explanations for these so-called ghostly reflections. The truth lies in the quirks of human perception and the deceptive play of light. Pareidolia is the brain's tendency to find familiar patterns, especially faces in random shapes or shadows. This evolutionary trait helped our ancestors spot predators hidden in foliage, but today it tricks us into seeing spectral figures in smudged glass or tarnished mirrors. Studies show that our visual cortex is wired to prioritize faces, even where none exist. Combine this with dim lighting, and a warped reflection or dust mark can morph into a phantom's visage. In the Myrtle's mirror, the ornate frame and aged silvering create perfect conditions for these illusions. The faintest distortion, like a ripple in the glass from centuries of humidity, can stretch reflections into uncanny, elongated forms that feel deliberately eerie. Then there's the role of lighting. The plantation's candlelit tours cast flickering shadows across the mirror's surface, creating fleeting silhouettes that seem to move independently. Photographers call this ghost light, when long exposures or low light settings capture light reflections in ways the naked eye misses. The infamous photo of the ghost girl beside a visitor. Experts suggest it could be a double exposure or light refracting through a nearby window, imprinting a passerby's faint image onto the glass. Even the period clothing apparitions align with the way fabric textures like lace curtains or a guide's historic costume can blur into vintage-looking shapes under certain angles. But science doesn't erase the mirror's power. Psychologists note that curses persist because they tap into primal fears. Mirrors as portals to our own image unsettle us when they defy expectations. The Myrtle's tragic history primes visitors to interpret every anomaly as supernatural. Known as confirmation bias, this mental shortcut makes us cling to eerie explanations that align with the location's lore. Add suggestible states like the adrenaline of a ghost tour, and even skeptics may second-guess what they've seen. Interestingly, the mirror's reported cold spots and whispers have physical roots too. Drafts in old homes often concentrate near glass surfaces, while infrasound, low-frequency vibrations from wind or plumbing, can induce dizziness and the sensation of being watched. These phenomena, documented in haunted locations worldwide, show how easily our brains convert sensory quirks into ghost stories. Yet, the Myrtle's curse endures because it speaks to something deeper than optics or acoustics. Whether through pareidolia or tragedy's echo, the mirror holds up a question we're still afraid to answer. How thin is the line between the seen and the unseen? Science may explain the mechanics, but the stories remind us that fear, like a reflection, is often a trick of the mind, one we're reluctant to look away from. Turning from spectral mirrors to bridal horrors, let's unravel the chilling tale of a wedding dress said to carry a lethal curse. In the late 19th century, a lavish silk gown trimmed with delicate lace became the centerpiece of a macabre legend after its first wearer, a wealthy socialite, collapsed and died mid-ceremony. Within years, two more brides who donned the same dress met similarly tragic fates, one from a sudden fever, the other in a carriage accident on her wedding night. The dress, now stained with whispered tragedies, vanished from public view, only to resurface decades later in a Boston antique shop. There, a curator cataloging the garment reportedly fell ill within hours of handling it, reigniting fears of its malice. The gown's eerie reputation grew as museum workers claimed it shifted position overnight or emitted a faint floral scent reminiscent of funeral lilies when no flowers were present. Visitors photographed strange mists near its display case, while others swore they glimpsed a veiled figure in reflections. The most infamous incident occurred in 1978, when a fire broke out in the museum's textile wing, destroying everything except the cursed dress which hung untouched amid the ashes. Skeptics argue the fire's path was dictated by airflow, but the coincidence cemented the legend. What makes this story endure isn't just the dress's alleged supernatural properties, but its symbolism. Wedding gowns represent hope and new beginnings, twisting them into vessels of doom strikes at universal fears. Forensic historians later uncovered that the original owner's dress might have been treated with arsenic-laden dyes, a common practice in Victorian fashion to achieve vibrant whites. This toxic detail offers a grimly plausible explanation for the early deaths, yet the curse narrative persists. The dress's current whereabouts are unknown, though rumors place it in a private collection under UV-protected glass, a precaution against both fading and perhaps its curse. Whether a relic of tragic chemistry or something more sinister, the story taps into our dread of life's happiest moments turning fatal. After all, few things unsettle more than beauty laced with invisible peril. Next, we'll explore how this dark legend mirrors another fashion-related horror: the deadly consequences of vanity in history's most toxic trends. The line between glamour and grave danger has always been perilously thin. From cursed lace to lethal dyes, the horror of toxic fashion runs deeper than any one gown. The 19th century was a golden age of innovation and unintended consequences. While brides sought pristine white dresses, few realized the shimmering fabrics came at a deadly cost. Arsenic, a favorite among textile manufacturers, was used to create those luminous whites and vibrant greens so coveted in Victorian society. But this wasn't just a hazard for wearers. Dressmakers handling the poison-laden fabrics developed open sores, while laundresses who washed them suffered dizziness and vomiting. Even fashion plates in women's magazines warned of gloves or stockings, leaving rashes hints of the slow killer woven into their wardrobes. The infamous Scheele's green pigment, named after its Swedish chemist creator, was especially notorious. Wallpapers, ball gowns, and even children's toys dyed with this arsenic compound turned homes into gas chambers. In 1862, a young dancer named Matilda Schurer collapsed mid-performance, convulsing as emerald fabric dust from her costume filled her lungs. An autopsy revealed her stomach lining was stained green. Yet despite public outcry, the demand for cheap, vivid colors kept arsenic in circulation for decades. Beyond poison, fashion's dark history brims with overlooked dangers. Crinolines, those iconic bell-shaped skirts, were death traps of highly flammable horsehair and starch. Newspapers documented over 3,000 women burning alive in the 1850s alone, their wide skirts catching fire from stray candle flames. Corsets, meanwhile, reshaped ribs and compressed organs, leading to chronic fainting spells, hence the term vapors. Even something as simple as hatpins, popular in the early 20th century, caused injuries so frequent that cities passed laws limiting their length. What makes these tales so chilling isn't just the suffering, but the societal pressures that normalized it. Women endured pain and risk to meet beauty standards, while men's fashion, though not innocent, rarely carried such lethal stakes. The cursed wedding dress may be an outlier in its supernatural reputation, but it's part of a very real pattern. Throughout history, the pursuit of beauty has often danced with death. Now, let's step from toxic textiles into another realm where vanity and doom intertwine the glittering, cursed treasures of royal courts. Jewels have a way of carrying more than just sparkle. From glittering gems to whispering stone walls, our next cursed tale takes us deep into Bulgaria's shadowed past. High in the cliffs of the Golden Sands Nature Park, the ruins of Alaja Monastery cling to the rock face like a skeletal hand. Founded by medieval monks seeking solitude, this holy site became a stage for unspeakable violence when invading forces slaughtered its inhabitants. But according to locals, the monks never truly left. The monastery's labyrinthine tunnels tell a chilling story. Originally carved as escape routes and secret chapels, these passageways now echo with phantom footsteps. Visitors describe sudden temperature drops, flickering lights, and the overwhelming sense of being watched. Some even report shadowy figures darting between the crumbling arches, silent witnesses to the massacre that stained these stones. In 2014, a team of archaeologists investigating the lower tunnels fled after their equipment malfunctioned, and a voice whispered ancient hymns in Old Church Slavonic, a language dead for centuries. But the curse isn't just about ghosts. The monastery's frescoes, though faded, still leer from the walls. Their unsettling depictions of demons and tormented souls seem to shift when viewed from different angles. One mural, nicknamed the Crying Monk, appears to shed crimson tears when touched, a phenomenon scientists attribute to mineral seepage, though pilgrims insist it's a sign of the curse's power. The darkest legend involves the underground Chapel of the Damned, where monks supposedly practiced forbidden rites. Locals claim that during the Ottoman invasion, several monks barricaded themselves inside, chanting until their voices were swallowed by the earth. To this day, guides warn visitors not to answer if they hear singing from the sealed chamber. Those who ignore the advice, like a German tourist in 1998, often return with stories of unseen hands dragging at their clothes. What makes Alaja's curse so enduring isn't just its paranormal activity, but its historical wounds. The monastery's destruction mirrored Bulgaria's own struggles under foreign rule, turning it into a symbol of resistance and unresolved rage. Whether you believe in curses or not, one truth remains. Some places remember their pain long after history books have moved on. Now, let's journey from these haunted halls to a different kind of beacon, one where light itself seems to harbor darkness. The walls of Alaja Monastery hold more than just crumbling stone. They're a canvas of nightmares. Peeling back layers of time, the monastery's hidden frescoes reveal scenes so unsettling they've become the heart of its cursed legend. Unlike typical religious art depicting saints and salvation, these paintings twist salvation into something far darker. Imagine stumbling upon a mural where angels have hollow eyes and demons grin from the edges of paradise, their fingers curled around the damned like puppeteers pulling strings. One of the most infamous frescoes, known as the Scales of Sin, shows a monstrous figure weighing souls against feathers. But here's the twist. The damned aren't just heavy with wrongdoing. Their faces are eerily detailed, some resembling historical figures linked to the monastery's destruction. Pilgrims in the 15th century reported seeing the faces of known invaders among the tortured souls, their features shifting over time as if Chinese letter itself were keeping score. Then there's the Dance of the Damned, a circular fresco where skeletal figures whirl in a macabre celebration. What chills historians isn't just the imagery, it's the technique. The artist used a rare pigment mix containing ground malachite, which reacts to humidity. On damp nights, the figures appear to glisten with sweat, their movements almost fluid under candlelight. In 2011, a conservator noted that touching the fresco left her hands tingling for hours, a phenomenon she couldn't explain. But the true masterpiece of horror is the veil of the Weeping Virgin. This half-destroyed painting of Mary cradling a lifeless Christ has one grotesque detail. Her tears aren't painted. They're formed by a network of hairline cracks that seep moisture from the rock behind it. On the anniversary of the monastery's massacre, visitors claim the cracks darken, staining the mural like blood. Scientists argue it's iron oxide in the stone, but try telling that to the locals who leave offerings beneath it, coins pressed into the cracks as if paying a toll to keep the curse at bay. These frescoes weren't just art, they were warnings. Medieval monks believed depicting hell so vividly would scare people into piety. Instead, they created something that outlived even the monastery's ruins. Today, the paintings feel less like sermons and more like echoes, a gallery of anguish where the past refuses to stay buried. And if these walls could talk, perhaps they'd whisper the truth. Some curses aren't written in words, but in the flicker of a demon's painted grin. Now, let's leave these haunted halls behind and step into a different kind of darkness, one where light itself becomes a beacon for the lost. Shifting from haunted frescoes to restless shores, we arrive at the St. Augustine Lighthouse in Florida, where tragedy lingers like coastal fog. Built in the late 1800s to guide ships through treacherous waters, this towering structure holds a darker claim to fame: the spirits of two young girls whose laughter still echoes through its spiral staircase. Their story begins in the 1870s when the lighthouse was still under construction. The daughters of the overseer, often seen playing on the site, reportedly tumbled from an unsecured platform to their deaths. But according to witnesses, they never truly left. Visitors and staff describe encountering the girls' apparitions in eerie detail. Some hear the sound of invisible feet running up the iron stairs, followed by giggles that fade into whispers. Others claim to see shadowy figures peering from the lighthouse windows, small, unmistakably childlike. Paranormal investigators have captured EVPs, or electronic voice phenomena, of children singing or calling for their father. One particularly chilling recording, caught in 2008, seems to whisper, "Help me down," in a voice too old and strained to belong to a child. But not all encounters are playful. Nighttime security guards report sudden temperature drops in the keeper's house where the girls are said to gather. Objects move without explanation. Chairs scrape across floors, doors slam, and toys left in the gift shop, antique dolls, spinning tops, appear rearranged by morning. In 2014, a television crew filming a documentary experienced a malfunctioning camera that later revealed a blurred figure standing behind the host, its hand outstretched as if pushing. The crew swore no one else was present. The lighthouse's most infamous hotspot is the spiral staircase itself, where visitors describe an unseen force tugging at their clothing or hair. Some even report vertigo, as if the steps tilt beneath them. A maintenance worker in 1997 claimed he was shoved from behind, leaving him with a palm-shaped bruise on his back, though no one was there. Skeptics attribute these phenomena to the structure's uneven ironwork or drafts, but locals insist the girls are protective of their home. After Hurricane Matthew in 2016, a volunteer photographed a misty figure near the lantern room. The face, though blurred, bore an unsettling smile, too wide, too knowing. What makes this curse so enduring isn't just the tragedies of the past, but how the present keeps them alive. The lighthouse now offers ghost tours, yet staff warn visitors, if you hear your name called from the tower, don't answer. Some say the girls still try to lure the living into their endless game of hide and seek. Others believe they're pleading for someone to finally help them down from that fatal fall. Either way, the St. Augustine Lighthouse stands as a monument to two truths. Some souls never find peace, and some lights guide more than just ships. Now, let's leave the restless shores behind and descend into a different kind of darkness, one where bones whisper from the shadows. Beneath the ghostly giggles and phantom footsteps of the St. Augustine Lighthouse lies a deeper, more haunting truth: the crushing isolation endured by those who kept its flame alive. While the tragic tale of the overseer's daughters grips visitors, the lighthouse's curse extends to the very nature of the job itself. Imagine spending months in that towering solitude, cut off from the world, with only the howling wind and the endless sea for company. Many keepers didn't just battle storms, they waged war against their own minds. Records from the late 19th century reveal harrowing accounts of keepers descending into paranoia or delirium. One logbook entry from 1882 describes a keeper who swore he heard voices in the lantern room. voices that matched no living soul on the island. Another, stationed in the 1890s, wrote of shadowy figures crowding the gallery, their faces pressed against the glass as waves battered the shore below. When relief crews arrived, they'd often find keepers emaciated, their hair streaked white, muttering about things that moved in the fog. Modern psychologists might call it extreme sensory deprivation, but those who experienced it believed the lighthouse itself was alive and hungry. The most infamous case unfolded in 1903 when keeper William Harden vanished without a trace. His replacement found the lamp still lit, a half-eaten meal on the table, and Harden's journal open to a final, frantic entry: "They won't let me sleep." They whisper through the walls. A search party scoured the island, but his body was never recovered. Locals claimed the sea took him until a dredging operation in 1957 unearthed a rusted keeper's key tangled in the roots of a fallen oak nearly a mile inland. How it got there remains a mystery. This blend of isolation and supernatural dread wasn't unique to St. Augustine. Across the world, lighthouse keepers reported eerily similar phenomena: figures in oilskin coats vanishing into cellar doors that didn't exist, knockings from inside sealed fuel tanks, even entire crews disappearing from remote stations like Florida's Fowey Rocks and Scotland's Flannan Isles. Some blame the mercury used in early lamp mechanisms, which could cause hallucinations. Others point to the psychological toll of endless vigilance, where sleep deprivation twisted imagination into reality. But perhaps the most chilling theory comes from maritime folklore. Lighthouses, it's said, don't just attract lost ships, they beckon lost souls. Today, the St. Augustine Lighthouse stands as both a museum and a monument to these unsung guardians. Their stories remind us that curses aren't always about vengeful spirits. Sometimes they're the slow erosion of sanity in the face of unimaginable loneliness. And if you listen closely on a still night, between the echoes of children's laughter, you might hear another sound: the faint, weary turn of a keeper's key in a lock that hasn't existed for 100 years. Now, let's step away from the sea's mournful whispers and into a labyrinth of stone where the dead don't just linger, they reach out. But not all whispers of the supernatural come from lonely towers by the sea. Some echo from deep beneath the streets of Paris, where the dead outnumber the living by a staggering margin. The catacombs of Paris, a sprawling labyrinth of tunnels lined with the bones of over 6 million souls, have long been a magnet for those drawn to the macabre. Yet what begins as a hauntingly beautiful descent into history often takes a darker turn. Visitors report cold fingers brushing their necks, disembodied sighs echoing through the narrow passages, and an overwhelming sense of being watched by the empty sockets of countless skulls. The most infamous legend centers on a man known only as Philibert Aspert, the original Phantom of the Catacombs. In 1793, as revolution gripped Paris above ground, Aspert ventured into the tunnels beneath the Val de Grace Hospital, allegedly searching for stolen wine. He never returned. 11 years later, workers discovered his corpse just steps from an exit, his clothing reduced to rags, his hands clawing at the limestone walls. But the true horror lay in his expression, frozen in a silent scream, as if he'd seen something unimaginable in the dark. To this day, no one knows what drove Aspert to such desperation, or why his body showed no signs of decay despite a decade underground. Parisians whispered that the catacombs had claimed him as punishment for trespassing in the realm of the dead. Modern explorers still vanish in these tunnels, though authorities rarely publicize the disappearances. In 2011, a group of urban explorers reported finding a camera deep in a restricted section. The final photos showed a blurry figure in 18th century garb standing among the bones before the image dissolved into static. Then there's the Black Line, a route marked by charcoal arrows left by medieval quarry workers. Those who stray from it often describe losing hours of time, emerging disoriented with no memory of how they became separated from their group. Some return with inexplicable scratches, their clothes reeking of damp earth and something far older. Scientific explanations abound: carbon monoxide leaks, infrasound vibrations, or simply the psychological weight of walking past endless walls of femurs and tibias. But locals tell another story. They say the catacombs were never meant to house the dead peacefully. When Paris ran out of cemetery space in the late 18th century, workers haphazardly dumped remains here, crushing skulls to fit more bodies. No prayers were said, no rites observed. The result, according to legend, is a restless army of spirits forced into a claustrophobic eternity. Perhaps that's why the catacombs' official motto reads, "Arrête. C'est ici l'empire de la mort." Stop, this is the empire of death. It's not just a warning for tourists, it's an acknowledgement that some places hold darkness too deep to illuminate, even with centuries of hindsight. And as the next chilling tale proves, sometimes the most terrifying curses aren't bound to ancient ruins or forgotten relics. They're hiding in plain sight, waiting for the right moment to awaken. While the public areas of the Paris catacombs offer enough chills to satisfy most visitors, the true heart of darkness lies beyond the barriers, in the maze of sealed passageways strictly off-limits to explorers. These forbidden zones, marked on maps with ominous warnings, have become the stuff of urban legend, where whispers of curses grow louder with each unexplained collapse or eerie disturbance. Beneath the 15th arrondissement, entire tunnels were abruptly closed in 2007 after engineers discovered massive sinkholes, some plunging over 30 feet deep. The official explanation pointed to unstable limestone, but those who have worked down there tell stranger stories. Maintenance crews report hearing what sounds like distant chanting in sections that have been blocked for centuries, while others swear their equipment malfunctions only in these areas, flashlights flickering to life miles after exiting, or thermal cameras picking up phantom heat signatures near walls inscribed with medieval symbols. One of the most infamous restricted areas sits directly beneath the place Denfert Rochereau, where a series of narrow corridors dubbed the ossuary's veins were sealed after a 2004 incident. A team documenting bone arrangements for preservation claimed they'd found a chamber where the skulls were stacked in precise spiral patterns, unlike the chaotic piles elsewhere. Days later, one researcher vanished during a routine check, his abandoned camera capturing a single blurry image, a handprint far too large to be human, pressed into the dust of a previously untouched wall. Authorities dismissed it as a hoax, but the tunnels were welded shut within 48 hours. Then there's the Well of Silence, a vertical shaft descending nearly 200 feet near the Montparnasse district. No records exist of its original purpose, but since the 1950s, multiple rescue teams have refused to retrieve objects or people that fall into it. Veteran catacomb guides whisper about a 1989 case where a drunken tourist ignored barriers to toss a coin down the well. Divers sent after him surfaced seconds later, one bleeding from his ears, muttering about voices from below. The well was barricaded with reinforced steel, yet visitors still claim to hear faint sobs rising from its depths. Geologists argue that these phenomena stem from natural gas leaks or the catacombs' notorious acoustics, which can distort sounds across vast distances. But the persistence of certain patterns fuels darker theories. In zones where 18th century workers dumped plague victims en masse, sensors have detected abnormal electromagnetic pulses, while infrared scans reveal cold spots precisely where historical accounts mention night processions of shadowy figures seen by quarry slaves. Perhaps most chilling is how these sealed sections seem to retaliate against intrusion. In 2018, urban explorers who broke into a blocked tunnel near the Luxembourg Gardens emerged unscathed, only to suffer identical, recurring nightmares of being buried alive. When they returned to confess to authorities, security footage showed them standing motionless for hours in front of the sealed entrance, though they recalled only walking for minutes. The catacombs' official administrators downplay supernatural claims, but their actions speak volumes. Motion-activated alarms in restricted zones sometimes trigger without anything visible on camera, and repairs to collapsed tunnels are always scheduled for midday when sunlight theoretically penetrates deepest. As one retired worker anonymously confessed, "We don't close areas just for safety. We close them because something down there remembers being disturbed." And so the Empire of Death guards its secrets, leaving us to wonder what truly lurks in those lightless corridors where even modern technology falters. But curses, as our next tale reveals, aren't always content to remain underground. Some emerge into the daylight, clinging to objects that carry their malice into unsuspecting hands. From the shadowy depths of the Paris catacombs, we surface into the harsh light of a very different kind of curse, one that proves ancient malice can attach itself to objects as easily as places. Our next story centers on an artifact so infamous, it became entangled with history's most notorious maritime disaster, the so-called unlucky mummy of the British Museum. This haunting tale begins not in Egypt but in late 19th century London, where a peculiar artifact entered the museum's collection. The object was a mummy board, a decorative cover meant to shield an actual mummy, depicting the face of an unknown priestess. Contrary to sensational claims, it was never a full mummy, nor was it ever placed on the Titanic. Yet the legend insists this artifact was responsible for sinking the ship, cursing anyone who dared possess it. The myth took root in the early 20th century when British journalist Bertram Fletcher Robinson published a series of articles claiming the artifact brought misfortune to all who owned it. He spun stories of photographers dropping dead after capturing its image, owners suffering sudden financial ruin, and even a woman who allegedly went mad after sleeping in the same room as the artifact. But here's the twist: most of these claims were either exaggerations or outright fabrications. Museum records show no evidence of deaths linked to the object and the Titanic connection. Pure invention, historians now believe the curse was a clever PR stunt gone viral. In an era obsessed with Egyptian mysticism after Tutankhamun's discovery, the British Museum's trustees likely encouraged the rumors to boost attendance. Newspapers eagerly amplified the story, and soon even respected figures like Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, a creator of Sherlock Holmes, weighed in, insisting the curse was genuine. The public's imagination did the rest, weaving a narrative so sticky it persists over a century later. Yet the most fascinating part isn't the myth, it's why we cling to it. The unlucky mummy represents a universal truth: humans crave explanations for tragedy. When the Titanic sank in 1912, people needed more than an iceberg to blame. A cursed artifact provided a sinister, satisfying reason for the unexplainable. Today, the board remains one of the museum's most requested items, proof that a good story, even a debunked one, can outlive facts. But curses, as we've seen, aren't confined to museums or shipwrecks. Some follow their victims across oceans, embedding themselves in the very walls of their homes. Now let's step beyond the unlucky mummy and into the broader world of museum curse culture, a phenomenon where ordinary objects become vessels for our darkest superstitions. What is it about these artifacts that convinces us they harbor ill will? The answer lies in a blend of psychology, history, and our timeless fascination with the unknown. Take the infamous Hope Diamond, which we've already explored. Despite its scientific origins as a geologic wonder, the diamond's bloody history transformed it into a cursed icon. Yet in the Smithsonian, where it now resides, the diamond is just another exhibit, glass encased and harmless. Similarly, the British Museum's Lindoman, a preserved Iron Age bog body, has sparked whispers of a curse. Visitors report dizziness or unease near his display, though scientists attribute this to the eerie power of seeing a 2,000-year-old face staring back at you. Then there's the Koh-i-Noor, the diamond woven into crowns and conquests, Legend claims it brings ruin to any man who wears it, though the British monarchy conspicuously avoids testing that theory by restricting its use to queen consorts. Museums amplify these narratives, sometimes unintentionally. The dim lighting, the solemn silence, the labels hinting at mysterious origins, all feed the illusion that these objects are more than relics, they're alive with malice. But why do we insist on animating the inanimate? Psychologists point to agent detection, our evolutionary habit of attributing intention to random events. If a vase shatters during a museum tour, it's easier to blame a curse than admit it was clumsy handling. Historians add that cursed artifacts often emerge from colonial contexts, objects violently taken from their cultures, their original meanings erased. The curse becomes a subconscious reckoning with that theft, as if the objects themselves are demanding justice. Museums themselves play a dual role. While they debunk myths with placards about natural causes, they also profit from the intrigue. The unlucky mummy's label may deny its curse, but its placement in the Egyptian gallery, surrounded by funerary artifacts, keeps the legend simmering. It's a delicate dance. Museums rely on spectacle to draw crowds, even as they dismantle the very stories that make their collections magnetic. This tension raises a haunting question. Are curses born from the objects or from us? When we whisper about haunted artifacts, we're really confronting our own fears of death, of the past's grip on the present, of unexplained misfortune. The next time you stand before a cursed display, ask yourself, is the object dangerous, or is it simply holding up a mirror to the darkness we carry inside? And speaking of darkness, our next curse doesn't linger in a museum case. It's woven into the streets of an entire town, where even saying its name is said to invite disaster. But if you think museum curses are unsettling, wait until you hear about an entire village where even uttering its name is said to bring misfortune. Nestled in Italy's Basilicata region, the town of Colabraro has carried the weight of a dark reputation for centuries, a place where superstition isn't just folklore, it's woven into daily life. Locals whisper that the village's very name is taboo, with outsiders risking bad luck merely by speaking it aloud. So how did Colabraro become synonymous with curses? The answer lies in a tangled web of history and hearsay. During the Middle Ages, the village gained notoriety as a haven for witches and occult practitioners. Its remote, mist-shrouded hills provided the perfect hideaway for those accused of dark magic, and soon rumors spread that the town's residents could cast spells or summon storms. One infamous legend tells of a 16th century witch named La Strega di Colabraro, who supposedly hexed entire harvests or cursed enemies with a single glance. Though no concrete evidence ties her to real events, the story cemented the village's eerie reputation. But the superstitions didn't stop there. In the 1800s, a traveling judge allegedly condemned Colabraro as a land of misfortune. After a series of bizarre courtroom accidents, his inkwell spilling, his papers scattering, and even his chair collapsing mid-trial. Whether coincidence or curse, the incident became local law, and the judge's words stuck. Even today, many Italians avoid mentioning Colabraro by name, referring to it euphemistically as that town or the place that must not be named. The village's identity as a cursed enclave only deepened with time. Fishermen refused to sail near its stretch of coastline, fearing storms. Merchants avoided trading with its residents, convinced their goods carried bad luck. And weddings, legend claims any couple married in Colabraro would face a lifetime of strife, leading to a peculiar tradition. Brides and grooms from neighboring towns would march to the village border, then quickly retreat after a symbolic, non-wedding ceremony to ward off the curse. Yet beneath the myths, there's a fascinating cultural resilience. Modern Colabraro has begun reclaiming its reputation, leaning into its cursed branding with dark tourism. Visitors can now join luck rituals led by locals, like tossing salt over their shoulders or wearing red ribbons to neutralize the hex while exploring the very streets once feared as witch-haunted. It's a striking twist. A community once shunned for its superstitions now thrives because of them. So is Colabraro truly cursed, or is its infamy a self-fulfilling prophecy? Like so many ancient legends, the power lies not in magic but in belief. And that's the eerie truth about curses. Sometimes the most terrifying force isn't a spell or a spirit, but the stories we tell ourselves. Now let's shift from whispered village legends to something far more visible and just as ominous. Our next curse doesn't lurk in shadows. It looms over a city square, its mechanical hands ticking toward doom. But here's where the tale takes an unexpected turn. Far from fading into obscurity, Colabraro has spun its cursed legacy into a thriving attraction. Imagine a place once whispered about in fear, now welcoming curious travelers with open arms, turning superstition into spectacle. The village has masterfully rebranded itself as a hotspot for dark tourism, where visitors don't just hear about the curse, they experience it firsthand. At the heart of this transformation are the so-called luck rituals, designed to both entertain and soothe nervous guests. Picture this: you arrive in Colabraro, and before stepping foot in the town square, a local guide hands you a pinch of salt to toss over your shoulder, a playful nod to warding off bad omens. Red ribbons, traditionally tied to doorways or worn as bracelets, are offered as talismans against the hex. These rituals aren't just for show. They're a bridge between the village's eerie past and its vibrant present, allowing visitors to engage with the legend without fear. The community has even embraced theatrical flair to bring its haunted history to life. During summer nights, the streets transform into stages for reenactments of witch trials and occult ceremonies, complete with flickering torches and actors in period costumes. Tourists can join cursed walks, where guides recount spine-tingling tales of La Strega di Colabraro, her alleged curses lingering in the very alleyways where she once walked. It's immersive storytelling at its finest, blurring the line between folklore and reality. Local businesses have cleverly capitalized on the notoriety, too. Cafes serve anti-curse espresso blends, while shops sell charms and trinkets branded as hex-proof. One artisan even crafts miniature broomsticks, a cheeky homage to the village's witchy roots. And let's not forget the annual Festa della Malasorte, Festival of Bad Luck, where the town leans into its reputation with parades, themed games, and even a mock curse-lifting ceremony. What was once a source of isolation has become a celebration of identity. Yet beneath the tourist-friendly veneer lies a deeper truth. Colabraro's revival isn't just about profit, it's about reclaiming power. For generations, outsiders defined the village by its superstitions. Now, the people of Colabraro are rewriting the narrative on their own terms. By inviting the world to confront the curse head-on, they've drained it of its terror, proving that sometimes the best way to disarm a legend is to laugh in its face. So is Colabraro still cursed, perhaps, but only if you believe in such things. For everyone else, it's a testament to how fear can be transformed into fascination, and how even the darkest legends can find new life in the light of day. And speaking of legends that refuse to fade, our next story takes us from a village shrouded in whispers to an artifact that's been ticking toward doom for centuries. Now let's turn our attention from playful curses to something far more precise and ominous. High above Prague's Old Town Square, the astronomical clock has been counting down not just minutes, but catastrophes for over 6 centuries. This mechanical marvel, installed in 1410, isn't just a timepiece, it's a silent witness to history's darkest hours, and many believe it carries a curse tied to its own intricate gears. The clock's most chilling legend claims it halts only in the face of impending doom. Locals swear it froze moments before the devastating flood of 1590, its hands locked in place as the Vltava River swallowed the city. During the plague outbreak of 1680, townspeople reportedly saw its golden sundial stutter to a stop. Days later, carts piled with bodies rattled through the streets. Even the Nazis noted its eerie behavior. When the occupying forces attempted to repair the clock in 1941, it mysteriously refused to chime for weeks, only resuming as Prague was liberated in 1945. But the clock's sinister reputation runs deeper than mere superstition. Its creator, master clockmaker Hanush, was allegedly blinded by the city council to prevent him from replicating his masterpiece elsewhere. As the story goes, Hanush exacted his revenge by sabotaging the mechanism, thrusting his hand into the gears and cursing the clock to bring misery to Prague forever. Whether by coincidence or design, the clock has required near-constant repairs, as if resisting any attempt to tame its will. The astronomical clock's face is a labyrinth of symbols feeding its cursed lore. The grinning skeleton representing death nods hourly, tugging a rope to signal another life claimed. Beside him, a miser clutches his gold, while a vain Turk shakes his head, both said to warn against greed and pride, the very sins that doomed Hanush. Most unsettling of all are the 12 apostles who emerge from hidden doors. Some claim their procession skips a figure during troubled times, as if one has abandoned the city to its fate. Yet for all its dark legends, the clock remains Prague's beating heart. Every hour, crowds gather below, half in awe and half in apprehension, waiting to see if death's bell will toll on time, or if the gears will stutter, heralding another chapter in its cursed chronicle. And as we'll soon discover, not all cursed objects are content to simply predict disaster. Some take an active role in shaping it. But beyond its ominous legends, the true enigma of Prague's astronomical clock lies in its mechanical guts, a labyrinth of gears and symbols whispering secrets few fully understand. Beneath the surface of its golden facade, the clock harbors design choices so peculiar, they've sparked theories that it might be more than a timekeeper, perhaps even an occult blueprint for catastrophe. Take the clock's 3 concentric dials, each a cryptic layer of meaning. The outermost ring, marked with medieval Schwabacher numerals, doesn't just track hours, it aligns with the Babylonian time system, a method so ancient it predates standardized timekeeping. Why would a 15th century clockmaker embed such an obsolete system unless it held esoteric significance? Some scholars suggest it's a nod to the Tower of Babel's downfall, a warning against humanity's hubris encoded in brass and enamel. Then there's the zodiac ring with its uneven spacing of astrological signs. Libra, the symbol of balance, is conspicuously oversized, while Scorpio's pincers nearly pierce the adjacent figures. This wasn't a design flaw, it mirrors the exact celestial arrangement during Prague's Great Fire of 1541. As if the clock was engineered to memorialize disasters in its very bones. Even the sun's path across the dial follows an eccentric curve, a feature found only in advanced astronomical clocks, or, as conspiracy theorists argue, in devices meant to calculate apocalyptic alignments. The most chilling detail, though, is the Orloj manuscript, a coded text discovered during repairs in the 1800s. Its pages contain diagrams of the clock's gears overlaid with alchemical symbols, mercury representing the mechanism's fluidity, salt symbolizing its sturdiness, and sulfur marking the points where components inexplicably wear down. The manuscript's margin notes, written in cipher, allegedly translate to phrases like, "When the raven drops the hour, the stone descends." Ravens are carved throughout the clock's frame, yet none visibly interact with its mechanics unless you count the weathered stone figure of an angel tucked behind the dial, its hand eternally poised above a hidden counterweight. Modern engineers have noted eerie anomalies in the clock's operation. Its central escapement, the component regulating timekeeping, defies physics by wearing unevenly, with teeth ground down as if resisting motion. X-rays reveal hollow chambers within certain gears, their purpose unknown, though folklore claims they once held fragments of the true cross or blades used in ritual sacrifices. Even the clock's famous procession of apostles hides a secret. Infrared scans show 12 figures carved into the wooden doors, but a 13th, faint outline emerges under certain lighting, its features smoothed away by centuries of touch. Was it censored or did it vanish on its own? Perhaps the most compelling evidence linking the clock to darker forces comes from an unlikely source, NASA. In 1999, astronomers studying solar flares cross-referenced historical data with the clock's breakdowns. They found a startling pattern. 70% of the clock's major malfunctions occurred within 48 hours of documented geomagnetic storms, events medieval Europe would have interpreted as omens. The clock's original iron components, now replaced, were peculiarly susceptible to magnetic interference. Was Hanush, the blinded maker, somehow attuning his creation to cosmic disturbances? Or is the clock, as Prague's oldest tour guides whisper, not just predicting doom but listening for it? As the crowd disperses after the next hourly show, few notice the tiny window above the dial where a maintenance worker once spotted gears turning backward, just for 3 seconds, long enough to make the sun disk shudder. The city's records list it as a trick of the light, but in a machine where every scratch might be a message and every tick a countdown, even silence feels like a warning. But as we peel back the layers of Prague's clock, let's turn our gaze to a quieter but no less haunting corner of England, where the price of a wish might just be your peace of mind. Nestled in the rolling hills of Northumberland, the so-called Wishing Well of Death has lured visitors for centuries with its dark allure. At first glance, it seems innocent enough, a moss-covered stone well, its waters blackened by time. But local lore warns that every coin tossed into its depths comes with a sinister bargain. The well's history stretches back to the 12th century when it was allegedly blessed or cursed by a wandering monk. According to parish records, he proclaimed that the well would grant the heart's desire but twist the soul's intent. And twist it did. Take the case of Elena Hardwick, a farmer's wife who in 1789 wished for her husband's ailing crops to flourish. The next season, their fields exploded with wheat so much that it attracted a swarm of ravens, which devoured half the harvest and left the rest rotting. Elena's journal, preserved in the local museum, confesses, "I begged for abundance but never asked what form it would take." Then there's the chilling account of Thomas Greaves, a 19th century merchant who wished for wealth. Within months, he inherited a fortune from a distant uncle only to discover the money came from slave plantations, a trade he'd publicly condemned. Consumed by guilt, he reportedly drowned himself in the same well. Visitors today claim to see his ghost flickering in the water's reflection, mouthing silent warnings. Modern testimonies are no less unsettling. In 1994, a backpacker named Liam Carter wished for adventure. Days later, he was stranded in a blizzard on the Scottish moors, surviving only by sheltering in a sheepfold. He later told reporters, "I got my adventure, just not the one I pictured." Even seemingly benign wishes backfire. A bride in 2012 wished for eternal love at the well, only for her fiancé to become obsessively possessive, their marriage ending in a restraining order. Scientists have tried to debunk the well's power, blaming its reputation on confirmation bias, the tendency to remember misfortunes that fit the curse while ignoring unrelated strokes of luck. But skeptics can't explain the well's most peculiar trait, its uncanny ability to preserve wishes. In 2017, divers recovered coins dating back to the Tudor era, many inscribed with names and dates. Stranger still, when historians cross-referenced these with local archives, they found a disproportionate number of those individuals met untimely ends, drownings, suicides, even a lightning strike. The well's water, analyzed by chemists, contains unusually high levels of lithium, a mineral linked to altered mental states. Some theorize that drinking it, or even touching it, might cloud judgment, making visitors prone to reckless decisions they later blame on the curse. Yet locals insist the well has a will of its own. They point to the carved faces around its rim, their expressions shifting from serene to snarling depending on the angle of sunlight. One particularly worn face, dubbed the Watcher, is said to blink when a doomed wish is made. Perhaps the most unsettling detail, the well never dries up even in the worst droughts. During a heatwave in 2018, when neighboring springs vanished, its water level rose and with it the number of reported misfortunes. Whether by curse or cosmic irony, one thing's clear. At this well, every whispered desire echoes twice, and the second echo always carries a price. And as we leave these troubled waters behind, our next stop will plunge us into the eerie world of haunted paintings where a single canvas's gaze has driven owners to madness. But that's a story for another moment. Now let's step back from the well's dark waters and peer into something even murkier, the human mind itself. Why do we so eagerly attribute our misfortunes to curses rather than the consequences of our own actions? The answer lies in a tangled web of psychology, culture, and our deep-seated fear of chaos. Take Elena Hardwick's story from the wishing well of death. When her wheat fields were ravaged by ravens, it was easier to blame the well's curse than to admit she'd overlooked the risks of overproduction. This is what psychologists call external locus of control, the tendency to believe outside forces dictate our lives rather than our own decisions. Studies show that people who score high on this trait are more likely to believe in curses, luck, or fate. It's a comforting illusion. If misfortune is the work of a curse, then it's not our fault. But there's another layer: cognitive dissonance. Imagine Thomas Greaves, the merchant who inherited blood money. His lifelong stance against slavery clashed violently with his sudden wealth. Instead of confronting this moral whiplash, his mind latched onto the well's curse as an explanation. This mental shortcut, known as attribution bias, lets us offload guilt onto supernatural scapegoats. Historians note similar patterns in witch trials, where communities blamed hardships on cursed individuals rather than poor harvests or disease. Then there's the narrative fallacy, our brain's obsession with weaving chaos into stories. A backpacker survives a blighted moors and calls it the well's doing, ignoring the fact that storms are common in Scotland, but a story where a wish summons a storm. That's memorable. This bias explains why curses persist in oral traditions. They turn random suffering into meaningful cautionary tales. Even science bends to this urge. The well's lithium-rich water might explain reckless behavior, but locals still personify it as the Watcher, a face that blinks at doomed wishes. This is anthropomorphism, assigning human traits to non-human forces. We do it with storms, animals, and yes, cursed wells. It's how we make the inexplicable feel familiar, but perhaps the most revealing clue comes from those Tudor-era coins. Why did so many victims carve their names? Psychologists suggest it's magical, thinking the belief that symbols like an inscribed coin can influence reality. By marking their wishes, they weren't just tossing coins, they were signing contracts with the unseen. So next time you're tempted to blame a curse, ask yourself, is the universe out to get you, or are you just refusing to face the ripples of your own choices? After all, the only thing more terrifying than a cursed well is the thought that we might be the architects of our own ruin. And as we untangle these threads of human nature, our journey takes an even darker turn toward a painting whose gaze has shattered lives. But that's a horror best faced with the lights on. Now let's turn our gaze from the psychology of curses to something far more unsettling, a painting that seems to stare back. The Hands Resist Him, often called the haunted eBay painting, isn't just a piece of art. It's a modern enigma wrapped in paranormal panic. Painted by artist Bill Stoneham in 1972, this eerie work features a young boy and a doll-like girl standing in front of a glass door, their hands pressed against it as shadowy figures loom behind. But the real horror began decades later when it appeared on eBay in the year 2000 with a listing that warned, "This painting is haunted." The seller claimed the artwork carried a dark energy. Children would cry when they saw it. The figures inside would move at night, even leave the frame entirely. One family insisted the boy stepped out of the painting to push their daughter. Another owner swore the doll girl's eyes followed him across the room. The listing went viral, and soon terrified buyers were reporting nightmares, sudden illnesses, and electronics malfunctioning near the painting. The bids soared into the thousands, not because people wanted it, but because they wanted it gone. But is this a genuine cursed object or just an elaborate hoax? Skeptics point to the power of suggestion. The original eBay listing planted the idea of a haunting, and once that seed took root, every creak in the house became proof. Psychologists call this expectant attention. Our brains magnify whatever we're primed to see. The painting's unsettling style, with its hollow eyes and tense composition, naturally invites unease. Add a spooky backstory and the mind fills in the rest. Then there's the artist's own account. Stoneham revealed that the boy in the painting was based on a childhood photo of himself, and the door symbolized the divide between reality and the unknown. The doll, a guide or a guard. He never intended it to be cursed, though he did admit that the gallery owner and a critic who praised the piece both died within a year of its debut. Coincidence, probably, but try telling that to the eBay buyers who felt its grip. Modern paranormal investigators have tried to debunk the curse. Some noted the painting's high levels of static electricity, which could explain the malfunctioning electronics reports. Others suggested the dark figures behind the glass are simply reflections, tricks of light and perspective. Yet even today, the painting's current owner keeps it covered, only unveiling it for rare interviews. Whether the curse is real or imagined, one thing's certain: the hands resist him has become a cultural ghost story, a digital age legend proving that curses thrive wherever fear takes root. And speaking of legends, our next tale takes us from the canvas to the carnival, where a horror show's thrills turned all too real. Now let's step away from haunted paintings and into the shadowy corners of the internet, where curses don't just linger, they go viral. The story of "The Hands Resist Him" is just one example of how the digital age has transformed age-old superstitions, giving them a terrifying new life. Online curses spread faster than ever, morphing from local legends into global phenomena. Take Slender Man, the faceless, suit-clad figure born on a creepy poster forum in 2009. What started as a fictional character quickly bled into reality, inspiring real-life violence and a wave of panic. Or Momo, the grotesque bird woman sculpture that became a nightmare fuel for parents when hoaxes claimed it was hacking children's videos. These aren't just stories, they're modern-day curses powered by clicks and shares. The internet doesn't just spread these tales, it amplifies their power. A single creepy image or eerie rumor can snowball into a full-blown moral panic, thanks to the endless echo chambers of social media. Remember the black-eyed children, those pale, hollow-eyed kids said to knock on doors demanding entry. The legend began on a niche paranormal blog in the late 1990s, but by the 2010s it had spawned thousands of encounter stories, YouTube documentaries, and even a horror film. The digital age turned speculation into evidence, with grainy photos and shaky videos serving as proof of the impossible. And once a curse goes viral, it's nearly impossible to kill. Even after creators admit their hoax, like the artist behind Momo, who never intended her sculpture to terrorize the internet, the fear lingers. But why do these digital curses grip us so tightly? Psychologists point to two forces at work. First, the internet thrives on ambiguity. A blurry photo or cryptic message leaves just enough room for our brains to fill in the worst-case scenario. Second, the anonymity of online spaces makes fear contagious. When thousands of strangers whisper about the same nightmare, it starts to feel real. This isn't new, of course. Centuries ago, villagers feared witches or vengeful spirits. Today, we panic over cursed memes or haunted hashtags. The packaging has changed, but the terror remains the same. Yet there's a darker twist to digital curses. They often target the most vulnerable. The Momo challenge preyed on parents' fears for their kids' safety. The smile dog meme, a grotesque grinning canine, was said to curse anyone who viewed its image, echoing ancient death omen folklore. These legends tap into primal fears, weaponizing them through shares and algorithms. And unlike traditional curses tied to objects or places, digital curses are everywhere at once. You can't lock a cursed painting in an attic when it's already in your inbox. But here's the irony: the same technology that spreads these curses can also debunk them. Fact-checkers and skeptics use platforms like YouTube and TikTok to dissect viral horrors, revealing the Photoshop or marketing ploys behind them. Yet even when the truth comes out, the legends persist, because in the end, curses aren't about facts, they're about feeling. And in the digital age, fear has never been more shareable. Now, as we leave the realm of pixels and urban legends, our next story pulls us into a world where curses aren't just whispered, they're etched in steel and steam. Shifting tracks from digital horrors to spectral locomotives, we arrive at one of Taiwan's most enduring mysteries, the Phantom Express. This is no ordinary ghost story. In 1948, a passenger train derailed near the mountainous town of Alishan, plunging into a ravine and claiming dozens of lives, but survivors swore the tragedy was just the beginning. Weeks later, engineers on the same route reported seeing the entire train carriage's passengers, even the steam billowing from its stack, materialize on the tracks before vanishing like smoke. The legend only grew stranger. Witnesses described the phantom train running silently, its windows glowing with an unnatural light. Some claimed to hear faint screams as it passed, while others insisted the wreckage site temperature would plummet whenever the apparition appeared. But the most chilling accounts came from railway workers. One veteran engineer, Lin Wai-chung, recounted braking for what he thought was an oncoming train, only to watch it dissolve before his eyes. It wasn't just a shadow, he insisted. I saw faces in the windows, faces frozen in terror. What makes this curse so unsettling is its persistence. Unlike traditional hauntings tied to a single location, the Phantom Express roams the entire Alishan line, appearing without warning. Modern-day rail crews still swap stories about encountering it during foggy nights, and safety protocols now include bizarre contingencies like blowing the horn 3 times to ward off the ghost train. Even skeptics admit the lore is fueled by eerie coincidences, unexplained sensor activations, sudden equipment failures near the crash site, and a chilling pattern of accidents involving those who mock the legend. But could there be a scientific explanation? Some researchers point to the area's unique geology. The Alishan line cuts through layers of quartz-rich rock, which theorists suggest might record traumatic events like an audio tape, replaying them under specific conditions. Others propose the witnesses experienced a collective hallucination triggered by grief or guilt. After all, the crash was blamed on human error. Yet none of this explains why sightings cluster around the anniversary of the disaster, or why so many unrelated bystanders report the same details. The Phantom Express taps into a global fascination with ghost trains, from Britain's spectral Silver Arrow to America's vanished Lincoln funeral train. These legends often arise where technology and tragedy collide, reflecting our unease with progress's dark side. But Taiwan's cursed locomotive stands apart. It's not just a relic of the past, it's a warning that echoes through time, reminding us that some journeys don't end at the final stop. Now, as we leave the mist-shrouded rails behind, our next curse takes us deeper into the realm of forbidden knowledge. But ghost trains aren't unique to Taiwan's misty mountains. This eerie phenomenon spans continents, weaving tragedy into the tracks of history. Take Britain's Silver Arrow, a phantom locomotive said to race through the English countryside under the cover of darkness. Witnesses describe a sleek, silver train with no visible driver, its carriages eerily empty as it speeds along disused rail lines. The legend likely stems from a real luxury train of the same name that vanished during World War II, possibly destroyed in a bombing raid. Yet decades later, villagers near Kent report hearing its whistle on moonless nights, a sound accompanied by the distant clatter of wheels, though the tracks there were torn up long ago. Then there's America's most famous ghost train, the Lincoln Funeral Train. After President Abraham Lincoln's assassination in 1865, his body was transported by rail from Washington to Springfield, Illinois, in a somber procession witnessed by millions. But some claim the funeral train never truly stopped running. Railroad workers along the original route occasionally report seeing a black-draped steam engine, its windows glowing with candlelight, passing silently in the dead of night. The sightings often coincide with April anniversaries of Lincoln's death, adding a layer of historical synchronicity to the haunt. Mexico adds its own twist with El Tren Fantasma, the ghost train of Chihuahua. According to local lore, this spectral convoy appears near old mining towns, its cargo cars filled with the restless souls of workers who perished in colonial-era silver mines. Unlike other ghost trains, El Tren Fantasma is said to actively seek passengers. Legend warns that anyone boarding it will be whisked away to the afterlife. What unites these stories across cultures? Trains symbolize progress, but also disruption, cutting through landscapes and lives with equal force. When disaster strikes, whether through crashes, wars, or industrial exploitation, the ghost train emerges as a metaphor for unresolved trauma. Taiwan's Phantom Express mirrors this pattern, its recurring appearances serving as a haunting reminder of human fallibility. Yet there's a chilling difference. While most ghost trains replay a single tragic moment, Taiwan's curse evolves. Modern sightings include details impossible in 1948, like digital sensors triggering alarms for trains that aren't there. This suggests the legend isn't just echoing the past, it's growing, adapting, and perhaps even feeding on our enduring fear of the rail's dark potential. As we pivot from these steel specters, our next curse leads us into a different kind of haunted archive. Now let's step into the shadowy corridors of Prague's so-called Devil's Library, a place where ancient manuscripts whisper more than just words. Hidden within the city's labyrinthine Baroque buildings, this collection of forbidden texts is said to house a particular book so dangerous that even glancing at its pages can unravel the mind. Legend claims it was penned by a 13th-century monk who dabbled in the occult, transcribing what he believed were conversations with fallen angels. Those who dared to read it reportedly fell into despair, with at least a dozen accounts linking it to suicides over the centuries. The most infamous case dates back to 1799, when a young scholar named Eloi Vendel was found dead in his study, the book open before him. His final journal entries describe sleepless nights plagued by visions of a language that moved like serpents across the pages. Authorities burned the original manuscript, but rumors persist that copies still exist, carefully locked away by collectors of the macabre. The book's title has been lost to history, referred to only as Codex Umbra or the Shadow Codex. What makes this curse so unsettling is its connection to a very real tradition of medieval occult texts. Prague was a hotspot for alchemists and mystics during the reign of Holy Roman Emperor Rudolf II, who amassed a vast library of esoteric knowledge. Some historians suggest the cursed book may have been part of this collection, possibly a distorted copy of the Voynich manuscript, that cryptic, unreadable tome we explored earlier. Both share eerie similarities, strange alphabets, botanical illustrations that don't match any known plants, and sections that seem to diagram celestial events no modern scholar can decipher. But the Devil's Library's curse isn't confined to a single book. Visitors to certain Prague libraries still report a creeping sense of dread in the philosophy sections where occult works are stored. In 2012, a university student claimed to hear whispers in Old Czech while studying a 15th-century grimoire, though no one else was nearby. Staff at the Strahov Monastery Library, one of the oldest in Europe, tell of a locked cabinet that occasionally rattles at night, as if something inside wants out. This curse taps into humanity's oldest fear, knowledge that corrupts. From the biblical tree of knowledge to Lovecraft's Necronomicon, we've always suspected some truths are too terrible to bear. Prague's cursed library embodies that dread where the written word becomes a conduit for something other. As we turn the page on this chapter, prepare to cross a threshold where architecture itself seems alive with malice. Crossing from Prague's haunted shelves to the wider world of cursed literature, we uncover an unsettling pattern: humanity's obsession with forbidden knowledge. The Devil's Library is far from alone in its dark allure. Consider the Necronomicon, the fictional grimoire from H.P. Lovecraft stories which inspired real-world panic. Despite being pure invention, countless people have claimed to own or even translate this book of dead names, convinced its rituals could summon eldritch horrors. In 1973, a Turkish man was arrested for attempting to sacrifice a neighbor after reading a bootleg version, proving how easily myth can ignite madness. Why do these texts hold such power over us? Psychologists point to the forbidden fruit effect, a primal drive to seek what's deemed dangerous. Medieval Europe burned heretical books only to see them copied secretly. The Vatican's Index Librorum Prohibitorum, a list of banned books, ironically became a reading list for rebels. Even the Codex Gigas, or Devil's Bible, reputedly penned by a doomed monk in a single night with Satan's help, draws crowds to Sweden's National Library despite its mundane historical origins. But the threat isn't always supernatural. Some books carry tangible curses of ideology. Take The Ninth Gate, a real 17th century manual on demonic pacts that inspired Roman Polanski's film. Original copies were so sought after by occultists that in 1982, a Parisian bookseller was poisoned over a disputed sale. Then there's the Grand Grimoire, a Haitian Vodou text rumored to teach zombie creation. Anthropologists trace its infamy to colonial fears of slave revolts, yet to this day, tourists in Port-au-Prince whisper about blue-inked pages that can't be photographed without consequences. Modernity hasn't dulled the obsession. Online forums buzz over the Pseudomonarchia Daemonum, a Renaissance demonology text that resurfaced during the Satanic Panic of the 1980s. A Reddit thread in 2018 documented a user's insomnia and night terrors after translating a passage, though linguists later identified it as garbled Latin. Even AI-generated, cursed books now circulate on dark web marketplaces, with sellers peddling algorithmically assembled spells. Perhaps the true curse lies in our willingness to believe. When a 13-year-old in Michigan burned his family's home in 2020 trying to recreate a Necronomicon ritual, investigators found his search history: real magic books that work. From Prague's shadows to digital hellscapes, we keep rewriting the same story, one where knowledge isn't just power but peril. Now, let's step onto a bridge where the air itself seems to hum with despair. From the pages of cursed books to the chilling heights of San Francisco's Golden Gate Bridge, we arrive at a place where despair seems etched into the very steel. Known grimly as the Suicide Bridge, this iconic structure has witnessed over 1,600 recorded jumps since its opening in 1937, a number that climbs higher when accounting for unreported tragedies. But what makes this bridge a magnet for such sorrow? Locals speak of the eerie wind whispers, a phenomenon where gusts seem to carry faint voices, as if the bridge itself is coaxing the vulnerable. Some claim to hear their own names whispered on the breeze, while others report an unnatural pull toward the railing, as though invisible hands guide them. The bridge's tragic reputation began almost immediately. In 1937, a World War I veteran named Harold Wobber became its first recorded jumper, just 3 months after the bridge's completion. By the 1950s, the rate had soared to 1 death every 2 weeks, prompting officials to install crisis phones and patrols. Yet the jumps continued. In 2010, a study revealed that most suicides occurred in broad daylight, often witnessed by tourists unaware of the horror unfolding beside them. One survivor described the impulse as sudden and irresistible, comparing it to stepping off a diving board, except the water below is freezing, swirling, and 50 stories down. Efforts to curb the deaths have been as persistent as they've been futile. Nets proposed in the 1950s were deemed ugly and scrapped. Decades later, a stainless steel barrier design was rejected for obstructing views. Even the current suicide deterrent net, approved in 2014 and finally completed in 2023, came too late for hundreds. Psychologists point to the bridge's primal allure. Its 4-second fall, longer than most suicide methods, offers what some call time for regret, though few survive to feel it. The handful who have described an instant realization they'd made a mistake, their screams lost in the roar of wind and waves. Supernatural theories abound. Paranormal investigators claim the bridge sits on a ley line, a conduit for spiritual energy. Others blame the ghost of a construction worker who fell during building, his body encased in concrete. But perhaps the most haunting detail is this: the Golden Gate isn't unique. From Seoul's Mapo Bridge, dubbed the Bridge of Death, to Bristol's Clifton Suspension Bridge, these structures share an uncanny pattern. Their beauty seems to amplify despair, as if the very act of engineering marvels invites a dark counterpart. As we turn from these haunted spans, another kind of cursed ground awaits, one where Hollywood's glamour masks a far darker legacy. But the Golden Gate is not alone in its grim reputation. Across the world, certain bridges seem to pull the desperate toward them like dark magnets. Take Seoul's Mapo Bridge, stretching over the Han River. After dozens of suicides in the early 2000s, locals dubbed it the Bridge of Death. But what's chilling isn't just the numbers, it's the responses etched into its rails. In 2012, the city installed motion-activated lights and screens showing messages like, "Let's walk together for a while," or images of happy families. Yet within a year, suicide attempts spiked again. Some say the bridge's curse lies in its deceptive comfort, its gentle curve, and warm lights offering false solace before the plunge. Then there's England's Clifton Suspension Bridge, where the winds carry whispers of a Victorian-era spectre. The ghost of Sarah Ann Henley, who jumped in 1885 only for her skirts to act as a parachute, is said to linger. Survivors report feeling her hands pushing them back from the edge, yet the bridge still averages one death a month. Psychologists note its fatal lure. The 75-meter drop ensures near certain death, making it a reliable choice for those seeking an end. But perhaps the most unsettling pattern is how these bridges mirror each other in design and tragedy. Many share three eerie traits: breathtaking heights, iconic status, and easy public access. The Aurora Bridge in Seattle, the Prince Edward Viaduct in Toronto, all blend beauty with lethality. After 99 deaths in 6 decades, Toronto finally installed barriers in 2003. The result: suicides dropped to 0 overnight. Yet cities often resist such fixes, prioritizing aesthetics over prevention until tragedy forces action. Supernatural theories persist. In Japan, the Akigahara Forest's Suicide Sea is bordered by a crumbling railway bridge where locals tie ribbons to guide lost souls home. In China, Nanjing's Yangtze River Bridge has guardians of volunteers who patrol to talk down jumpers, believing the water below is too crowded with angry ghosts. Even engineers whisper about resonance frequencies or bad feng shui, as if the structures themselves are out of balance. What makes these places cursed isn't just the deaths, it's the way despair clings to them generation after generation. Like the Golden Gate's whispered winds, they become mirrors for our darkest moments. And as we leave these bridges behind, another kind of haunted space waits, one where fame and infamy collide under a neon glow. Now let's step away from the haunted bridges and into a place where Hollywood's bright lights cast long, sinister shadows. Welcome to the Cecil Hotel, a towering relic in downtown Los Angeles that wears its dark history like a second skin. Built in 1924, this 14-story building was once a glamorous destination, but over the decades it earned a far more macabre reputation. The Cecil's Curse begins with the infamous Black Dahlia case. In 1947, aspiring actress Elizabeth Short was last seen alive in the hotel's lobby bar. Her mutilated body was discovered days later in a vacant lot, the gruesome murder never solved. Some say her spirit lingers there, but she's far from alone. The hotel's ledger reads like a catalogue of despair. Over 80 documented deaths, including suicides, overdoses, and violent crimes. In 1962, a woman named Pigeon Goldie leaped from her window, landing on a pedestrian below in a chilling echo of Sarah Ann Henley's survival. Then there's the harrowing case of Elissa Lam, the Canadian student whose mysterious death in 2013 catapulted the Cecil back into infamy. Her erratic behavior in an elevator captured on surveillance footage sparked global fascination. Days later, her body was found in a rooftop water tank, a place no guest could access without keys. The official ruling, accidental drowning. But how did the tank's heavy lid close behind her? Why were her clothes missing? And why did hotel staff report hearing knocking from the tanks weeks before her discovery? The Cecil's Curse isn't just about individual tragedies. It's about the way darkness seems to seep into its very foundation. Serial killers Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, and Jack Unterweger both stayed here, using its labyrinthine halls as a hunting ground. In 1964, a telephone operator named Granny murdered a guest with a hammer, later claiming the walls told her to do it. Even attempts to rebrand the hotel failed. In 2017, a multi-million-dollar renovation tried to scrub away its past, but guests still report flickering lights, phantom whispers, and the scent of roses, Elizabeth Short's signature fragrance, in empty rooms. What makes the Cecil different from other cursed locations is its proximity to fame. Standing just blocks from Skid Row, it exists at the collision point of glamour and desperation, a microcosm of LA's duality. Psychics claim the building sits on a psychic wound, absorbing the pain of the city. Others point to more tangible horrors, the opioid crisis, mental health neglect, and urban decay. But perhaps the true curse is how the Cecil holds up a mirror to society, forcing us to confront the stories we'd rather ignore. And as we check out of this nightmare hostel, remember, some curses aren't written in ancient tombs or whispered by ghosts. They're etched into the very fabric of places where humanity's darkest chapters refuse to fade. But let's peel back another layer of the Cecil's unsettling legacy, one that reveals how fame itself can become a kind of curse. Los Angeles is a city built on dreams, but for every star that rises, countless others burn out in the shadows. The Cecil Hotel stands at the crossroads of that paradox. Its location near Skid Row means it's literally steps away from both red carpets and razor wire, Hollywood billboards and homeless encampments. This contrast feeds the Cecil's ominous reputation. When glamour and despair exist side by side, the boundary between them starts to blur, and curses thrive in those blurred spaces. Take the case of Elizabeth Short, the Black Dahlia. She wasn't just a victim, she was a young woman chasing the same Hollywood fantasy that draws millions to LA. Her murder became a media spectacle precisely because it mirrored the city's darkest fairy tale, the starlet who never got her happy ending. That narrative stuck to the Cecil like tar, turning it into a symbol of broken dreams. Even serial killers like Richard Ramirez, who lurked in its halls, understood the power of that symbolism. He didn't just kill, he performed, leaving behind a horror storyteller made for tabloids. Then there's Elissa Lam's tragedy, which unfolded in the digital age. Her eerie elevator footage went viral, transforming her death into a global mystery. The internet dissected every frame, spawning conspiracy theories and amateur sleuths. In another era, her story might have faded quietly, but in LA, where visibility is currency, even tragedy gets commodified. the Cecil became a macabre tourist attraction, with visitors renting rooms just to live stream their ghost hunts. What makes this curse so potent isn't just the deaths, it's how they're consumed. LA's entertainment machine turns suffering into content, real pain into plot lines. The hotel's rebranding attempts prove the point. No amount of fresh paint can cover up the fact that people want the Cecil to be cursed. Its notoriety is part of the allure, a perverse confirmation that fame, even the darkest kind, has staying power. So maybe the real curse isn't supernatural at all. It's the way places like the Cecil hold up a mirror to our obsession with spectacle, and how easily we confuse notoriety with destiny. After all, in a city where everyone's chasing a story, the scariest fate might be becoming one. And as we leave the neon glow of Hollywood behind, our next stop takes us to a very different kind of battlefield. One where the echoes of history might be more than just memories. Now let's step onto hallowed ground where history and hauntings collide, Gettysburg's infamous Devil's Den. This sprawling field of boulders wasn't just a strategic stronghold during the Civil War's bloodiest battle. It's now a hotspot for chilling encounters that blur the line between past and present. Imagine standing among those ancient rocks at dusk, the air thick with the weight of thousands of untold stories, when suddenly you hear the crack of a musket, but no reenactors are in sight. Devil's Den earned its sinister name long before the battle, thanks to local legends of snake-infested crevices and shadowy figures lurking among the stones. But after July 2, 1863, when Confederate and Union soldiers clashed here in a storm of bullets and bayonets, the land took on a darker reputation. Over 1,000 men fell in this single patch of earth, many bleeding out slowly between the rocks. Today, visitors report phantom gunpowder smoke hanging in the air, disembodied moans echoing at twilight, and even full-body apparitions of soldiers still dressed in tattered uniforms. Some swear they've seen a spectral sharpshooter crouched among the boulders, believed to be the ghost of a Texan marksman who picked off countless Union troops before meeting his own brutal end. Civil War reenactors who camped near Devil's Den share some of the most spine-tingling accounts. One man described waking to the sensation of hands pressing down on his chest, only to open his eyes and find his tent empty. Others tell of equipment moving on its own, or the unmistakable sound of marching feet passing through their camps after midnight. Park rangers, too, have logged bizarre incidents, flashlights failing without explanation, cameras capturing orbs near the infamous slaughter pen, where Union soldiers were cornered, and even the faint scent of rotting flesh rising on humid summer nights, a grim reminder of the bodies left decomposing in the July heat. What makes Gettysburg's curse so persistent? Historians suggest its trauma imprinted on the land itself. The battle wasn't just a military engagement, it was 3 days of unprecedented carnage that left the soil slick with blood. Over 51,000 casualties occurred here, more than the entire population of Gettysburg at the time. Locals spoke of fields so littered with corpses that you could walk from one end to the other without touching the ground. That level of suffering doesn't fade quietly into history, yet there's a strange duality to Gettysburg's hauntings. While some spirits seem trapped in anguish like the ghostly Union officer repeatedly seen searching for his missing leg, others appear almost at peace. Visitors occasionally report encounters with soldiers who smile or tip their hats before vanishing. Perhaps these are the ones who found solace in knowing their sacrifice preserved the Union. Or maybe, as some paranormal researchers theorize, certain energies aren't ghosts at all, but echoes moments of time replaying like a record stuck in its groove. As we leave the whispers of Devil's Den behind, our journey takes us from the haunted battlefields of America to the ghostly echoes of another tragedy, one where the cries of the doomed still linger beneath the waves. But Gettysburg is far from the only battleground where the fallen seem to linger. Across America's blood-soaked landscapes, echoes of the past refuse to fade, places where history's wounds remain open and the air hums with unfinished business. Take Antietam, for instance, where 23,000 men fell in a single September day, making it the deadliest 24 hours in American military history. Visitors to the sunken road, nicknamed Bloody Lane, report hearing phantom volleys of gunfire and the agonized cries of Confederate soldiers who were slaughtered there en masse. Some have even glimpsed spectral figures dragging themselves through the field, forever reenacting their final moments. Then there's Little Bighorn, where the Lakota and Cheyenne's victory over Custer's 7th Cavalry left scars that still ache. Locals speak of restless spirits on Crow Land cavalrymen wandering in confusion, or the ghostly wails of native warriors who defended their homeland. On quiet nights, the wind carries the sound of drumming from Battle Ridge, though no living hands strike the hides. Even park rangers admit to an uncanny feeling of being watched among the grave markers, as if the fallen resent the intrusion of modern visitors. But what makes these battlefields different from other haunted sites? Experts point to the sudden, violent nature of death in war, souls ripped abruptly from life, often with no chance for last words or proper burials. At Shiloh, where the Tennessee River ran red in 1862, tourists have stumbled upon eerie reenactments playing out in the mist, phantom bayonet charges, spectral surgeons bent over invisible wounds, and the distant sobbing of boys who never made it home. Unlike traditional ghosts tied to a single location, these apparitions seem trapped in collective trauma, replaying the battle like a broken record. Perhaps most chilling are the stories that defy explanation entirely. At Chickamauga, known as the River of Death, witnesses describe an entire ghost regiment marching through the woods, complete with the jingle of harnesses and the smell of wet wool uniforms, only to vanish when approached. In Fredericksburg, locals swear the stone wall where Confederate sharpshooters picked off Union troops still radiates unnatural cold, even in summer. And at the Alamo, night guards report hearing disembodied Spanish prayers and the defiant shouts of Davy Crockett's men in their final moments. What binds these sites together isn't just tragedy, it's the unsettling sense that some debts remain unpaid. Whether it's unmarked graves, desecrated land, or histories rewritten by the victors, these battlefields seem to hold onto their dead until justice is served. Maybe that's why visitors often leave tokens, flowers at Antietam, tobacco at Little Bighorn, as if begging forgiveness from the past. Yet the whispers persist, the shadows stir, and America's haunted warscapes remain open graves, waiting for the day their ghosts can finally rest. As we turn from these fields of unrest, our next journey takes us somewhere even darker, a place where screams aren't echoes of history but part of the attraction itself. Leaving behind the silent battlefields where the dead whisper their stories, we now step into a world where terror is part of the show, but some horrors refuse to stay scripted. Welcome to the cursed carnival known as Hell's Gate, a traveling nightmare where the line between performance and paranormal dissolved into something far darker. This wasn't just another Halloween attraction. Hell's Gate earned its reputation in the 1980s when workers began reporting equipment malfunctions that defied logic, rides starting on their own, animatronic figures moving when unplugged, and faint laughter echoing from empty tents. At first, organizers dismissed it as pranks or faulty wiring. Then the accidents began. A carousel spun out of control, hurling riders into the crowd. A haunted house actor dressed as a demon vanished mid-performance, only to be found hours later locked inside a trunk with no memory of how he got there. The final straw came when the Ferris wheel's brakes failed during operation, leaving passengers stranded upside down for hours as emergency crews struggled to free them. Survivors swore the machinery fought against rescue efforts, gears grinding like something was holding them back. But the most chilling accounts come from those who worked the carnival night after night. A clown performer claimed his reflection in mirrors would sometimes grin back at him with razor-sharp teeth. A fortune teller reported her crystal ball filling with black smoke, forming faces of people who'd later appear in the crowd only to vanish without a trace. And then there were the tickets. Patrons who purchased passes from a particular booth, marked by a faded star, would return home with unexplained burns or nightmares so vivid they'd wake screaming. Some even found their tickets still in their pockets days later, despite watching attendants tear them at the gate. What set Hell's Gate apart wasn't just the accidents, it was the eerie consistency. The same rides malfunctioned in the same ways at every stop. The same tents would inexplicably lock from the inside, and witnesses across multiple states described the same shadowy figure lurking near the funhouse, a gaunt man in a tattered ringmaster's coat who never appeared on the payroll. When the carnival finally shut down in 1993 after a fire consumed half its attractions, investigators found no evidence of arson, just a single clown mask perfectly intact sitting in the ashes. Today, rumors persist that Hell's Gate still appears in remote fields, its music faint on the wind. Former workers warn that if you see its faded banner fluttering in the dark, keep walking. Because some carnivals don't just simulate fear, they feed on it. Our final descent into the world of curses brings us to a spectacle where tragedy and spectacle collided, leaving behind a legacy as twisted as the rides themselves. But beyond the mechanical horrors of Hell's Gate lies an even darker legacy, one rooted in the carnival's forgotten sideshow acts. These weren't just illusions or oddities on display. Many performers carried tragic histories that blurred the line between human suffering and supernatural vengeance. Take the infamous case of Lobster Boy, born Grady Stiles Jr. in 1937. Cursed with ectrodactyly, a condition that fused his hands into claw-like appendages, he was exploited as a carnival attraction from childhood. His story took a sinister turn when he murdered his daughter's fiancée, only to continue performing while on parole. Then, in 1992, his own family paid a hitman to strangle him, with some swearing his final words were a whispered curse on anyone who profited from his remains. To this day, collectors who have acquired his artifacts report strange happenings, from disembodied growls to objects moving in their display cases. The carnivals of old were rife with such tragic figures. Schlitzie the Pinhead, whose microcephaly made him a sideshow staple, was said to weep uncontrollably whenever audiences laughed at him. After his death in 1971, caretakers at the funeral home claimed his eyes would reopen no matter how many times they were closed. Then there was the Enigma, a performer covered in intricate blue puzzle piece tattoos who insisted his body art held an actual curse. He warned that anyone who mocked his appearance would suffer misfortune, a claim bolstered when a heckler broke his leg tripping over a tent rope minutes later. Even the Doll Family, a group of little people who performed as living dolls, whispered about a midnight seance gone wrong that left one member screaming about the man with no face haunting their trailers. What makes these stories so chilling is how they intertwine exploitation with the unexplainable. Many sideshow performers were already victims of circumstance, of greedy promoters, of a society that treated them as spectacles rather than people. Some, like Lobster Boy, seem to weaponize that pain from beyond the grave. Others, like the Enigma, may have embraced supernatural stories as their only form of power in a world that dehumanized them. Even the terminology carries eerie weight. Freak originally meant an unnatural omen, a sign of divine wrath. Modern forensic research suggests some legends have mundane explanations. Schlitzie's haunting was likely due to muscle contractions common after death. The Enigma's heckler probably just tripped on poorly secured equipment. But that doesn't explain why so many carnivals developed identical superstitions, like never setting up a mirror opposite a freak show tent, or the widespread belief that photographing certain performers would drain your luck. Perhaps these curses were the only justice available to those who lived as human curiosities, or perhaps in places where reality was already stretched thin for profit, the supernatural found easy purchase. As we close this chapter on cursed carnivals, remember, the true horror wasn't the ghosts or hexes, but the very real suffering that birthed them. These performers deserved better than to be remembered as monsters, yet in death, some may have finally become the things that made audiences tremble. Not as freaks, but as forces no one could control. Our journey through the shadows now turns to a question that haunts every cursed tale. Why do these stories captivate us so deeply? Now, as we reach the final chapter of our journey through the shadows, let's take a moment to reflect on the 50 chilling curses we've uncovered. From the vengeful spirits of carnival sideshows to the whispered warnings of ancient tombs, these stories have one thing in common. They tap into something primal within us. Whether it's the curse of the Hope Diamond leaving a trail of tragedy or the restless souls of Gettysburg's battlefield, these tales blur the line between history and horror, superstition and something deeper. What is it about curses that captivates us so intensely? Perhaps it's the way they give shape to our fears, turning abstract dread into something tangible, a cursed object, a haunted place, a name we dare not speak. Or maybe it's the unsettling idea that the past never truly stays buried, that actions long forgotten can reach forward through time with deadly consequences. Curses force us to confront the unknown, to question whether misfortune is random, or if some unseen force is pulling the strings. Think about the power these stories hold. The curse of the Pharaohs didn't just terrify tomb raiders, it shaped how we excavate and respect ancient sites. The Dybbuk Box isn't just a spooky legend, it's a cautionary tale about meddling with forces we don't understand. Even the so-called Curse of the 27 Club speaks to our collective unease about fame, mortality, and the price of genius. These aren't just ghost stories, they're mirrors reflecting our deepest anxieties. And yet, for every curse there's a skeptic. Science offers explanations: toxic mold in tombs, psychological suggestion, plain old bad luck. But does that really diminish their hold on us? If curses are nothing more than stories, why do they persist across centuries and cultures? Why do we still hesitate before uttering Macbeth in a theater or shiver at the sight of a lone doll in an antique shop? So here's the question we've been circling. Which of these curses do you think is real? Is there one that sent a chill down your spine, one that feels too eerily coincidental to dismiss? Or do you believe every legend has a logical explanation? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear which story stuck with you long after the video ended. Before you go, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you never miss our deep dives into history's darkest mysteries. There are always more shadows to explore, and I'll be back soon with another journey into the unknown. Until then, stay curious, but maybe think twice before touching that strange artifact